the good men that are on child support, the ones that pick up their kids,
That's
spend
true.
time. But then when it comes to women like me, because I was also listening to Pink, women like me, I deserve child support. Not even to put my business out there, but I feel like I deserve it. And the thing is, I'm one of those women. You know, the guy always goes up to the courthouse because for some reason when they start cheating, they think I'm cheating, and then they decide not to take care of their kids because I don't want to be with them because I stepped out of the relationship. So with me having them go to the courthouse, you go to the courthouse since you say the child is not yours. But then when it comes down to the child support, and I hear other women say, well, a lot of women get child support for their nails and their hair. Yeah, majority of women do, but women like me, we don't do that. And this is just so weird with the conversation because I wish that the system had some way to actually investigate people's lives to see what exactly they do. Because for me, suspending your driver's license ain't enough. I want the child support debt to be on your credit score because you do have men who do not take care of their kids because of their relationship with the mom. And then the Bible even says a man who don't take care of his own is worse than the unbeliever. So if you're worse than the unbeliever, ain't no need me keep on trying to get child support out of you because I already know I ain't gonna get it because the Bible told me I ain't gonna get it.
The real question
To
is,
be
who do
told,
y'all
the
think
most
is
If
benefiting
his
from this?
license is suspended and he
Not
can't
the
work,
child.
how is he gonna
Okay.
work?
If the child is not benefiting, then y'all need to stop laying down with financially irresponsible women. Like if a girl is getting child support and she still got to pay her rent, then you're laying down with a stupid ass broad. Like, let's be real. The
but a lot
problem
of
All
here
women
times,
not
isn't
like
child
that.
support. The problem
but
is
see,
that people manipulating the system and not making right financial decisions.
a
Because
lot of
what's the
times,
alternative to not having child support if you literally need money from the father to help pay your rent?
but
That's
look,
the problem is not child support.
a
The
lot of
problem is the
times,
person.
for a lot of women, and I'm not saying you, young lady, I'm saying, or no woman on this panel, but what I am saying, a lot of times, a lot of women do that as a hustle. It ain't that that they so sorry. A lot of times they make damn good money.
Mm-hmm.
They
I know
still go,
somebody who raised their
but
kids
they,
off
Why
of
but
it.
should
but
a
but they,
man be
but hold on,
neglectful?
but hold on for a minute. Let me just finish. But that it's a hustle for them. That way, this will take care of this for them. This will take care of that. I could use my money on this. I could use my money on that. It ain't the fact that it ain't always just so cut and dry and so black and white as the way that you putting it. Because a lot of these women are out here getting the bag, and they still getting child support, and they don't give a damn. And if they see the man is making a little bit more money,
She
guess
going
what
back
they
down
do?
there.
They want to go back down the court to get even more money. And the reason I know these things because my son been taking care of his kids all his life, love them to death. And anytime he gets a better job and makes more money, she goes right back down there and get more money. But the girl got two other kids by two other cats that she don't even got them on child support. But the one that take care of his two
Exactly.
kids, the one that take care of his
Wow.
two kids, she
That
go
happens
back
all
down
the
there
time.
and she want him to take care of all her kids.
All of her kids. So
What?
So,
what?
so
So so
yeah, I'm
so
telling
that's
you,
what I was
this
telling
is
to the young
true
lady. We're talking
statements.
about.
Listen,
Go ahead. Go
There
ahead.
was
Go
a
ahead,
time
sweetie.
when men just stopped working because they got so frustrated and they were just like,
that's what my dad did. He
Yep.
literally stopped
Yep.
working
"You're not gonna work."
on the books to not pay child support. Whole time my mom's taking care of me this whole time. You feel me? So there's also men like that. That's what I'm asking. What's the alternative? Because we can't just take away child support.
Watching you lay
That's
down.
why I said I was on the fence with it because I absolutely believe a man should take care of his child.
I do too.
I mean, I have children. I'm not going to sit here and say, no, let him go. No, I have children. My children are grown. But what I'm saying is I know people personally who have quit their jobs. They have quit their jobs because they get so much money in child support that it's just not necessary for them to work. And to
Let me
me,
say
that's craziness.
let me say this, right. I had an argument with a woman on my panel about maybe 2 days ago. She's married, right? Her husband is on child support. She was wondering why he's paying arrears when he always been taking care of his kid. He been paying. It wouldn't be no way, shape, form, and size he has arrears if he was taking care of his kid. Now, she also made the statement because her oldest child is by her young boyfriend or whatever, her high school sweetheart, whatever. They were 18, 19. She put him on child support without even knowing, but she claimed she never put him on child support. She went and got assistance. She gave the system his name. So yes, they
That's
put
putting
him
them
on
on
child
child
support.
support.
She don't even realize, she 35. She didn't even realize she put him on child support. But she was in here making a statement like, oh, I never put him on child. Yes, you did when you went and got those assistants. I'm not disagreeing to put him on child support. She was like, he never made payments, but then she was like, oh, well, I only got 3 payments and it was from arrears. You got child support payments at some point in time during this child's 17 years of life. But she took him off child support. I'm like, for what? Why would you do that? Keep the foot on his goddamn neck. Why? Because he don't get the child. He don't help out. He don't do nothing. He's 30-something years old. The child is about 17, about to be 18. All he got is the arrears that may be piled up over some years. I don't know how much it is. She didn't go into details. She don't even know what it is, supposedly.
Well,
But this is the thing. If a man, hold on, I'm finna end right here. If a man don't come get the child, if he don't take some of that burden off your plate, it may not be a financially situation, but if he can get the child physically, help out with the child with the picking up, going activities or whatever, if he can help out, but that's still support in some shape, form, or fashion. I believe you shouldn't put a man on child support if he's trying his best. But if he ain't doing shit, put him on child support.
The thing about the government,
I'm gonna be honest with y'all too.
the rears, just let me just say this: the rears accumulate whether or not you work or not. So that's a penalty. They're gonna penalize you whether you work or not. So when you do decide to work, most likely it's gonna come out when you file taxes. So most times they feel it, they can't file taxes because they're going to take your entire tax return. Now, the women do benefit from that because they will get the entire tax return. I'm not trying to give y'all any hint, but
Watch this, y'all. Let me tell y'all a true story right here, real fast. I'm gonna tell it real fast, and I want y'all to listen to it real good.
Okay.
I had one of my kids' mothers call me one day and tell me that she had got remarried and everything. She called me one day. She said, "Hey, look here, me and Carlos, we owe the county $10,000, and I don't think it's fair that we got to pay this money back. This is money that came from me and your kids." And I let her get through with a whole little spiel, right? So I came back to her, and this is how guys need to protect yourself. I came right back to her. I told her, as long as you was with me, you never was on the county. You never was on the county and working or none of that. I said, and then for you to ask me, you want me to double pay for my kids after I've been taking care of them anyway? Then she said something else, and I said, she said, well, to act like she'd take me to court. I said, well, you can go ahead and take me to court. I said, but if anything, only thing they're going to be able to do is take me to jail for tax evasion, because I had Western Union receipts where I had been sending a gang of money, even when I knew it wasn't for my kids. I knew it was probably for a rent or something, but my kids lived in the house, so I didn't really care. But I kept it. I was smart enough to keep all these Western Union receipts. All she could do is break down and cry. And for the men on this panel, that's the way you protect yourself when you're really taking care of your kids, because women will go sideways. And I ain't saying none of the women on this panel. I'm just saying what she did. And women do that. Women will go sideways on you. And so that's how you protect yourself.
But
Keep
you
your
know
respect.
something?
proof
You know
of
something?
payments. They will, if you go to court, if you have proof of payments, they will take that in consideration. They will lower what you owe.
No, I was never on child support because I was already taking care of my kids. I wasn't on child support. This was what she was trying to threaten.
I'm just saying for those who have rears, if you have any documentation where you made payments, that will go against your rears.
But you know something?
That's not always true in certain courts.
The women
You have to
state
hold on. You have to
And
state
different states.
You have to state in the comment section, child support. See, you can send anybody money you want that got a child by you. If you don't specify what that money for, the judge will sit there in your face and tell you that was a gift.
Yep.
So you have to put on money orders, checks, Western Union, whatever the case may be, or even in text messages. I'm gonna send you $300 for child support on this date or whatever through Western Union. You have to specify so you can correlate something with something. Don't think because you just got a handful of receipts, they gon' trust me. My daddy paid
It's called
child
a
support.
memo.
He let it come out of his check.
Yeah, you
The
do have
reason
to.
he let it come out of his check because it was done by them. But everything he paid up before then, no, the motherfucker, that was a gift.
Yep.
Trust me.
That's
In the
facts.
80s, that was a motherfucking gift. Y'all better learn the game, learn the system. If you ain't here as men,
You
then
have
Yeah, it
getting
depend on what
straight
state you in too. It
Even
depend
if
on the
it's-
And
state.
you know what? Let's talk about before the child is
Yeah,
born.
you need to put in there a Cash App what it's for.
Right. You gotta put it in the note section.
But let's talk about before we have these said kids, right? Character and who you dealing with.
That's right.
Character and who you dealing with.
Yeah.
I ain't gonna never have no kids for somebody that's gonna sit up there and bounce on me and leave me looking crazy. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
You have to be careful who you breeding with.
Exactly.
That's exactly what I was going.
And that ain't about child support or nothing. That's just simply for the child because it's hurtful for a child to grow up without any parent. Both parents are supposed to be involved. Now you put this kid in a position, and then not only some women will go and find another dude and do the same shit. You got
Right.
7 kids over there, 5 different baby daddies. You know what I'm saying? And ain't none of them doing nothing.
That's exactly what I was gonna say. The young lady beneath me was talking about basically how irresponsible it is for a man to go out here and make babies with a woman that they can't even pay their own rent. But it's the flip side of that coin, and the flip side of that coin is what you just said. Y'all have to be mindful of the men that y'all choose, and the men have to be mindful of the women that you choose to go and lay in that bed with unprotected and make these kids. You know, if you look at you're supposed to be able to determine if this is someone that you could build a family with, not just it feel good to be in the honeymoon phase and everything that got you in that bedroom.
Don't forget side chicks because a lot of us been married and our husbands went out and they had side chicks. And
I ain't talking about like if somebody cheated.
But
or
even
whatever,
for the
if they
side chick,
cheated,
she should have
like,
checked who she was with. Even
yeah,
for
I mean,
her.
even in that, let's say it didn't work from the female side or the woman side. If that person's character speaks to this is someone worthy of establishing a family with, based upon their actions over an extended period of time, maybe based upon some of the examples they looked up to. You know what I'm saying? Like if conversations like we holding right now aren't being had prior to you getting them pregnant, if you ain't had no real talk conversations, it's time for it. If you don't have no kids, anybody that's down there in that comment section, time for you to start having these type of conversations with whoever you call yourself dating or whatever, because you'll end up going through a nightmare. Like what you hearing, that'll be your life. Because there's people around here all the time that hit licks with child support. And it's funny because it's starting to flip. Some of these women out here making a lot of money starting to feel that. Ask Holly Berry.
Right, but the thing is, and that's what I was saying earlier. The dynamics are definitely changing. So what we're going to see in the future in the next 25, 30 years, guys say the same. We're all alive then, right? So in the next 25, 30 years, they're going to be a higher percentage of women, since they make more money now, that are also going to be put on child support. The conversation is much deeper. Because when we're talking about the integrity piece of who you lay down with, we have to understand that this was all a part of the plan and all put in place for it to be how it is today and the chaos that's going on today. So what's been removed from us in society is that Judeo-Christian value where, you know, back then you had to go talk to a girl's father to get his approval to date her, right? That was removed. Now women are able to make their own decisions and make their own choices. And ensued that became the chaos, which is the fruit, which is the way everything came to be today. So by nature, humans are flawed. We're going to have sex. We're going to interact. We're going to be social. These things are going to happen, right? So there's no avoiding it. You're going to meet someone. They're going to have a nice smile. And we have these interactions. Like we all know, if you have kids, that it never starts off bad. Like it never starts off bad to where you with your girl or your baby mama or your ex-wife, and you seen who she was or she seen who you was at first. Everything seemed good. Everything's
That's that
gravy. Y'all having
representative.
fun. Y'all having fun. Right, right. Y'all having fun. And then, oh my God, I'm pregnant. And things get serious. And then you see another side. So it was good when y'all was having fun, but now that things are serious, it's a different person. Now you're dealing with a person that's irresponsible. Now you're dealing with a person that's lazy. Now you're dealing with a person that a man that don't want to work. Now you're dealing with a man, so it just all of these things were put in place from the very beginning. The moment we stop holding our own Judeo-Christian values, I don't know if y'all Christians, but I believe in God. But I'm saying the moment we stop holding those values, that's when all of this chaos ensued.
That's
I
true.
yield the floor.
I think, as long as these men stop getting distracted by these big booties and just wanting to just do everything and just get in there, then maybe they
That's
can
hard.
start
That's
making
hard.
some better
That's hard.
decisions.
Yeah, that's gonna be hard for them, baby.
That's
They
hard,
ain't gonna be
mama.
able to do it. They ain't
That's
gonna be able to do it.
That's
It's
like
nature.
asking that's like asking a woman to not be distracted by a man that's 6'5", 250 pounds and makes
Right.
60.
I ain't gonna lie. I'm distracted by a pretty face. I ain't gonna lie.
I'm gonna say it like
I'll
this.
take the face over the butt. So
I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say it like this. I'm like homeboy over here, man. Me, I don't care. But petite is just fine for me. All I want a woman to do is be all original. I don't want all the fake behinds and the fake this and all that kind of stuff.
That's so scary.
Nowadays a lot of women be looking cartoonish when they go get all
Yes.
this body work done. Because
It looks so
one thing I
bad.
know is God do not make mistakes with his paintbrush. Once you affect that, it's no longer attractive. Now, guys may be attracted to that, but the ones that are, 9 chances out of 10, they just want the experience. It is not the you something they trying to wife when you getting all this extra stuff done to your body.
Well,
And I think they got it misunderstood. A man want a big butt, but he wanted to be real.
And but I'll tell you, but here go another thing. Every man ain't attracted to a big
Women
butt
with big butts.
and being big breasts.
Yeah.
Me, most of my people in my life experiences has been very petite, really small, and so I can't just say the women try to categorize men as all they want is this big butt and these big breasts and all this and stuff.
Most of them do now.
I'm not saying they don't. I'm not arguing with that fact.
They like it a lot.
But it's a lot of men that also like petite and stuff like that. People like different things. But me, I could go for either one, long as it's real.
Well, you can have all of your flavors. Just put a strap on it.
Yeah.
Please.
We won't have this child support conversation.
Hey, look, I'm gonna tell you the truth. I'm 60. I got 5 kids. I'm done making kids. I got 9 grandkids. All them days of having kids is over for me.
But the truth is outside. I mean, everyone's having, let's say, intercourse, right? Let me be TikTok friendly. Everyone's having intercourse, but if you go into a Walgreens, the condom section is never sold out. That's real
They're
life.
expensive. You know how much? But if you have
That's true.
if you have a
That's
healthcare
real life.
healthcare spending account with your job, the condoms are free.
Or you can go to Planned Parenthood. They got them in a big bucket right there on the counter. Walk in there and grab some.
If you try to buy a condom, this one pack of condoms is like $25.
Right, but that's better. That's better than $100,000 in child support.
Exactly, but they don't.
Or your life. Hell with the child
Right, but
support.
see how you brought up Planned
Thank
Parenthood?
you.
All of that
Thank
was a part of the. All of that is a part of the process as well. All of that was instilled. All of this was planned. So a lot of the times we fight each other on these topics, and it's a man fighting a woman and a woman fighting a man. But I'm opening up the rabbit hole to say it's actually the system, because in these
It's
child
the
support
system.
cases, the judges are the ones that get the payout, not the man, not the woman, not the child. It's the judges. This was all put in place for a reason. It's a reason. This is not done by mistake. None of this is done by mistake. So when you go out to the world, like I said, everyone's having intercourse, but go into a Walgreens, go into a 7-Eleven, go into a corner store, and none of the condom sections are sold out. None of them. So they set all this in place because they know that us as humans are naturally flawed. We're naturally going to do these things. They're going to happen. So I don't know if y'all ever heard the saying that the road to hell is paved with good intentions, but that is literally the antithesis of the world we live in today in the United States.
That's crazy. I was on a
So,
live the other day, and this woman.
hold on. Let me let the young lady that just came up. I'm sorry, I can't see names. I'm driving. It's raining and it's dark. I know I just brought you up. I apologize for not saying your name, but I am moving at the same time.
Safely.
All right.
Oh, you on that road? I play.
Maya.
Now, let her get in there and say what she got to say. I don't know if she want to answer the prompt or speak to what y'all was just speaking about with child support, but she could go ahead and let her get in here and introduce herself and go ahead and speak.
Hi, you guys. I just came up to answer the prompt. I just joined, so I don't know what you guys were talking about previously. I'm sorry.
That's cool.
It don't matter.
Yeah, but to answer the prompt for the first question, I would say his legacy is his children are also breaking the generational curses that were placed on him previously from his family. And will black men ever create anything? I will say yes. I feel like black men are already creating something, but it's just not the majority of black men. They're the minority of black men. And are black men able to lead? I would say yes. They are able to lead, but again, it's not the majority of black men, but the minority.
And how old are you?
I'm 20. I'm 21.
You're 21? Okay. Yeah, y'all. Let me ask. I got a question to the older women. What would y'all say to a young woman like that on life?
Which young lady? The young lady that just spoke?
Yeah, that just spoke.
I don't know. Samaya seemed like she got it together. How old are you?
I'm 21.
Well, honey, you came in with some, I would just, what kind of advice would I give her about the prompt, or I'm sorry, I don't understand.
Just in general life.
I mean, I would just say, to do what makes you happy, be kind, be respectful to men. And I have to say that because, and not you, Samaya, but a lot of young women just y'all don't like men no more. And it seems like the young men don't like y'all no more either. So I would just say to just, take life as slow. Don't have no kids. If you have kids now, then, take care of your kids. But if you don't have no kids, live your life. Find somebody that you're interested in, a good, great person, family man. And, that's what I would provide for. What about you, Tree?
I would have to piggyback on what she said. I think ultimately you have to find like-minded men. I think for us, for me and Miss Rags, we came in an era where the era was different. Men were looking to marry. Our era was like, we grew up with the Cosby Show. We grew up with a different era where things were being influenced. We were being influenced to marry and to be successful and to have a family. So that's not, that doesn't exist for your era. And I think that you have to set a standard, and it's going to be hard because I would never thought that I would see a day when strippers was getting wiped up and then the good girls was being left behind. I never thought I'd see the day. But you have to hold true to your standards, and then you have to get with like-minded men. And if you find that those men don't share the same values, then you move around them.
So wait, I have a question.
I pretty much think that it
Hold
is.
on. I asked, we still got one more woman on the panel. Pink, you wanna offer any? Advice?
Yeah. I mean, I'm 27, but I'd say
well, you do have a few more years of experience.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'd say, well, like for me, just take care of yourself. Like if you find yourself pregnant, but if you don't have the means to take care of your kid, don't have the baby. Okay, just don't do it because you will regret it. That's what I say. And then also, just find someone who respects you. Like if you find yourself knowing that you're not, if you don't see yourself being with this man, but he's just giving you that attention that you want and that your body needs, but you know that that man is not right for you, don't get into a situationship with him and spend 5 years being with the man just because he's showing you love and attention, because at some point you'll find yourself resentful towards that guy. So I'm just saying, like, just don't go towards just attention and love that someone's giving you, but also just someone who has these other qualities, because it's easy, especially as a young woman, to just fall for someone who's just giving you that attention. But that's not the only thing that a man should be giving you and providing it. He needs to be investing in your mind and your spirit and also your body. So I'd say just don't get into it.
I asked that question for a reason, and that's to kind of learn. I was waiting on a younger person to really come up here to ask that. It's just to see how the older generations will pour into a younger person. That tells me a lot about how y'all went through life and y'all look at life.
Totally just spoke from experience, I'm not gonna lie. So I mean, yeah, I just tell people like what I've learned because I can't speak from anything else.
I mean, she
Yeah.
don't have to take the advice or anything. It was, I'm sorry I had to use you that way, but I just wanted to see where they have been and what they've been through so I can know the type of person I'm sitting on the panel speaking to. My questions are deceitful. Yes, I will admit that, but it's only to get to know the people. You laughing, I'm dead serious.
I know you are. That's why I'm laughing.
The advice that can come out of some people's mouth, boy, it could be toxic as hell. I don't mind what y'all said. It is word of advice, but a lot of it is like just live your life. And sometimes people, when they say just live your life, they don't tell people the consequences of just living your life. Pink spoke to the consequences of just living your life. I'm glad she did go at the back end, because the older two, y'all was like, men don't look for this no more. Like, yeah.
I didn't say that. I told her to respect men and to
Yeah, I
find
know
her
you
a
told her
great
to
man.
respect men, but it was just like, yeah, men ain't what they used to be. Men was dogs back in the days too. Now, they
Now
was
wait a
just
minute.
married
Now
and
that's
shit.
not true. Wait a minute. Let's put some. It's a difference. It's a difference. First of
Papa was a
all, and
Rolling
I
Stone.
know the women are not going to agree with me on this. I know y'all not, but that's okay because me and my girlfriends go through it all the time. No, men were definitely different. Did they still cheat? You're damn right. They had whole families on the next street. Okay. But they took care of home. They took care of their families. They did not just, walk off and, you know what I mean? So the men are different. These men aren't staying. They're not taking care of their families. They're not making sure that the kids are okay. So I definitely think it's a huge difference. I grew up with my dad in the home. You know what I mean? I don't know
Well,
nothing outside of that.
you
Did he
know,
cheat on my mom? Damn Skippy, he did. But he
My
still
parents,
was.
Man,
my
it's
parents,
easy to have another family when
I'm,
gas $1.89.
That's true.
I'm gonna be honest.
That's true.
I'm
That's
a,
true.
I'm
I'm
gonna be
50 years,
honest with
50
y'all
years
though.
old, and my parents are
I
still
don't know.
together. My
Well,
parents are still together. So I
and
think, having just want to say this. When I said find someone who's like-minded, I didn't want to get into the spiritual aspect of it. But, you have to find yourself and your principles and your values. Because if you don't know what you want and what you want to be brought to the table, then you can just end up with anything. Talk to your father or your uncles or any male figure and ask them what they would see. Because I don't care how bad the men are in your family, they're going to tell you the real of what they think a woman deserves. And if they love you, they ain't going to tell you no BS. And I can say that for Corey. They going to tell you, find a man that's like-minded.
I agree. Hey,
and
listen, I
true
agree
be
with
Yeah.
you.
and what a lot of people don't speak on when they talk about the generation of the old school type of men versus this generation. Unfortunately, back in the day, we didn't have social media to run so much interference in what went on in our
Yeah.
household
Yeah.
and who we had a crush on or who we was feeling. You went when you wanted to talk to that person, the only people you was communicating with was that person over a wire phone or a cordless phone that you couldn't even stretch past your front yard. So you didn't have all of the interference that you have today. When you have the ability to get on social media and see some of the stuff that's going on social media, you being impacted at childhood. 5 years old, you got a phone in the back seat or a tablet with a child. They're seeing stuff that we used to, I mean, you name it, the propaganda, the way that it's easily being able to be pushed into your decision making on who you choose to have as a mate today. They didn't have no dealings of anything like that. So we
They
Right.
didn't,
So
but
relate
then
to a
self
point
control got to kick in, right?
where it's supposed
no,
to kick in.
no.
I mean, you an adult.
The reason I said no is because he spoke on it. It's a different dating field. It's a different landscape. It's very much more mental than physical, right? So what it is that he spoke on something that's real key that people didn't really pay attention to. He said you couldn't have a cord that stretched out of your yard. Now I can walk with you to work. Now I can walk with you to the gym. Now I can walk with you to the bank. Now I can walk with you to a restaurant. All in the palm of my hand. So then also on top of that, there's an illusion of options. There's an illusion of I got this choice. I don't got to talk to the next door neighbor. I ain't got to talk to the dude down the block. I ain't got to talk to the dude I go to school with. I could talk to a dude in Mississippi, Atlanta, L.A., Georgia, New York, Miami. I could live in bumfuck Egypt, right? I could live in bumfuck Egypt, and you could meet a nigga in Miami, and he'll fly you out on a yacht. You know what I'm saying? So it's just a different landscape. It's very much more mental now.
Yeah.
And you know, if you've watched The Matrix, which I'm sure most people have, it's literally what this is. It's an illusion. So even in like the older women giving a younger woman advice, it's skewed to y'all's experience, and the aspect that is always missing is that, you know, we'll say like, okay, if you go have a kid, make sure it's with a person. We never say make sure you're married before you carry, because that's the best and number one indicator that that person can be trustworthy. I don't regret having my child. I regret not being married. So I think that a lot of the foundations were already set by the older generations. We've just lost sight of that. That okay, marriages don't always work out, but they're the best indicator for success, and that's what this country and that's what family is built on. It's one thing to start an individual's with a sole proprietor business. It's one thing to start a self business. It's another thing to start a family business, which also in turn builds generational wealth, which is what everyone says they
Absolutely.
want. So it's just a different landscape, different dynamic. It's a lot of individualism.
Can I ask you guys a question? How many of you on this panel are married or have been?
I hate to say this, but I mean, I've been
No,
married twice.
I said me and Tree. I'm talking to the fellas.
Yeah, I don't
I've
know.
been married.
I
I've
gotta
been
let the
married
older
once.
cats get that. I ain't been married.
I've been married once myself.
You've been
Yeah,
I
married.
don't.
Would you ever do it again?
No, because and I'm gonna tell you the reason why.
Oh my God,
Uh,
damn, that's crazy.
they say, you know, they say when you marry, that's supposed to be a one-time thing. It's supposed to be a lifetime thing. And if that didn't work, I don't want to go against what my guys say. You know, I just refuse to go ahead and get married again. It just doesn't make sense to me, because if you did it once and it didn't work, if that's supposed to be a lifetime commitment. So I don't do it. But the person I was married to, she'd have been remarried and everything else, all that kind of stuff.
How
So
long
the
have y'all
single
married?
man.
I'm not.
So the
I'm
single
single.
man. Would you get married right now today?
Right. So listen,
No.
I'm 20. I'm 29, right? I want to use this as an example. I'm 29, right? And I want to be married, but I want to use this as an example, right? So you just heard. How old are you, brother?
I'm 60.
Right. Okay. So I'm a young black man, right? And
Uh-huh.
I want to be married, but when I tell you that is out of 9 out of 10 times, that is a sentiment that I get from older black brothers. So I don't get the advice or the game of to get married. I get that sentiment that that brother just expressed, and it's very to a degree. And I'm not throwing you in there, brother, but it is kind of disheartening because what it is that most of us, let's be honest, don't grow up with our fathers, but we also come across men that did do a family dynamic, and what we're witnessing is brothers telling us, "Hey man, don't do it. It's a scam." She gonna take you for everything you got when she get tired of you. We get that sentiment of not to get married, and I think it's the same thing on the young lady side. Like,
let me say this to you, my brother. Let me say this to you, because you said it to me, and I want to say this to you just to let you know. I would never tell you not to get married. You know why? Maybe I chose the wrong one to get married to. Maybe that was my problem. I would never fight you on getting married. I think if you got married, you got married to the right person. You would have a wonderful life. But you live and you learn. As the older you get, the more wiser you get. So I'm just wise to the point of I know it's not something that I would want to do because I did it before. It's not about me ever infringing what I went through to your life. You know what I'm saying? So I think being married is a beautiful thing, especially if you got a good understanding woman. And then a lot of times I hear women say, "Oh, I would let you lead." Can't no woman let no man lead. A man gonna lead because he's a man. Period. All that talking about I let him lead. If you can't let if you even say that to a real man, he ain't even gonna want to be with you.
But you do
So
know
listen,
all
brother,
men
it-
cannot lead,
brother,
though.
but brother, it's gonna be a lot easier to lead if gas just get back down to 150.
That ain't
If it
gonna
get back down to
happen.
150,
That ain't gonna happen.
a lot of men gonna step up.
Hey,
A lot of brothers gonna step up.
no.
Wow,
Let
that's
me
some
tell
funny
you
material.
something.
Joking, bro.
Let me tell you something, though, bro. Let me tell you something. Financial situations has never been a problem for me, and that's not to try to act like I'm this or that, but that's never been a problem for me, And I ain't gonna say that my stuff ended just because of it was just only her fault. Some of the faults lied on me. You know what I'm saying? I was young, and I was still doing what I shouldn't have been doing as a married person. You know
Brother,
what I'm
I'm making a
saying?
correlation, brother. Listen, the young lady up there, Miss Rags, just said it. Back then, the men was taking care of the woman and had another family. They was taking care of them. You know why, brother? Because gas was $1.50.
You better cut that shit out.
Gas was $1.50.
Let me let the other young man that just came up get in here, so and then we can go back to opening it up. I'm not looking at names right now because I got my eyes on the road. So I know I'm letting people up. I'm sorry if I ain't got your name, but
It's
I can't hold the
Caprice.
stream.
Caprice. Oh
Okay.
yeah, man.
And
I
I ain't
did
gonna lie,
12.
hey, listen, when the youth come up here, you educate or whatever, I want them to, youth, if you come up here, these old folk, ask questions, bridge the gap right there, because there's a lot of things that they may have experienced that they can give you a little advice, and you use that advice to navigate in the best way you see fit. That's all it is. Go ahead,
hmm
Caprice.
Yeah, man. To the ladies asking, hey, what's up, everybody on the panel? First off,
Hey, Caprice.
hey,
Yo,
hey, hope everybody doing.
Hello.
Yeah, hey, I did 12 years. You know what I'm saying? I was 24. She was 19 with a 5-year-old, and we kicked it for 12 years. But fast track relationship, we didn't really get to know each other. You know what I'm saying? If Georgia respected common law marriage, I consider myself being in a marriage. You know what I'm saying? We eventually had a son 6 years in. I wouldn't tell the younger gentleman not to get married. If that's what you want to do, you can do that. But marriage is just it's like a business agreement to a certain extent. Along with you ceremonialize it, if that makes sense. You know what I'm saying? The wedding cake and all this and that. You know what I'm saying? But just vet who you with. Like Aunt said, you know what I'm saying? Because you don't want to be with the wrong person, because that can get crazy.
What does that really mean, though? What does the wrong person mean? What does that really mean to y'all?
A person that, you know, because I found out, because people ask me, well, yeah, I put a ring on it. I put a ring on it. I did all the aesthetics, but you know, as I got more knowledgeable, more wiser, I realized, and she may have a whole different take on it, but because that was 9 years ago, she might have a different take on it. But you know, what I would say is we outgrew each other. We became different people in the midst, to the point
But
where
Does that mean that she's the
how
wrong
did that make
person?
her? Hold on.
nah,
How did that make her the wrong person? How did that make her the wrong person? Because y'all
that's what I'm
became
saying.
different people.
That's what I'm saying. I wouldn't say that was the wrong person. You know,
I could
'cause
break that down. I could break that down to you. I
Please
could
break it
that
down.
to you. It's compatibility, man. It's all about compatibility, man. There's things that you know about yourself. If you know that certain things that you don't like and certain stuff that you don't want to deal with, and like somebody that's very argumentative, or somebody that's always got to be right, somebody that can never admit they wrong, and all these different type of things. And that stuff just don't do nothing but just keep blowing up more and more, because it's always some type of debate, argument about some stuff. You know, you want somebody that you don't have to argue with, fuss with, somebody that's understandable, somebody that know how to keep their inside voice whenever y'all disagreeing about something. Y'all can sit up and just talk about it like grown folks. And if it's something she don't like, and you feel like, oh man, she mad about that, she tripping. No, she ain't tripping, because evidently that hurt her. Same way goes when it comes to you. Something you don't like, she respects that too. Like, oh, that ain't shit. Why are you mad about that? But she got to be willing to be like, well, damn, if that hurt his feelings, he don't like that, then okay, I got to go about this a different way. So the people that respect each other without all the extra BS, man. You know, when things don't match up like in them type of ways, a relationship will never work.
So,
May I ask that question?
I got a
Go
question.
ahead.
I got a question. on that. So,
I got a
how
question too.
how
Go
long
ahead.
does it take for a person to figure all this out? That a person they don't agree about.
There you
certain
go.
things.
I'm
Like,
getting
There you go.
because
let me
hold on now. Because we getting down to levels where people are having kids with each other, moving in with each other, and you really don't even know what this person is like. So
Did-
at what
Right.
point do you figure out like we don't match? We don't mesh. We shouldn't date no further because we not good together. At what point should this be? When
Okay,
should you
okay,
try to figure
okay.
this out?
Okay.
Yeah.
Can I expound on that? Can I expound on
That's
that
a
next
great
question?
question.
Yeah, I want to expound on that too.
Let me tell him real fast. Let me say this real fast. Then I'll shut up for a while. Let everybody else talk
Y'all
about it.
cooking on this panel, baby. I'm just so happy.
Here it go. It go like this, bro. It go like this for real. If we dealing in reality and truth and being straight up real about this here, you gonna be able to tell within. I don't care how much mask somebody wear, because the first day representative is gonna come, but that mask within a week or two, that mask is gonna start slipping. The real them is gonna start showing. And when you start to ignoring them red flags that you're seeing, because now I like her, she cool. Oh, maybe I'm tripping. Then you let it go on another week and maybe I'm tripping. If you keep seeing different stuff that you ain't liking, or either stuff that you trying to keep correcting her about, like, well, why'd you? You don't do that. You don't correct them. You sit back and let the real them come out instead of you showing them how to play you. So you just don't say nothing, let them do their thing, and then you make your decision after that. After 2 or 3 weeks, you're going to see this girl ain't for me. I guarantee it.
Okay.
Yeah,
You can always.
I agree with that.
One for sure way to be able to tell is really your dating process, or as far as having the mindset of when the relationship begins. It is not during the honeymoon phase when all of the dates is wonderful. It's when you don't see eye to eye. When you don't see eye to
That's it.
eye. Now, how you
I would tell the
communicate through when you do not see eye to eye. If that person cut you off in the
When
middle of
that
what you
storm
saying, but they
comes.
want to express everything that they want to get off their chest, that's a red flag.
So what would be a red flag of eye to eye?
What's
Because
all type of
we
Eye
red
to
hold
eye
on,
is
flag?
it.
hold on. We may not agree on what we gonna eat tonight. Is that a red
Oh
flag
hell,
for eye to eye? Like,
Nah,
We
No,
not
no.
talking
that
about
When
ain't
the
a red
that
storm,
big
flag.
stuff.
put
The
it this
storm.
way.
We talking about the storm, baby.
The
When the
storm,
storm
when
Yeah,
hit.
storm.
tones,
Hell yeah, I'm
when
talking
tones
about
start
any.
raising.
hold on.
Yeah.
Y'all suppose I'm in my 40s, right? I done been
Yeah.
down road, but see, y'all ain't talking to me. So when I ask questions, I tell y'all my questions are deceitful. But it's for
Oh
y'all to
yeah,
This
answer.
yeah,
man.
No, listen.
yeah.
No, it's for y'all to answer. And y'all speaking to the youth that may be in here listening right now. Even though it's an
Yeah.
older panel, and I mean, if they in here 20s and stuff like this, you got somebody on the panel that's
Yeah.
29. He navigating these waters now. So if I ask a question, I don't want the, it's the, the deep stuff. What is the deep
hmm
stuff? Because they
I
never
want to
been
share a
Man,
little
the
there.
bit on
deep
that.
stuff is first of all,
I just want to say this. I think you
I
should
want to comment on that.
choose your you know. I don't want to get spiritual, but it says you should be equally yoked, right? So you know what that means is that you're not going to yoke with a person that's imbalanced, right? So a yoke is something that keeps things balanced. So you find that a person that you are in a relationship with and your values don't align, then and if it's only sexual, then that's probably not wifey
yeah.
material. A lot of men are very visual, and sometimes that doesn't negate that doesn't mean that she's wife material. You have to look at yourself as a holistic person
Right.
in the various values. You know, you have physical, you have spiritual, you have financial, you have social, you have religion, you have all those things that you have to think about before you decide who your mate is going to be, because those things are going to come into question. So before you decide to make someone your mate and lay down with them and have a child with them, you need to evaluate what you want in a person. And then you go out there and you look for them, because it says that a man, when he chooses a wife, he chooses a good thing. So your wife is a reflection of you. So if you chose somebody that wasn't good, then maybe you need to look at yourself.
I
So
want
what
to
if I
piggyback on that a little bit.
what if I say I don't want nobody equally yoked as me? Because I don't want nobody to have the same
Yeah.
strength as me. Because I want the yin and the yang. Where I'm
Opposites
weak,
attract.
you
Yeah.
are
Yeah.
strong.
No, what so equally yoked just
What I
means that
want. I don't.
so equally yoked just means that that it's balanced. It's that you guys are on one accord. You guys are on the same path. So you need someone like that. So if you have a business, say your trucking business, right? You don't want somebody who's not interested in finances, right? She can be fine as hell, but if she just is not interested in your business and she's like, babe, you know what? You don't need to do that. You don't need to go to work. Then you may be not yoked. Y'all don't have the same
Right.
values. So you have
You
to
have to know
find
yourself.
someone that shares the same values.
I don't consider that equally yoked, and I'm
That's
looking at it like
that's
that.
just
But
one
hold on.
example.
I listen. I can get where you coming from, because let's say I make my money out here in the streets trucking. I need a woman that's able to invest what I make. You could
But
be
what
like,
she's
she's good. I'm
interested in
good
that.
with making money. She's good with investing money. If you want
That's
to
a
say that's
team.
an
That's a
equally
team.
yoked situation,
hmm
That's still she's interested in finances. But what if she's not interested in none of that? Then it's not going to
Yeah.
be
then
yoked.
she can't have control of my money. Shit,
So
So
y'all are
It
equally
might
yoked.
even
so
become a problem because
what?
she might just be spending all your money and she ain't bringing nothing to the table.
Yeah. I want to share a little bit on that too,
A lot of
Yeah,
people
if y'all
go
don't mind.
for that
go ahead, Odie.
because a man is making all the money. We live in a
Yeah,
two
it
income
is.
household now. So rent is now, mortgages are like, I mean, you're in California, mortgage is like $5,000 a month. I mean, I don't know how much of a baller you are, but you're going to need a woman who's on the same page with you. So you
Right.
have to decide what you value. If you got it like that, then hell, you can go and get you somebody on OnlyFans.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
OnlyFans.
I'm
What
on
Yeah,
does that
it's
mean? What is
you know what I'm
that?
saying.
no,
But hey,
no.
but hey, she got childhood
Wait a
trauma. She
minute.
used to she get hit. She used to get hit with extension cords, and you only got a spanking until age
Right.
5, and
That's
she
the
harboring
key.
that
That is the key.
for
That is
real.
the
Damn the money.
foundation.
Damn the
That's the
money.
foundation right there. That should be
She
determining
started
who you
crying.
go
She
with.
started crying out of nowhere, and you don't know
That's
what to
the
do.
determination. That's the determining factor. It goes back to the trauma You need to associate who you're dealing with based on their childhood. How did they grow up? Did they have a two-parent household? Were they in foster care? Were they adopted? These things they are masking. It's going to show up later on in
It's
life.
gonna show up.
And they're
Going
going to
to.
commit to these different acts, and they're going to be doing these different things to fill in that space and fill in that bucket. So a lot of times, we end up hopping into these relationships prematurely, and it turns out that person was still working on themselves while you are also working on yourself. And a lot of times you can be complete, but you feel like you are, and you don't have enough to pour into their cup, and they have no clue where to even find
And
their
they
cup.
should not
You know
be
what I'm saying?
dating. They
For
shouldn't
real.
be
They
dating.
should not
Exactly.
be dating. They should
They
not
should
be
not be
dating.
dating.
Right. But people think that they're doing well, and they think they're in a good state of mind because they've been able to mask, and they've been able to, skip past a few steps here and there, and they think they got it all together until they actually come across a real challenge, like a pregnancy. They come across a real challenge, like a job. They come across a real challenge, like,
Rich, yeah.
their parent just passed. You know what I mean? It's going to get dark fast. You know what I mean? And
Right.
now you're dealing with somebody on the other side of the spectrum.
I've been listening to all these stories. I don't know when I'm at work. I used to listen to music back in the day as I'm on the cherry picker or the forklift, but I've been listening to these, which deals with our community, you know what I'm saying? True crimes and love, all this and that. And these folks, they have the life on the out, on the outside looking in. They have the life, but then both of them to unalive themselves in a goddamn mansion. Fuck.
So everyone's been
It was
speaking
something
individually about themselves. Everybody's been speaking individually about themselves and their experiences. And the reason I asked everyone has given the advice. Let's say the older generation of people give advice to me, like saying, okay, you got to know, you got to find the right one. And the reason I asked that question is because, listening to a few testimonies, you find out that people thought they had the right one 2 and 3 times. So I said that to say this, what do you think is the solution in mass for us as a community? Because it's easy to talk about the individual, but it's a thing that the thing that got us here is something that was done in mass promotion, okay, promote, let's be, women need to be single, don't have kids, men don't get married. So these things are promoted in mass. So what do you think we need a mass solution, or do you think moving forward
Yeah,
everyone just needs to
definitely.
individually
I got you.
do what they need to do?
No, I got you. And I want to share because I feel like
Promote
I
marriage.
bridged. No, I feel
think
like I
marriage
bridged
is a
the gap
beautiful
here on
thing.
that. Right. Yeah. No. 100%. 100%. I've been married for 13 years. I'm 35 now. You know what I mean? So you could tell when I got married, right, very early. And I'm like, okay. And we've had our challenges, but now we're in a place now to where we're both growing, and we've taken our individual paths. We both have united now, and we both have a common goal. But there were some challenges up until this part. You know what I mean? But I think as a mass, like as a culture, as the people, we need to be more unified. I definitely do promote union, whether it's marriage or unmarried. I don't think, you necessarily need a paper to do it, but if you want to do it that way, that's fine too. Share the last name, don't share it. I share mine. I would encourage other people to share theirs, you know what I mean? But I just feel like we need to come together in a union because I feel like the system was designed for us not to be in union, whether it be Section 8, whether it be WIC, welfare, all sort of stuff. They're taking the fathers out of the homes, you know what I'm saying, intentionally because they don't want us in unison, you know what I'm saying? But you need to have the father and the mother in the house at all times. I have a 3-year-old son, you know what I'm saying? And me and my wife, our parenting styles are different, but both are required. I understand I'm going to be a little more rigid. I'm going to lay down the law. I come in here, I say, put the socks on, your socks are on. You know what I'm saying? It's not a debate. You know what I mean? But, she has that nurturing side too. Cause when he falls, I'm like, hey man, you know what I'm saying? I'm not even going to acknowledge it. You know what I mean? But there's times where he has fallen and she's come over there and she has to check on him and check on his emotional state. You get what I'm saying? I don't have the ability to do that all the time as well as she does. You know what I mean? But there needs to be a balance on both sides. And I feel like as a whole, we would have less people, in jail cells and in bad situations if we had both sexes in a household, male and female, because you need the divine feminine and the divine masculine as well to, add balance and unison to the family. And I feel like equal amounts of respect and because I feel like there's so many things out there that are orchestrated to, make the women submissive and make the women, not be as important. in certain, religions, aspects, all sorts of stuff. And I feel like the ancient Egyptians had it right when they said the women are equally as important. You know what I'm saying? Because they are literally the portals of life. You know what I mean? And I feel like if we're able to more so kind of trust their intuition more and lean on women's intuition a little more while also taking the lead in other endeavors, I feel like that delicate balance that we can kind of, coexist in is something that we all need to adopt in order to, get where we need to go.
One of the biggest lies I think was ever told to me as a young man, and I think in my generation, listening to the older generation of people, one of the biggest lies, and I want y'all to really hear me out on this, right? One of the biggest lies that was told to us was that we could, like, basically what someone told the younger lady when she came up, we can live our lives and be married. We seem to think that we need to do these things individually and be single before we get married. But if you look back in the day, people lived their lives and they were grown ass adults at 18 and married, had kids, built the family, was married 30, 40 years. So one of the biggest lies that we got away from was that people can live their lives. You can go to school, be a doctor, do what you do, and still be married. And I think that, I wish I would have gotten married earlier, but man, it's crazy nowadays. It's different.
That's
It's just
true.
different. And gas is not $1.50. That's what the problem
So
is.
I
Yeah, but no,
asked
that's
all the
true.
fellas
You're more
earlier.
likely to be. I'm gonna just say this. I've been married twice. I widowed once, and even my second marriage, I chose to divorce my husband. But we were married also a very long time. But the majority of my accomplishments was with both my marriages, because I had that foundation and I had that support. So I think, when you have two is better than one, when you have someone in your corner and you guys are working together towards a common goal, things sometimes may not work out, but definitely you are more focused. Being single sometimes is a distraction, and you date multiple women. It depends on how disciplined you are. But if you date multiple women or date multiple men, sometimes it can be a distraction. And when you're married, sometimes it allows you to focus on your goals.
I just don't want to get in a situation where I'm in my room and I'm miserable and I'm with my wife
That's true.
and I'm playing Usher. I'm ready to sign them papers.
Yeah, no,
Papers.
that's a real thing. That's a real thing, and he brings that up because you're gonna have different interests, and you're gonna have different things that you enjoy outside of what your partner enjoys, whether it be physical activity. You want to go hiking, she doesn't want to go hiking. You want to jump, you don't want to jump off, base jumping. She doesn't want to go base jumping. She's scared of this. You love scary movies. She hates scary movies. You love seafood. She's allergic. You know what I'm saying? These are things that you can no longer do because you're married, in this union, and now you have to find this balance. But what needs to happen is, we need to be trusted more to head out with our friends, head out, have these days where, we're just kind of, off doing our own thing for a little bit. So the leash needs to be kind of extended and dropped out, a little more to where we can be individualistic as far as like our some of our interests and things that we don't have in common. We do need to still, enjoy those things to a certain degree. Like obviously, it's not at the expenditure and the detriment of your family, no. But you do need to be able to enjoy those things to a certain degree, and I feel like that part we are missing, and we are dropping out on, especially if these marriages are starting a lot sooner than later. Like, yes, I think they should start a little later. I recommend like people wait till they get to about 28, to consider marriage, at least 28, 29 to even consider being married,
I
at
think
that
28,
point.
29 for women, but for men, I think I should wait till I'm about 35, brother. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Facts.
I think for
Oh,
men, I think we
100%.
need to wait till like our mid 30s because that's when we
Facts.
start like being able to
Big
get in that
facts.
Navigate
mindset of being a
life, right?
provider.
Right.
And
Right.
we've already been 10, 15 years in our career and we're already
Right.
established. Because I
That's
drive
facts.
trucks too. I've been driving trucks for 6 years. I think if I put in like another 6 or 7 years, maybe then I'll be ready for a family and a
That's
taking care.
facts.
But right now, I will not. I'm not in
Yeah.
a position right now, the way that the
No, that's
economy
it.
is,
Right.
that
Right.
I could take care of a woman and all my children or whatever it needs to be done.
Yes,
And I
you
think that
you hit it. You hit it. You hit it. You hit that
right.
main point. You hit that main point. Because women have a biological clock and men have a financial clock. And that's what we need to understand.
Excuse me, can I help you?
Women have a
You're in the
biological
wrong
clock.
place.
Men
You're in the
have a
wrong space,
financial clock.
sir.
If we had
Okay,
all of our
this is the
finances
wrong
lined
space.
up, already ready to go, we'll have multiple kids. We got you.
Okay, you're in
We
the
locked
wrong
it all
space,
down.
though.
But we have
It's
to
not
get to
here,
that point
sir. It's not
in our
nowhere over
30s
here.
to get that.
Hold on, brother.
Hey, you all right?
Okay, it's not over here.
Are you
Right?
okay, Tree?
Don't sound like she was at work.
Yeah.
No, it
That's what
sounds
it
like
sounds
some
like.
strange man then walked in.
I thought
Tree,
you was
you
about to say,
okay?
thank you for calling for the itty bitty titty committee.
Ah, man, sound like they at work or
Prove
something.
yourself.
Hello, I'm sorry. I thought I was on mute.
Oh,
You good?
Oh, okay.
I
Because a
can't wait
lot
to
of
get to
people
this
be in
prompt.
miserable marriages, man. I'm telling you. I
Yeah,
hear
they
from
do.
older men all
Listen,
day
this is
long.
why I just asked the fellas about 15 minutes ago about marriage and how, if they have been married, how they feel about marriage or whatever.
Most older men tell me not to get married. They tell me, they give
Well,
me, bro, that's
I
crazy.
I haven't been married, and
Well,
I wouldn't.
let me ask this question. Have any of these men on this panel ever been faithful throughout a relationship that was longer than 5 years?
yes,
Yeah.
I will, and
Honestly,
that's
just
what I'm going to
answer
say. This
honestly.
is what I'm going to say. This is what I'm going to say. I'm going to say we
I just want
always.
yes or no. That's all.
Yes, yes, yes,
Yeah,
yes, yes. It
yeah.
has. It has happened, and we always
No,
start
no,
off faithful. We always do. We
You
always
talk.
do.
You saying you're
Yes,
saying we.
yes.
You're including. You don't know.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
You're right. You're right.
Yes or no.
You're right. Well, yes for
Have
me.
you been faithful for more than 5 years in a relationship? Oh. For more than 5 years in a relationship.
No.
Yeah,
Two.
I would say
relationship,
no for
no.
me.
Okay, so we got 3 no's and 1 yes. I don't hear you, Corey. Where you go? Where you? I don't hear you, Corey. Where you go? Where you at?
So I don't know. It's only 5 of us up here.
Okay, so in my experience, in my relationships with my cousins, men around me, my friends, Black men, I can't speak for any other man because I just don't be around any other nationality, So in my experience, men have a hard time with being faithful. They just do, right? So could there be a reason for that?
Can I say
Well,
something
let me
to
go
that,
back.
ma'am?
Wait a minute,
Hold on,
y'all about to
hold on.
big out.
You're
Hold
going
on,
to tell you. You don't know. You're going to open that shit.
hold on.
Open it up.
Only the men.
I know the
She
reason.
got, hold
I
on,
just
She
want to
opened it
know
up.
y'all.
She
I got
opened
the
it up.
answers.
She
I got
opened
the
it up.
keys.
She
Yes,
got to
she
be
did.
asking the
Yes, she
men.
did.
Listen, she can't ask that question to the men that said yes, they've been faithful for 5 years.
You're
She got to
right.
be asking the men that
Mm-hmm.
said no. So if you
Absolutely.
ain't like,
I
I
used to be
said
a
no.
cheater.
I thought she was asking in
And,
general,
and, and I
like a
said no
No,
too.
I'm
scientific
asking
But
each
basis.
how
person
can
here
you ask? Hold
specifically.
on, hold on, hold on. How can you answer a question and it never applied to you?
No, that's not how
because
she asked it either.
the perspective is that I talk to a lot of older men also that be in sexless marriages. So what my point was going to be was that a lot of women push monogamy on men and don't fulfill the role of
I
monogamy,
agree.
which
I
leads them to
agree.
cheating. We have
Facts.
to.
Okay.
It's a
But we
balance.
cannot. But wait a minute now. Hold on. Hold on. We're not gonna go. We can't do that now. You don't get to blame the woman for your actions. Okay? Your actions belong to you and you only. Okay? Don't have
Okay.
nothing
Okay.
to
All
do with
right.
her.
Okay.
Okay?
There.
Let me
So
answer as a man.
again,
Let me
why do you
answer
think
as
that?
a man. Hold on.
Okay.
Let me answer as a man that said no.
Okay.
When I cheat, it's because I'm fed up with something that she's doing in a relationship. And I'm really just cheating to either fulfill something she ain't doing or I'm cheating to get out. That's my outlet.
So
And
you've
once I
never
move
ever
on,
cheated.
I'm done.
You've never cheated on somebody and really did.
Hell no. If she not fulfilling, if
Then
she
why
not
didn't you
fulfilling
leave? Why
my
did you
needs and my
cheat?
desires, but I'm doing
Why did?
because that was my way out. Like I just said.
Oh, okay, okay.
Right, but
Well,
that was his.
that's honest.
That's
At least you're
but
being honest.
but that's his individual
You,
reason.
you
What?
hold on. Understand this, right? For a man, once I cheat, I know where I want to be at. You know the song by Donnell Jones, "Where I Want to Be." That means
Yes, I
like a
do.
man in my mind is like, is the grass green on this side or is it green on this side? So if I go out there and I'm messing with somebody else, I'm having conversation, I'm doing all this, I'm testing the waters for me. That's for me. I'm not speaking for everybody else. I'm
Get your
trying to see if the
backup
grass
ready.
green on the other side. That's what it is for me. Should I leave or should I try to work through what's going on over here? If
Could
what's
it
going
be
on
that
over
it's
here
just
ain't beneficial,
natural in your genetics? Could
There
that
we
be?
go.
No, it's not
no.
that. I think it starts from the mental. I think that when we talk about
It
cheating,
doesn't.
hold on, man, we talk
You
about
said for the
cheating
You
guys that
can't
as
said no,
far.
generalize.
right?
You're right. I'm
Oh, go
sorry.
ahead,
I'm
go
sorry.
ahead.
That was so
I'm
wrong.
not saying nothing. I'm not saying nothing.
Well, the thing is that
I
I
was
was saying
wrong,
that it
fellas. I
starts from.
apologize.
No, you good, mama. I was saying that it starts from the mental first. So when I brought up the union of monogamy and what that entails, I'm going off the information of talking to older men, being around older men, being raised around older
Mm-hmm.
men, uncles, cousins, OGs, to where women don't really a lot of women the contract of monogamy. So what happens is that there is also a natural component too. If you don't suck and you know what your man, somebody else
Wait a
will.
minute.
That's
Is
it.
this, I thought this was
He need it.
PG.
He need it.
That's it.
We
Hey,
need
hey.
it. We
My
need
man
it.
speaking.
Oh,
My man speaking.
It's equivalent to a man not providing for you.
It
You
is.
need that. You need that to feel secure in a relationship. So we're
Mm-hmm.
talking about inverse proponents of men and women. Men need that gratification, sexually speaking, right, to be fulfilled, sexually speaking, right, to be fulfilled over a long experience and in a context of a marriage or relationship, and we're assuming that this is a forever thing. That's what happens all the time. It's a lot of men in sexless marriages. A
Cook
lot.
up.
But
Cook
I
up.
think you guys think. Well, wait a minute. We're not done with all the perspectives. I'm sorry. Who's next?
yeah, I said no too. But for me, shoot, just some of that got something to do with it. Some of what he said, I can respect that. But at the same time, even if it wasn't that, I believe I'd have cheated anyway. It's just who I was. But at the same time, like nowadays, I don't even want to. I don't nowadays. I don't want to get even involved with no woman that I would even cheat on. You know what I'm saying? Involved with no woman that I would even cheat on. You know what I'm saying? I would not.
Our
Now,
age, though.
yeah, but I'm just saying. I'm just trying to explain it all to you.
Okay.
Explain it all to you.
Okay.
And maybe I wasn't ready back then. Maybe I wasn't all the way ready like I am now. But nowadays, I wouldn't even want no woman I would want to cheat on, because I wouldn't want to do nothing to somebody that I wouldn't want done to me. And then not only that, I wouldn't even take no chance on losing what I got to go out here and cheat with somebody else.
Absolutely.
And that's nowadays. But throughout my days, I was just like, hey, I was gonna do me. But then, like the young man said down there below me, some of that stuff has something to do with it too. Women try to play the game like something's on
Well, see, there you go, stepping into our lane, answering our. Wait, now, hold on now.
No, I'm just saying.
When I did it to you, you cut my neck off. So I'm gonna need you to stay in your lane, like I had to stay in mine. Okay, I'm gonna explain to you why men think that women aren't just as interested in intercourse as you are. What you don't get is that women go through a lot of different hormone changes, mood swings, hot flashes, and it is a real thing, whether you believe it or not. So if I'm sitting here, you know, we got cramps, we got all of this, we got to take care of the kids, we're exhausted. So it's just not that, right? It's just not, oh my God, I don't want to be bothered with you. It's like, oh my God, my body is just not ready to receive you. Now, I can go ahead on and give you my body if that's what you want. You know what I mean? But it's not going to fulfill you in the way that it would if my body was willing to receive you. So a lot of times women go through a lot with their bodies all the time. So
But
it's
what if that ain't what's happening? What if you ain't
then
at that
she just
time?
probably is just not interested in your nighttime.
Well, the
But
thing
that's
is
what
that
that's what I'm
she
saying.
gave
You
it an
got to
out.
always be interested in the nighttime. If you my wife, you my girl, you got
Let's
to
take some
always be
discipline. Let's
interested.
go.
I agree, and from my perspective, I would simply because I want to, you know, I want to please my man. You know, that doesn't mean that I'm gonna be there. You know what I mean? So it's almost
Right.
like
Hey,
a
but
dead,
see,
you know.
it just depends on what you're dealing with.
Exactly.
Because if it's me, you're gonna always be there. You're gonna snap out of it. All the madness and all that, you gonna get with it.
But the thing
Trust me.
is that everybody missed it. She brought up hormones, right? You brought up hormones,
Right.
right, ma'am?
Right.
The what is and I like to make these distinctions, right, between men and women. Women do have what you call flashes, hot flashes, and different
Man.
hormone problems, right? But what you're failing to realize is when we're talking about an aspect of cheating, right, which is let's say it's a sexual act physically, what we're missing is that men have hormones too. It's called testosterone. We have testosterone in us. It's very hard to control. And I don't think there's a lot of light on that with men. And that is the
Hard to
causation of
control what?
testosterone. It's very hard to control. Like if you have urges, like when you're a young man and you in a classroom and your Johnson just standing to attention randomly.
I'm
Like
glad you said that because
like
now
it,
you're getting to my point. I'm so glad you said that. And you don't think that that's something that is genetically in you?
right, yeah,
I don't just.
but no, look, I'm saying it is. I'm saying that when you add a human modification of monogamy on top of that, it requires a standard. And if you can't, like, let's say your stomach hurting, you still gonna go on to work today. If your stomach hurt, you still gonna go feed your kids. If you was single by yourself and your stomach was hurting and you had a period,
Don't
or
do
you
it.
I'm
Don't do
still
that.
gonna please
was
my
Don't do
man.
that.
you had a
Don't
headache,
do
you
that.
still gonna go to work and make that money. You still gonna go to work. So that's my point.
Hey, cook
So when
up,
you
cook up.
so when you enter in these monogamous social contracts, I think that there are some men who don't have control and they just out here just being slut buckets.
I don't
I
think it
get
has
that.
anything to do with control. I mean, it does only to a certain extent.
It does
But
too.
this
It
is
does.
really
But
something, I'm talking about our community. This is something that men have been doing since the beginning. Our culture, originally, these men had different wives. And and they needed them because I don't want to tonight. Go get her. Damn. You know what I mean? He said to be fruitful and multiply. How are you going to multiply off one woman? I can only have one child in 9 months. Like, you
right,
know
but
what
then
I
you're
mean?
making
So it
go ahead.
sounds, I think
Time
it's
out, time out.
genetic. I really believe,
Are you telling women to let men cheat in peace?
uh, well, it wouldn't be cheating if it's an agreement.
Is she
I
no?
like it. I like where we're at. I like where we're going here. I like where the tide is going. I like where we're
Right, but then
heading.
right, but
I'm gonna
like I
ride this
said,
wave.
you're getting off of different social contracts. If you're talking about like if we're talking about cheating, we're talking about where it's obviously we're talking about under the guise of monogamy.
No.
So we're
I was
talking about
asking the question about cheating because I was getting to the genetics. That was the whole reason.
oh
I
right.
did a little Corey on y'all real quick.
I want
Yeah,
to
no,
stay
I
in
get
this. I
that.
want to stay in this wave right here.
But
Yeah.
it's how you just hold on. It's just how you sum the back end of it up. Like that's why the other woman was down the street and she like go get that. So it's how you summed it up in the back end and make it like, okay, we know it's in y'all nature, so we should allow y'all to go indulge in
I
it.
mean, yeah. Why are we fighting against your nature? It's
Because
Thank
you get
you.
in a
craziness.
different
Why are we fighting against your nature? It's
because
Thank
you get in a
you.
craziness.
different because you get in a different conversation.
Oh,
Man can't
see,
take
yeah,
care of
that's the
two
thing.
women.
My
So
father
it all
always
branches
said.
off to different things.
My
Okay.
father
Cool.
always said, women cost money. Choose one you can afford. He always said that.
How about this
All
though?
right, all right. Hold on. We
Because you
gotta
can't
let
be
West.
having all these
I
women
think.
and not.
Hold on. We gotta let West and Dangerous get in there real quick or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Let them go ahead, then we can open it back up.
Yep. Yep.
And
My
they
bad.
really ain't
I
answering the
don't know what's
prompt. They
first.
hold on, they not answering the prompt. They was talking about something totally different. So if she Bags, you wanna reiterate what you was asking or whatever? Because they talking about the prompt is something totally different. They don't even know it changed.
I do. I said I couldn't wait to get
I
to it.
read the prompt.
So
But
if y'all, I don't know if y'all want to answer it or speak on what they was talking about, but go ahead, y'all could do that, and then we could go on from there.
I was gonna go off what they were talking about, if you don't mind. But I was gonna say, it doesn't always have to be get to the man. Can you afford two women, right? You could always find two women that could afford themselves,
Mm-hmm.
and
Okay.
you're just you know what I mean, a third party. What you know what I mean? These are
Valid. Valid.
grown adults. I ain't their father.
I don't know. That kind of sounds fair if that's what you. I mean, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I guess
Mm-hmm.
that's how.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we
I
gonna
can
break
see
bread
that.
together.
Yeah, three incomes better
It
than
ain't,
one. You're right.
you know what I mean? The whole house, the roof ain't just gonna be on my shoulders. Why should it be like? Why is it always just one way?
I'm
You know
not
what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
comfortable with that at all. I just understand now that it is a struggle for men, for black
No, yeah,
men in
no, look.
particular, to not all of them, but the majority. And that tells me that there's something genetically inside of them that they have this super urge. And it's because they're not supposed to be confined. They're leaders. They're supposed to be, leading and
They're
out there
men.
doing, and multiplying, having children.
Yeah.
That's how we were originally supposed to be. When that book came along, then it's, you
Mm-hmm.
got to have one woman, and it's marriage, and it's the only way, and it's
Mm-hmm.
this, and it's that, and no, it's
Mm-hmm.
not. It's not so simple for our culture because
Mm-hmm.
that's not what we come from. Which is why men can't control themselves. It's not because they can't
I don't,
control
I don't, I
themselves.
don't think,
Nah, nah,
I
nah.
don't think men
I
can
could be
control
wrong, but I
themselves.
really,
Yeah,
I don't
we
mean in
can
that way.
control.
I don't
Listen,
mean,
I'm not gonna lie. I only yearn for one woman at a time. I don't want the headache of 2, 3 women. I don't want that
Right.
headache.
yeah,
I
that's a lot.
want one
It's
woman,
a choice,
and I
real
want
talk.
that one. I want that one woman to want me back in the same way I want that one woman. And that's the hard part about it. Men can't
Mm-hmm.
find women to satisfy that urge in them, and women don't like y'all. Women are chasing degrees right now. Y'all satisfied with the achievements in life and not the satisfaction of your spouse. That's how this world don't supposed to be like that. If we didn't
Mm-mm,
have to
mm-mm.
work, listen. If we didn't have to work, what would we be doing? What would we be doing?
We would be taking care of the kids. We'd be cropping, growing things.
We'll
We'd
be making
be.
more guy right. We'll be doing the field work, our work around the
Mm-hmm.
house. We will be tending to us.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
We
Mm-hmm.
will
And I,
pamper each other. After we do the
Mm-hmm.
field work, then it'll be the housework, and then it'll be the us, the making the
Mm-hmm.
babies. Why y'all think they
Mm-hmm.
used to have so many kids back on the farm back in the day? Even in the field
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they
picking
didn't even go to
whatever they
school.
is,
Mm-hmm.
they still was like smashing each other at the end of the day. It wasn't
Yeah.
no tiredness. It wasn't none of this. It was still making babies. And women were still in the field picking and doing everything else right alongside the men. We was equal, like we was doing everything
We
together.
were.
It ain't
Mm-hmm.
look,
together no more. You go to work over
No.
here, I go to work over here. Then when we get back in the house, we mad because we had to deal with boss over here, boss over there, co-worker over here.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's the
Mm-hmm.
division.
Mm-hmm.
hey, can I
Mm-hmm.
ask y'all a
Facts.
question? And this is the question.
Hold on. Let Dangerous go and
All
speak
right.
to what she gonna speak to, because if you ask that question, then everybody
Yeah,
got it.
right.
Yeah.
Well, I was going to speak to the prompt first because I'm used to doing it that way. And to answer the question at the end of the prompt, can you ask you to cover the tip? I believe yes. I do cover the tip.
I cover the whole damn bill.
If I'm out on a date and everything's going well, and I'm enjoying the conversation. I'm enjoying the food. I'm enjoying him. I usually leave the tip, and I will tell him, just take care of the bill. I got the tip, and they usually appreciate that. They usually will say thank you. Well, that you're the first person that's done that.
Ma'am, are you Wendy Williams' cousin?
No.
Now,
How
why
you
is he
doing?
trying to be funny? Hey, listen, hold on. Let me answer this one person in the comment real quick. She says no one is doing that. Black men want people to suffer with them. Understand, you paying all your bills right now. You probably living above your means. You probably don't have enough money each week to survive, living paycheck to paycheck. Keep suffering by yourself. Nobody cares.
And
Well, the
That's
thing,
then,
that's the attitude black men have right now.
well, the
It
thing, well,
is
the
what
thing
it
is
is.
that if you look at it statistically, 64% of black men are in the middle class, and most black men don't have children. They're not really struggling. That's the truth. People keep
The
forgetting to
Wait,
keep
what was the
data.
question? I missed it. What happened?
Uh, no, the young
he
lady,
was
and then
answering the young lady
you got
in the
another one in
prompt.
the comments talking about this. Why I don't date black men? Why you don't date
No, she
black
said
men?
men.
Because you talking about a tip.
No,
See,
she's Miss
this just
Pac
shows
Man.
you
Look
how
at her
shallow of a
flags.
woman you is
Oh my
that
god.
you won't even cover.
Jesus.
You won't even cover a tip to show a man like I got your back. If anything,
She
this is
don't
all
like
a
men.
test to see what. Yeah. She got a rainbow by her sticker anyway, so it
Yeah.
is
Y'all
what
be
it is.
nice
And
now.
Yeah.
I've also,
Jesus.
like Miss Rag says, I've also paid for the meal. If we've gone out on several dates. I will, before we even get in the restaurant, I usually know what I want because I've been in that restaurant before. I've usually treated myself to that restaurant. I know what I'm going to get. So I will go ahead and give him X amount of dollars and I'll say, this is for the meal tonight. And of course, they're surprised and shocked, but I treat myself well. Why wouldn't I not want to treat who I'm interested in just as well as I treat myself? And I tell people all the time, until I really find a man that treats me better than I treat myself, I will be single. But you still have to have that mindset going into the relationship that you're going to treat them like you treat yourself.
Right.
I just
I
think that
find
they
that.
need to be
Hold on. I find that odd.
what?
At our old, and I'm old enough. At my older age, and I know you're older than me.
Yes.
Like, just to have somebody to treat us nice and have companionship. You talking about treat yourself better. Like, if a man is taking you on dates and things like that, because he may can't afford the restaurants that you could afford for yourself, but he treats you nice. He do the little things that matter. He might bring you flowers, give you words of affirmation. Is that a bad thing to have?
No, it's
You got to
not.
No.
stay. But
No.
that's what I'm saying. You saying a man that like treat you how? Cause see, y'all equate treat to finances, and that's a
No,
problem in our
baby.
You
black
I don't treat
community.
it
misunderstood what she
I don't.
said.
Yeah, that's not what she said, brother.
No,
That's
I
not
How
what
treat
she
she
it.
said.
know? Because she gave an example of a restaurant. Like, I know what I buy, I know what I do. So
No, but that
she
wasn't what
start.
she
Hold
was
on, she
saying.
started off with that. She started off with that, and the ending was basically, if a man can't treat me better than I treat myself.
That's not what she
That
So,
No,
wasn't
said.
what
we
she
could be
said.
going to a buffet, honey. We could be going to a regular
so,
old
so
She's talking about
how
gesture.
can? Okay, so with the gestures and things, finding she said she'll be single. So you telling me it's that hard to find a man out here that gives you gestures at your age, someone around your age?
Yes. Do you
Oh,
know that
y'all
they
old men can't be that goddamn shallow out here in these streets.
Oh, did you be surprised? You'd be surprised, honey.
I think for
Nah,
the
I doubt that.
I,
I see a lot of chivalrous old men out here in the street. What dating for? You go to
Shit, they
church, you
chivalrous to
got a
them
lot
young
of them out
girls.
here that's widows and chivalrous.
They chivalrous to them
Mr.
young girls. Be
Yeah,
tricking to
they
them young
do.
girls.
Tricking.
Man, Mr. James White passed 10 years ago. He's single and he took care of all the bills in the house. He can't find a good woman because they all trying to use him for his money.
I don't know about
I
everybody
think
else. I
she's in a
don't.
different generation, though. I think her perspective is based off of her life experience, and that she is in a different category of, let's say, like the woman my age and in my
Yes,
generation, and her
that's
mindset is
true.
completely
Absolutely.
different. And that a woman like her, what she's saying, they more appreciate gesture than you coming in like big balling, like I got all this money or I
Right.
could do this and that for you. They care more about gesture because they actually care about the substance and not the
But
exterior.
that's why my
Absolutely.
statement. But if you heard my statement, it was all more gestures compared to me taking a woman out, me flying her across country to go lay up and stuff like that. That's what mine was. The flowers and stuff like that. Mine was more on gestures because I'm speaking to age. I'm not speak like I'm sure she wouldn't be looking for somebody in my class
I just
because
don't
my class might
understand.
have a hand out more.
I would like to know what these women are providing to men that they expect all of this. I mean, I hear women, man, some of the stuff I hear, I'm going to use my daughter for an example. Some little nice young guy want to take her out, right? And, you know, she comes and, you know, it tells me, she's like, yeah, he want to take me out, but he talking about Applebee's. I said, this y'all first date. Where you want him to take you? I mean,
Be
damn.
honest.
No,
Be honest.
no. Let's
Steak
go on to
28.
Applebee's and go. The whole purpose of a first date,
Just to get to know him.
that's it. Why should
That's
I
that
have to
social
pay an
media.
arm and a leg to get to? And what if I don't like your ass? Then I done
That's that
paid all
social
this
media.
money.
Right, but that go back to my point earlier is that what we're not talking about is the indoctrination. So now that
Exactly.
Yeah.
these young girls and us as young men, we're seeing a different
Yeah,
that
man.
we're seeing a different aspect of life versus what
It's
the
so
older
weird.
generation experience, and
Yeah.
we're not getting those lessons embedded in us because our mama at work 12 hours a day and we're on our phones. So
Right.
Yeah.
it's a different
Yeah.
mindset, different aspect. So she might want to go to Steak 48, or she might want to go to what's the other steakhouse?
Roof Chris.
Ruth Chris, right?
Right,
She might
right.
want to go to Ruth Chris. So she's seeing her other friends go there. And I don't know how old your daughter is, but like I know a lot of young girls in high school, they getting taken out by 25-year-old. Like it's crazy.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
wild.
It's crazy, man.
yeah,
Like
it's
it's
crazy.
crazy. So
Yeah, but those 25-year-olds know that that's what they're looking for. So they're going to get it because
Yeah, they
what
are.
are they looking for? They're looking to get between their legs, period. They're not looking for no relationship.
So let's call it what it is. You know, you selling yourself. That's what you're doing.
Exactly.
You just
Right.
call it what it is. You're a
Nah,
little.
I ain't gonna say no, because a younger
Yeah,
woman
yeah.
ain't. Hold on. A younger woman, if you hanging a carrot in front of a donkey face, they gonna take it. The dangle finances in front of a young woman that came up in poverty face, who's not gonna take it?
Yeah,
When
but
your mama and
he's
your
wanting
daddy
something in
can't treat you today.
return. He wants something in return.
Right.
That ain't no
So
free money.
listen,
Yeah, we ain't
if
leaving
we
it
gon'
to hand it.
hold on.
No.
If you gon' hold on, if you gonna call it selling yourself, then we can call it grooming. We can call it pedophilia. Cause he said a damn 25-year-old taking out high schoolers.
It is.
Yes.
Yeah, he's a
I'm
great.
saying
He's a
my point was that the
pedophile.
Watch your
indoctrination
kids.
starts early.
Yeah,
Right.
he's a
That was my
pedophile.
point. The indoctrination starts early, and then people
Facts.
feed off that indoctrination because these girls or these young men, we're seeing it on our phones. It ain't
Yeah,
it ain't
man.
like back in the day where y'all actually had to go outside to experience it.
Yes, and that was the best
Right.
time too.
Right.
We didn't have no phones, so when we sat together and went on dates, it was just you and I. Wasn't no device involved or none of that.
Because
Right.
my auntie
Right.
is 51 and she's having a hard time dating and she's beautiful. And what it is that a lot of the older men are jaded. So that's why they aren't as apt to have these gestures because they probably have been married before, had kids.
They don't want to be
Yes.
bothered.
They don't want to
Yeah.
be bothered. And if they do want to get into something, they're going to get in something with a little young tenderoni where they ain't got to really worry about the responsibilities
Yep.
that they used to have to worry about with their ex-wife or their ex-girlfriends at their age. So that's what you have a lot of these days.
That's dangerous.
You're right,
Listen,
Keoki.
I don't think the
That's
older men are.
dangerous.
You're not about to
I'm
get with no
sorry, I'm sorry,
tenderoni with
hold
no
on.
money.
I don't think the older men are dating. We got
That's
older men.
dangerous.
Hold on. We got older men on this panel right now. they say they won't marry again. But dating, and I believe like this, dating at an older age of some of these gentlemen, 50 plus years old, I believe those people should get together. Those people should take cruises together. Those people should do all the other stuff. Have fun together. That's what I
Experiences.
believe when
Yeah.
it comes to people of that age. They looking to resettle down
Shit,
again.
somebody told
Put
me I
all
was
their
too old to be
finances on the
dating.
table.
They
Yeah,
told me
but I
that
don't.
too,
You know what
Miss
I told
Ray.
them? You know what I
I
told
don't
them?
believe in. Hold on, because I want y'all to hear me. I don't
Good
believe
morning,
in
baby.
dating for older people the way y'all think of it in y'all 20s and 30s. Y'all past that point. You could settle down and have a nice relationship to ride out the rest of your life if you feel like, where y'all can travel, do whatever. Y'all don't have to mix finances. Y'all don't have to mix
Nope.
households.
Nope.
And then guess what? If it don't work, go on to the next one.
That's it.
But y'all trying to do all this over again like y'all in y'all 20s. When you had the first ones, the second ones or whatever in your 30s, 40s, you should have kept hold on to them. That
But you
stage
know,
is over goddamn with. Go ahead,
Corey,
have some fun and live your goddamn life. Y'all trying to do shit in reverse.
Not me.
You must be
Not
talking to.
me.
You
I don't
must.
know. I don't know. I'm
I'm
not
talking
trying
to
to do it in
anybody over
reverse.
goddamn 50.
Oh,
I got
well,
a,
You
I got
I
a,
talking
I
to
got
the
a
don't. I'm not
question
men
for
or
the
the
dating.
women.
women?
I got a question for the
he
women.
talking to the women.
I'm talking to
No,
the
okay,
men
because
too.
I don't know. I mean, honestly, I do not have the energy. I've been married twice, so I had my best years already. And if something good comes along, cool. But right now, I'm just focused on my quality of life. And if somebody can fit into that and make it better, then cool. If not, you just keep living. And when you get to our age, you understand how we feel.
Yes.
Yeah, I got a
Facts.
question for the women, man.
You can find
We don't
somebody
have
to have
patience. That's
fun
for
with.
sure.
Facts.
I got
You can find somebody to have fun with in
Sure
life.
can.
With y'all take trips and do all the other good shit. Y'all just ain't got no major ass title on y'all shit. Y'all ain't married, and so
Nope.
it ain't no real commitment. But y'all can be monogamous with each other. Y'all don't have to be sleeping around, but y'all can have fun as friends and, and,
Exactly.
and
We
make
ain't
it like
sleeping
a
around at
couple.
this age. I ain't sleeping
Right.
around. I don't know about everybody else.
Facts.
I'm not
I got a
sleeping
All
question
that,
for
around.
the
baby. I
women.
ain't
If
got
you
that to
got
do.
Netflix,
Facts.
and you got your own place and your bills is paid, I mean, I don't mean to sound like
Facts.
that,
I'm happy.
but life is
Facts.
I am
good
too. I'm content.
single. I mean, if
It
you've already
really
done it.
is.
If
Facts.
you've already done it, but for those who haven't done it, then I get it. But if you've
Exactly.
already put in the work and you've seen the outcome, then you have a different perspective. Now, I'm
Facts.
all open to something great, but if not, I'm great regardless.
Facts.
So
I
let
just
me
want
If
to
you
reroute
was
it
hold
in my
on,
say
hold
next
good
on.
year.
If you
morning.
was
Good
content,
morning.
Good
with being
morning.
single, if you was content with being single, you wouldn't have an asterisk next to it saying I'm open to if it coming. Hell no, you want companionship. So let's
We
stop
got
fooling ourselves and say
Well,
we
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 got
want
all
somebody
want
new.
companionship even in our
companionship,
old age.
Corey.
But it's not a
Everybody wants
necessity. It's not
companionship.
like, oh
No,
my God, I gotta. I mean, you know what I mean? Nobody
If
cares
I'm
nothing
gonna
about
cut
that
it
no
off, I'm
more.
gonna cut it off. I'm sorry. If
Yeah,
I don't want it,
That's
I don't want
you.
it.
we got
You got to
somebody
have
new
like
on the
a big old
panel.
house for
Hold
companionship.
on, yeah. Let
Somebody
this
new
young
on the
lady,
panel. Somebody new on the
yeah.
panel.
Yeah, you got to have a big place for companionship.
Jesus. Go
Anyway,
ahead, boss.
I was gonna tell you all good morning, but it was so much conversation going on, and I didn't want to be rude. So
Hmm.
Good morning.
good
Morning.
morning.
You want to answer the prop or join in where we were speaking from? I mean, it's on
I
you.
mean,
And
I'm
you
kind of just like the question versus where the conversation has gone. I'm not quite sure where you guys are trying to catch
it don't
up.
matter.
Yeah, we just
Most
run
people
off on
come up,
tangents.
they'll answer the prompt, and if they caught part of the conversation or whatever and want to answer to the conversation, it is what it is. You
Okay,
answer where
so
you feel like you want to go, get in there.
kind of like what she was saying about like when you're younger, right? I remember when I was younger and my best friend would always say like, what do you bring to the table? Like a female got to bring something to the table because I know my worth and what I bring to the table. And I thought I understood that. But then like as I got older, now I really get it, right? It's like when I come to the table, I don't need you, I want you. And there's a difference. Like, I have learned that I want to be wanted, not needed, because eventually a need is fulfilled where a want is still want, right? So I don't need you to take care of me. I don't need you to pay my bills. I don't need you to take me to dinner. I don't need you to do anything because I got me. And so now I look for somebody who doesn't need me either. You want me and I want you, kind of thing. The companionship, the friendship, someone to, go on new adventures and experiences with, and really build that friendship. And then that if when something comes of it, it comes of it. I own my own house, my own cars, my own everything. So I don't need you. And I think that that's something like, when you step to the table, when you're happy within yourself and you got yourself, it's a totally different mindset than when you go into something or dating somebody knowing that, they might be a provider, or they, will they give you kids, whatever. Like, I don't want none of that. You know what I mean? I'm good. For me, it's about, who are you as a person? How do you treat me? Do I want to spend time with you? Are you into the things that I'm into? Do we have anything in common? But I no longer want to be, I don't want to be, oh, that's so-and-so's girlfriend. You know what I'm saying? Like, I am me, they are them, and we are us. I have my life, you have your life, we have our life. I need time to miss you. I want you to go do things with your friends. I want to go do things with my friends. And then I want us to sometimes do things with all of our friends. Like, I don't want to lose who I am to us. And I don't want them to lose who they are either. And I think that comes with maturity, is the fact that, like, you're in my life because I want you there, and I'm in your life because you want me there, not because we're stuck there. That's just what I wanted to contribute right now.
Yeah.
So you telling me if a man came along, you got all your stuff, he got all this stuff, but he might like taking trips and interested in like you accompanying him. Y'all got a little friendship, a little chemistry. He takes you out to dinner time to time. You may treat him out to dinner time to time. You wouldn't be good with something like that?
Yeah, because he has his, I have mine, and we're enjoying time together. But it's not like I need him to do those things for me. It's that we are choosing to do those things together because we enjoy each other's company. Yeah.
That's all I'm saying. And some older people age, find somebody like that to have fun. And that's vice versa for the men compared to the women.
It's a lot of young people that want that. It's a lot of young people that don't want to be in relationships. I hear it all the time.
No. See, these young people more fertile. They'll be fucking like rabbits. And then we'll have babies involved. This is why I want to give advice to young people. Yes, we will have babies involved. Because young people will do it on a reckless level. Y'all done been reckless already. Y'all ain't trying to have no more goddamn kids. Y'all want to be 60 years old trying to raise a goddamn 5-10-year-old?
No.
Hell, Mom, I have a 6-year-old granddaughter. I can give her back.
Right. That's what y'all supposed to be raising. Y'all supposed to be saying, I want to take my grandkids to Disney World this weekend or Six Flags or some shit like that. Hey, Joe, we going down here. Bring your grandkids. Come on, let's go. Like, that's the type of shit I'm talking about. Y'all supposed to be.
That don't even sound fun. Nobody's kids at all.
We got somebody else, somebody new in the panel.
Welcome.
Taylor.
Morning, everyone.
Morning.
Morning.
I'm going to answer the question really quick, but I do have a question after I answer it, if that's okay.
Go ahead.
So I feel like it should be automatic, honestly. I don't feel like he should have to ask. It's just a form of common courtesy, right? And it's a level of showing that you can support a man. Even if he's not your man, he took you out, he did something generous. You can support in that moment. I think men do look at that. I'm hoping that they don't test women and see if she will cover it. Because I feel like that's just something little and childish. Again, it should be an automatic thing. Apart from that, I wanted to ask a question for the man. Saying that I said all of those things, if a woman does just naturally do it right, do you all expect her to do more later down the line?
Nah, we don't expect
Hold on. I didn't hear that. Can you repeat that?
I said, once you see a certain side of her that she's willing to support, are you looking for that later down the line for her to do more? Like I heard you speak to the boss, and you were saying y'all go back and forth, taking each other out. Is that like an expectation that you look for a woman to do eventually?
No, not at all. Not in my opinion. I mean, I like the fact that she came out and supported, and I know that if it was a dire situation or it was a need, then I know she's available for that. You know what I mean? Let's say there was an unfortunate situation happen, like your job or you got less hours or something like that. She would be available to help out, but no, that's definitely not something that I would look forward to in the future. I'm just like, okay, yeah, she's available for support in case I need her, but that's only as needed. Other than that, I'm going to be taking care of everything else that needs to be taken care of. So I'm just glad that she's available to help out just in case.
And most men shouldn't get comfortable with her always being like, how some men get comfortable. Oh yeah, I know she's gonna need it, and it becomes a necessity for her to be there more than she should be.
That's a dangerous game.
I'm not understanding the way of support that you're laying it out.
Like if it's a test, right? I think she's saying like, is it a test? Like, is he saying like, can you pick up the tip because he wants to know that like future on down the road, if he needs you, then you're down to support that. But that's
not necessarily
I'm like this.
Yeah, let her explain what she was saying.
Let me break this down. I'm like this, right? Because sometimes it may not even be on the man, right? You may ask the man, like, you want to go get something to eat? Like, women that say that, and then when we get somewhere, they invited the man out to the restaurant. They said they wanted to go get something to eat, and then expect the man to pay and won't even cover the tip. If you're going to be inconsiderate like that, a man going to start telling you when you do ask, do you want to go to restaurant? He going to start telling you no, because you're going to expect him to always pay, always tip and stuff. At least if he going to cover the bill as a man, the common courtesy of a woman is to say, I got the tip. Especially if y'all ain't in a real relationship per se. Just like he's already coming out the way to go with you because he want to be in your presence, your company. He paying for the meal, even though you invited him out. At least cover the tip. What's wrong with that?
I mean, that's something. That's courtesy. But come on now, if you're going out, I take my girlfriends out, and I'm gonna tell you something. I'm gonna cover the tip, but I'm leaving 20%. If I'm taking you out, I'm taking you out. I don't care who it is, man, woman, child.
Sometimes
I'm covering everything. If I'm treating, I'm treating. Like you can't have.
I ain't being a gopher every time. I'm sorry. I'm not a gopher.
Sometimes if I do invite some people out or I invite somebody out, I'm hoping that you can cover yourself and I can cover myself. We both are open to going out and have a good time. I don't feel like I have to pay for everything every time we go out together. You want to have a good time just as long as I do.
Me personally, man. If I go out with a young lady, and we go sit down and we going to get something to eat, and I don't care if I'd have been out with a woman and I'll pay for the food, pay for the tip. Then the next time we go, she tried to argue me down to pay for the food. But I'm not trying to even let her pay for the food. I just appreciate the gesture. I'm just be like, you know what I'm saying? Because I think that's what I'm gonna do anyway.
Yeah.
Sometimes I think men get lost in the sauce, man. I just feel like, damn, they want to feel special too. Who the hell? A man wants to feel special and want it too. It is his job to make his woman happy. Absolutely correct. But damn, does he have to do everything all the time?
I would let you pay for the food. I'm not going to even lie, right? But what I do is I cash app you and Zelle you the money right back. I do it on the slick way.
I feel like he should
You
do
know
all
what?
that.
I feel like people are getting a little bit too hung up on the monetary issues of things, for the simple fact of this, right? Like, if you want a partner in your life, then act like a partner,
Right.
not like an entitled person,
Right.
male or female. Like they should be doing this or you should be doing that. I feel like if I do the inviting, I do the paying. If they do the inviting, they do the paying. And if you don't have this understanding, then this is a
Period.
conversation then you should be having with that person prior to that event. I have a slogan. I'm going to share it with y'all real quick. Life changing. Nothing's above a conversation. Nothing. It's all about communication, right? But stop expecting to have a partner in your life, but you're not a partner. You're a taker.
Hello.
You
know
know
what I
what's
mean?
sad about probably, the relevance of even asking a question like this. The New York Post did a study that it showed 33% of women go out just for a free meal. You can Google it.
33%?
Yeah, Google
See,
it.
now that's
Google it.
crazy,
Oh,
man.
that's so. I don't know where that came. That must be like a
Google
new
it.
thing.
Yeah, don't
I
take my
mean,
word for it. Look it
I
up.
know, I believe you, but I mean,
Wow.
that just seems to be so such a new type of stereotype for
Yeah.
particularly Black women, because Black women take their girlfriends out. I don't know if you know about us, but we splurge on each other. Like we go out and we do big things together without a man even involved. So it's not even about the money. But I think for a lot of women, we want to know, we do just as you test us, we test you. We want to know that you want to be a provider, that you're able to, that you have the instinct to want to provide, even if you only have a little bit of money. It's just the fact that, it just depends on how you were raised. I'm 50 years old. My dad takes me out. I'd be like, Dad, I want to take you out for Father's Day. And I plan everything. He will not let me pay. It don't matter. If he's at the
Your
table,
dad
he is
should let
not
you
letting
pay.
me pay.
He should let you pay. That's your daddy.
Okay, but he definitely, if I went out with a guy and I told him I had to pay and he was waiting on me to pay the tip, he'd be like, next.
No. Your daddy said, oh, whoa, time out. Your daddy set the tone in life for you always. So he should never allow you to pay. That's your daddy. Like, I wouldn't let my daughters pay. I set the tone.
Would you
for them
want
in
your
life.
daughters dating a man that don't want to pay?
No, listen. Understand this. I will tell my daughters, if that's your husband, that's your man, be fair to them. But to me, I set the tone for them. I don't require nothing for them. Can my daughters give me something? Yes. But they don't, when it comes to paying for certain things and like dinner, food-wise, no, I set the tone there. I set the tone there for them. So they can expect certain things like that from a man. I set the tone, but am I telling them never treat a man? No. But I do set the tone when it comes to that. That's all it is. I set the tone. And I'm going to tell them the same thing I would tell y'all. Yes, they should tip.
I actually believe, man, fighting over who gonna pay for a damn meal when the tip is so petty.
It is. It's like, grow the fuck up, bro.
That's so
Like, what the?
Yeah.
It's sickening, is what it is. The entitlement is just.
I
It's
can't even believe
crazy.
we having this conversation about food and the tip.
But you know what? We're not from this era either. So they may have something different going on that we don't understand. I am heavily over here taking care of my own. I don't need nobody to do nothing for me. Not nothing. Now, if he comes over here and it's what he want to do, I'm not getting ready to turn him down. But I'm not dating anybody. If I am dating somebody and we are in we've been on a few dates. We couple months. Now, let's make something absolutely clear. I don't want no broke man. And I just don't want no broke man because I'm not a broke woman. I don't want to take care of you. And I'm not going to take care of your ass either. I just ain't that kind. But to show love to my man, my partner, somebody that I'm dating and I'm into, they just ain't having that shit. It's like, no, I'm not doing nothing for that motherfucker. He better either pay it or get out of my face. That type of thinking is the most selfish thing to me. But again, I'm not from this era. We never did that shit back in the day. We flip-flop. He bought me, buy me some shoes, I buy him some shoes. You know what I'm saying? He take me out, I take him out.
I want you to see, ladies, I want y'all to see something. I'm going to ask a question to every dude on here. But this how bad it's got. Fellas, have y'all ever opened the door for a female and she not say thank you?
Yes.
All
Yeah,
the
yes,
time.
sir. Yes,
Yes.
sir.
Not me.
Yes.
Not me.
Not me
I live in
either.
the
It's
South.
rude. And I was raised to say thank you. I mean, what we talking about? You know what I'm saying?
I have
See what I'm
never
saying?
not said thank you. And
It's,
I look at a man, like, let me tell you this. I was raised where if a man opens your door, when you get in the car, you reach over and open his. Because he
Absolutely.
opened
What's that
doors for
movie?
you. And you say thank you. You give to him as
A
good as he
Bronx
gives
You
to
Tale.
talking about
you.
The
a
Bronx
Bronx
yeah.
Tale?
Tale.
Yes, girl.
You
Yeah, but what
It
he's
is
talking about,
important
what he
in
was
that
talking
word.
about,
Hold up.
what he's talking about is a social contract that everybody doesn't respect. Everybody doesn't respect, man or woman, the social contract between men and women. It's like if you drop something as a woman, I'll pick it up for you because I don't want you to bend over because you have a dress on. You see what I'm saying? So everybody don't understand social cues and respect and boundaries. It's real common sense is not common.
Hold on.
It's
You
Let
don't
me
want me to
it's
hold
bend
really
on,
over
hold
not.
on.
because
Let
I'm
me
wearing a dress.
hold on.
But you
Listen.
know, I ain't
It,
gonna let
hold
her
on. For
stop
the
me from
women,
being
for
a
listen,
gentleman either, because you didn't say
hold on.
thank you.
Absolutely.
Let me say this right, and for you that said because I can't watch the screen, I don't know who said it. The argument over food and the tip. It's a lot of social media posts about women asking men to take them and going out on dates. He gave the stats of 33%. Somebody in the comments said that's not even half. That's a third of women. A third of the women, all they do is look for a man to feed them. Don't have no real connection with the man or nothing. Just want men to take them out to eat. That's not good though, because you can put
Well,
yourself in bad. Hold on, you can put yourself in bad situations by trying to use a man for a meal. If you use a man too many times, the situation could become toxic. He don't see no reciprocation. You got some dudes that ain't stable in the head, and that'll go after y'all women for that shit.
well, I stopped
It's
dating, brother, because it's so
I'm just
expensive.
trying to figure out what
But
kind of woman
that's kind of the
would just go
conversation I
out
was trying to
just
have
for a
earlier.
meal.
it's a
When
lot.
y'all
It's a
asked me
lot.
what I meant by
I'm
support mate, that's something I was trying to say.
looking for the video right now. Hold on. I'm looking for the
That's on
video
them.
right
That's
now
on
because
the
I
men
posted
though,
on the
dog.
video.
That's dudes they be going for chicks out of their league, man, and they be trying to, man. That's game. All that is game. What you
I,
talking about? That's all
I
game.
don't think
Females
I
be
don't
knowing
think
it
these
and they
chicks.
just use them for what they can use them for because they know that
But
that
the
man is just
but
eager
the
to
dudes
have
be
her by
knowing
his side.
too. Them dudes be knowing. They know that girl not gonna talk to them unless they take
That's
them to Ruth
it.
Chris.
Yeah.
They know them dudes be knowing these dudes, man. These dudes be desperate. They'll take a chick out to Ruth Chris because no, I ain't never been with somebody that fine. Gas ain't $1.50 no more, but I got it.
But
You
you
got
gotta
Yeah.
sit there with somebody you're not even
you got
interested
to
in
learn
just
that
for a meal. That's
the first
awkward.
thing you need to learn is I'm cute don't mean shit. I don't care how cute you are. If you got a messed up attitude, a messed up personality, you're ugly as hell to me.
Exactly.
You know
Well,
what?
Exactly.
the
Like,
thing is, a
Females
lot of
aren't
these
just
girls
doing
don't
it
have
for
a
a
messed up
meal.
attitude. They just
That's
know they
just
pretty.
no. They're not just doing it for the meal though. 'Cause somebody said, "I don't see why you would do all that for a meal." They're not just doing it for a meal. It's kind of like courting. I'm gonna sit down. I know he just want to be in my space. Eventually, I'm gonna gradually ask him for more and more and more. It starts off as a meal. Next time you see him, he paying your rent. They just start up that way. So don't get into it.
I
It's
have
all a game.
never,
Women know how to play a game just as well as a man.
I have never in my life asked a man to pay my rent, my bills, nothing.
A woman a man that really want a certain type of woman, she's not going to have to ask. He already know he got to
But
come with
but
that.
but
That's why
ma'am,
he
you pop
chose Ruth Chris for her.
He's a
right. But ma'am,
sucker.
you come from a different
Yes,
generation
sucker.
of women.
No, I'm not
Yeah,
saying
that's
that's
a
what I'm doing.
yeah.
I'm just saying that's how it goes. I don't agree with it, but that is how it goes. And again, men nowadays, they're just looking at one little thing. They want to taste it, see how it feel, want to say they had it. Like, let's be honest, how much men see very attractive women nowadays, it was never supposed to be like that. Social media made it that way because now you have
Right. So
access
now
That's a
to
man that's
different
willed
levels of
about less.
Right. So
females.
now we're in begging culture. And guess what? Back in the day, you used to
Culture.
drive past a bridge and you'll see a homeless person and you give them $2 or $5, right? But nowadays, think about you driving in your Benz and you single and as a man. Now the homeless people find and got BBLs. It's different. you could get something different now. You could hand them some money and get something out of it. It's just a different environment, and that was a joke, but nobody had to laugh. But it's cool. But anyway, we live in a different time in a different space, different environment. It's
Homeless
just
person with
different now.
BBL. You
Dude,
can have
dudes
BBLs are
need to
expensive.
man need to quit being sucker for women.
Yeah, and they be
Period.
saying
Yeah, real
that
talk.
That's on the man. If
Be
you
a sucker. What you go?
if you tricking, if you running around here tricking cause she's cute, then you feel like she's out of your league. I don't even know what kind of man you are to think somebody's out of your league, but and you tricking cause she's cute. That's on you. Yeah, all these cats, they want to lead with their wallet, and then wonder why they're getting used. Don't make
That's real
sense.
talk.
Hey, Reno, do you live in Reno?
Nah, that's the name I got in the military behind. Yeah.
I was just wondering because I'm originally.
Hold
I
on,
was just
time
wondering
out.
because I'm originally from California, so
Hello, time out. I want y'all to listen to this real quick. And this went viral. Hold on. See, it's videos like that that begs a lot of these questions that are asked. People think these questions are stupid, but every time he say he pull up on her, she asking for something to eat. Take her to get something to eat. Take her to get something to eat.
Red flag.
Right.
Yeah,
If she
what
always
point did you
hungry
see
every
the
time she sees you,
what
you
point
gotta.
do you not read the handwriting on the wall and
I was gonna
say,
bring that up too, though. Like we talk about restaurants and stuff. A lot of women don't cook no more. We always talk about restaurants,
I
but
don't
we
even
don't
want a
talk.
woman that can't cook.
I
I'd
mean,
rather have a
let me
girl that
say,
can
like,
cook.
I don't know that girl's story, and I don't know, like, does she have food in her house? Is she really hungry? Is he not reading the writing on the wall? Like, maybe he should be taking her grocery shopping so she can cook instead of taking her out. I
They
mean,
young.
we don't know the whole story there, so I'm
They're
just gonna play
right.
devil's
And
advocate
listen,
there.
they young, and I put that in. I say, where she at? I feed her. And guess what? First thing that dude said, "Oh, you a simp, you this and that." Trust me, I could screenshot the comments and post them on my page. Dudes went in on me because I said feed the girl. She goddamn hungry. I was called a simp. I was called everything in the book. But this is why some men can't keep a woman. But I'm saying, if I'm taking you out to eat and I'm showing you the love like this, it ain't nothing for you to show some love back. Because listen, paying a tip ain't nothing. We could be talking about a little 10%. If you ain't got $10 in your pocket, that's letting me know you really, really doing something wrong in your life. You want
but
to go
if
out
she
and eat
doesn't
all
like
the time.
you, but let's just be honest. If a woman doesn't like you, like a woman's out there, you're a trick to her. She's gonna just take as much as she can, and
That's
you
not
gonna
Right.
true because it's not just about liking somebody. It's about showing the kind of standard that you still have for yourself. Let's be honest, men talk. So, oh yeah, that girl right there, she don't got no money. You don't want to be looked at like that, regardless if you like somebody or
Right.
not. It's
Facts.
especially me, for an example. If I don't like you, I'm for sure paying for my own meal and tip because I don't want you to believe that I actually have another opportunity with me. But it's all about your decorum, who you are as a person. Whether I like you or not, I'm going to pay that tip. You're not going to go out in the streets and say, oh yeah, I'm not willing to help, support, or I'm broke. To the next man
No,
that
but the
like
video, I'm saying the video was a woman who probably, that's how she, let's just be honest, there are women out there who just, that was back in the day though, with dating sites, young girls just, want to get together and take men for whatever they can. And if men want to sign up for that, then you got to, if you older too, you should know better.
Well, some men just kind of set it up for themselves. Don't make it seem like you're into always treating a lady out. And once it become a consistent thing, you back up yourself in the corner. You have to be upfront about what you're willing. That's why you take it slow. A lot of men don't want to take it slow because they might just be in it for one thing, and when they realize they ain't getting it, now it's go cook, go cook, go cook. No, I'm not gonna go.
Right,
She
but
been taking me out the whole time.
right, but we back into an integrity conversation, and what we're discussing right now is that whether it's a man or a woman, somebody's lacking integrity, which is why the situation ain't gonna work out in the first place.
But
Exactly.
cooking, that comes way later. That means cooking. Where are we cooking at? In your house? Because,
Well,
I
no,
mean,
well, I like to cook. So, like, let's
most
say,
women
for
aren't letting
example,
you in their house. They're not even going to tell you where they
right,
live
but
for at least 90 days or.
right, but look,
90
think about
days.
this. Back in the day, women used to bring men food to their jobs. If you knew where a man work at, you always ask where a man work at. Like if I tell you I'm a truck driver, which I am, and I tell you what company I work for because we've been talking for a couple weeks, right? Most women used to bring food to a man's job first before he got to her house because she wanted to show him a gesture of, hey, I put time and effort into this and I really like you. So when we're talking
That's true.
about dating and going to these restaurants, these are very superficial actions. And I think that should come a little later because, that first date really should just be you getting to know that person to know if you want to talk to them and deal with them. You know what I'm saying? And if you go out on a second date with that person, you have then silently confirmed that you would go out and deal with that person and talk to that person.
It
It's
used to be
times and steps.
an old saying to say, "A way to a man's heart is through his stomach."
Stomach.
And
Yep.
if you can't cook, I don't want to be with you anyway. I don't want no woman that can't
We didn't
cook.
got away from that.
But I wouldn't have a woman that couldn't cook. Ain't nowhere in God's earth. Mm-mm. You can't cook. I don't need you. That's just bare minimum.
It's not. I saw somebody in comments saying that's just married women who would do things like that. I don't agree. I believe that, especially if you don't want somebody to come to your house, you're gonna find a way. Even if it's, hey, during your lunch break, let's meet up at this gas station. I brought you something to eat, something like that. But I don't believe just married women do it.
You right, and you right.
She said you don't believe in what?
You're not coming to my house. I mean, I don't want you to feel like I'm just using you for something to eat either. Since this is a conversation that a lot of men believe that women do, meet up and I'll get you something to eat. Pour out.
All right,
Make it for you.
can we let the two ladies that just came up on the panel get in here, and then we'll open it back up. For True, that I just let you down to bring her up. It's to rotate or whatever. I'll bring you back. So y'all go ahead.
Was she gonna go first? Do you want me to go first?
Ever who was up first? I think he came up last. I'm trying to look at the stream.
Fuck all y'all fat ass bitches. Fuck you, hoe.
Well, good morning.
That's the one that don't say thank you
Somebody
when
child with a whole
That's
ass picture.
you couldn't tell that was a kid. That ain't no
She got her
grown
mama
woman.
picture up there looking like that. Oh,
That's a
no,
kid.
Jesus.
But to answer the question, I'm gonna start off by saying, majority of women do not approach men. Let's just get that out there. Let's just say that. I say it's a small percentage of women that approach men. So with that being said, if we talking about the first date, why are we having a petty conversation asking who gonna cover anything when you didn't ask the woman on the date? Just cover it. This conversation is crazy to me. I don't understand. I really can't even comprehend the conversation. It's crazy.
Let me ask you a question. If a man was speaking to you before the date and asks these questions of how will you help your man, if he asks you, if we went on a date and I paid for the meal, will you cover the tip? And that's before he even asks you out.
If a person is asking me that, I'm not even going to entertain it.
Right. See, and that's the purpose of it. To see how you move.
And that's
because
fine.
you're not. Hold on. Y'all don't be direct with it when it comes to it, and that's the disingenuous of a lot
I'm
of
very
women out here.
direct because if you ask me that question and I'm not entertaining, then I'm not going to go out. We're not even going to make it to the first date. So I'm not doing nothing.
Right. And
we're not even making it to the first date.
That's a whole life thing. It goes beyond the table of eating a meal. It goes into the
It's not
house.
even
Hold on,
about the
hold on.
meal. It's the point. Like it's just the
The
principle
whole the whole
behind it.
point is if I told you to move in with me, you gonna say, well, you should handle all the bills too. I ain't paying the light bill. All
Who
that
said
applies.
that? We talking
All
about
that
the first.
applies.
We talking about the
All
first
that
date.
applies.
We talking about
All
this.
that
This
apply.
Trump
It
said
all
something about the
applies.
first date, sir.
It
We're
all
not.
applies.
We
It all
talking about
applies.
the first date. I'm not. We
We
not.
talking
I'm
about
pretty
life.
sure you're not moving in before the first date. So what do you
Right, but
mean?
we talking about life in general, the expectations.
Okay, well that's fine. I feel like it's petty and it's crazy, especially now if the woman approached you and asked you to go on a date, then
Which
yeah,
rarely
for
happens.
you that woman approaching this man, go ahead and take him out. You need to pay for it. But me personally, I ain't never approached a man, and I ain't never had no man ask me no petty question like that. And honestly, if I did, we wouldn't even make it to the first date. So I'm not gonna waste your time. You're not gonna waste mine because I know off that question that you're not for me, and I'm
The
not for
truth,
you,
He
and
not
that's
for
truth
you
be
okay.
because
told, it's
he
not
That's
not
even.
for
okay
you
at the
because
end
he
of the
wants
day.
you to leave 10% of the tip.
I'm not leaving nothing, and
Woo,
that is okay.
this why we got a fucked up
Go.
community
You
right
got
here,
Bruh,
plenty
right
of
now.
you
truth
got
be
That
plenty
is
of
a
told,
women up
red
here
that's
flag.
not
saying
A
even.
that they
man
He's
don't
not
mind
even.
doing
asking
it.
is a
I
red
agree with
flag,
her.
especially if he asks you out. It's like, oh, let me see, let me check her. If you ask me out, you should already have your own mind that I'm going to cover everything. Again, it should be a woman's common courtesy to say, hey, I got the tip. But if not, and he asks, I'm going to look at him a little sideways. Like, did I do all that?
I'm not even gonna say I
Let me
got the
throw a
tip. I got
curveball
you.
at y'all. Let me
I'm
throw
not
a
even gonna say I
curveball at
got the
y'all.
tip.
Let's say,
Period.
hold on. Let's say he's telling y'all he gonna take y'all on a date, and that consists of dinner and something else. But he got 300 to spend. Will y'all change y'all mind on what y'all gonna order so he can leave a decent tip in the other activities?
You say what?
Let's say he gonna take y'all on a date, but he say he gonna keep it on a budget of 300. Will y'all still go on a date? And if y'all do go on a date, will y'all keep what you ordered to a minimum so he can leave a decent tip, pay for the date plus extra activities after that?
You proving her point,
There's
brother.
nothing wrong with that.
You proving her point though, brother. Let me tell you how you proving her point.
I'm
You
not.
don't. The reason you don't do that is because if I ask a woman out, the reason you should pay for the date as a man, for one, is because you're a fucking man, and it's courtesy, right? You just it's a woman, so you pay for the date. But the reason you pay for the date is because if I take a woman out and I take her out to Applebee's or wherever, you pay attention to what she ordered. You let her order whatever she wants. If she ordering the most expensive thing on the menu and she getting drinks out the ass, you know what she there for. If she keeping it simple and she just want a salad, and she, you could kind of gauge her personality.
So
She
you
might be
testing
vegan.
her.
She might right. She might be vegan. She might,
So you gonna silently test her? Okay.
right.
You're
So
not even
you
asking
don't
her to cover the tip, bro. You
right.
just
So
seeing if she gonna do it. You're not even asking. And if
Okay,
no,
she
but
well,
I'm
do it, a
I'm
no.
not
lot of
going.
times you'll
I'm
tell her,
not
dog, you
going to
got it.
order the most expensive thing, but I'm not going to eat a freaking salad either. If we're going to dinner, I'm gonna eat like I would eat dinner.
Exactly.
I'm not going to be
What
like,
are we
oh, let
talking
me eat
about
a
here?
little salad, but I'm not going to order steak and shrimp and whatever. Well, first of all, I don't even eat seafood, but you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm still going to get my tacos and my beans and rice. You feel me?
But that was towards more the men, like the vetting process when we're talking about
Right.
dating, that
For
first
one,
I
date
think
and
you're
payment.
vetting. I think you're
Yeah.
vetting wrong.
for
I'm not.
one, let me just say this,
Uh,
ladies. If it goes both ways. If anybody trying to test you, it ain't even worth your time. If you paying attention to what I'm eating and stuff, I'm a steak girly. Wherever I go, I'm gonna eat a steak. And like I said, I thank God that I ain't never had to deal with this nor have this problem. Like I said, it's crazy to me because, like I said, majority of men, women don't approach men. So if you're a stranger to me, if I'm out walking, I'm out and about, and you approach me and ask me for my number, and then ask me to take me on a date, and then expecting me to cover anything, that is crazy.
I,
Insanity.
I'm
I
gonna
agree.
be. I'm
I,
gonna be
I
honest. I'm
agree
gonna
with
be
the
honest.
women.
Insanity.
I
That's
agree with the
insanity.
women 100%. I agree with the women.
I'm gonna
With
be
the
honest.
women.
Insanity.
I agree with the women 100%. I agree with the women. I you eat. Get what the hell you want. You get if I come take you out, and
Truth be,
I got the tip.
I'm offended when you even
I
tell
was
me.
talking according to the video. So basically, what it is that
Man,
when you go out with a woman, and she shows, because you tested him too. If he make a move or ask you a certain question, he failed your test, and you're not going out with him. So I'm
It's
talking
not a
about a
test.
silent.
Facts.
We wouldn't call it
man,
if we don't call it a test, we're calling it like the vetting process. If someone fails the vetting process, which in turn could be a test, right? If they fail that process, if they do something you don't like, you're gonna not go out with them. So I'm saying for the men, typically men don't say it. We shouldn't vocalize, okay, I need to just pay for this. I need to just pay for that.
it's
No,
not gonna
don't
be
vocalize
about no
that.
food. It's not gonna be
Can
about
I
no food or no
can I
tip.
say something, please?
Go ahead.
I think that when you get to our age, like the younger generation, I don't know, but when you're at our age, you should know that the vetting process is not that basic. Like you should be moving on to such more deeper things. Like, okay, so I am part of like, I'll just put this out here. I'm part of the lifestyle. And so vetting is a whole lot deeper. Like, who are you? Who have you dated? What will they say about you? How did you treat people? How did you respect the females that you were with? Now, we all know that sometimes things end badly and people say whatever they say. But like, if I talk to 10 of your or 5 of your exes and they all say that you're super disrespectful, then you're probably disrespectful and you're just putting on the show for me because not all of them are going to lie on you, right? So, I
You
mean,
talk to people exes?
I was finna let me respond. As far as I wouldn't want no man asking me about my dating life or who the men in my past.
okay, but I'm saying,
I would pay attention by how he's treating other people. If you're being respectful to me and then we come across another woman and you disrespecting her, that's a red flag. When you a chivalrous guy, I'll just say basic etiquette. If you got basic etiquettes or whatever, that's just who you are. That can't be faked. It cannot be faked.
but I'm saying on the lifestyle aspect that's how deep the vetting goes. What I'm not understanding
A
is
person can tell you
if
exactly
you,
what you want to hear. You
but if
pay attention to actions. I don't want to know about your past. I'm paying attention to what you saying. I'm paying attention to how you treat other people. You can
Man,
tell
so
me you was the
Far
best
as what's up
man
on
in the world, and that don't mean nothing.
far as what's on the prompt, you know what I'm saying? Truth be told, when a man get himself to a certain level, he can catch the meal damn near no matter where the hell you go. However, if he see that when that tab come over and you say, "Hey baby, I got the tip. Don't worry about that part. You pay for the meal, I'm gonna take the tip." Even if he say, no, I got that, but I appreciate the gesture and the fact that you was with me.
Facts.
A man
Right.
pay attention to shit like that. The same way
Right.
when a man becoming into wisdom, he pay attention to little subtle moves like that. Like when a man open the door for you, if he a gentleman, he walk around. I brought up opening the door earlier because a wise man is a gentleman for a reason. It's a reason for it. It's not just by chance. When that man walked to your side, let's say it's raining outside, and he pulled the car up, and he had you to wait under the canopy while he pull up the car, wait in the inside while he pulled the car up, and he walk around there and open your door, and he go back around that car to get in, and you reach over there and open that door. It's a reason it was in Bronxdale. This old stuff is little key subtle things that show how selfless a person is and how appreciative a person is for the simple things you do. If
And
you
that
can
matters on
afford
both
to or
sides.
not. You know what I'm saying? That's the premise of the post.
Well,
Can I answer the prompt?
just coming from me, I'm not. If a man and asks me out, and then we talking about the first date here, I'm not offering nothing as far as bills and tips go. I ain't never had that problem, and never have I had a man ask me that. Never.
Well, it's not something that he gonna ask. That's not something he should ask.
Well, don't need.
It
If you
should just
test
be
me,
an
I'm
observation.
gonna fail the test every time. If that's the case.
Well, I mean,
I know she
hey,
she the type. Hold on, she
it is
the
what
type
it
that
is.
been
You
ordered
fail
up
it, you fail it. You
everything,
gonna
3,
talk
4
back.
drinks, You know,
No, sir.
she be
No,
No.
packed
I
as
don't. I
tips
don't
and
really
looking
believe
No,
it's a
around and
the
problem
stuff.
if
women
a
that
woman
the
chooses
women
not
that
to
you
tip if she
the
is
women
I'm
asking
joking.
out.
Can
no
I answer the prompt?
the
Can I
women
answer the
that
prompt?
you speaking of,
Yeah, hold
the
on,
Can
hold
I
women
on.
answer
that
the
D,
you
prompt?
hey,
speaking
hold
of,
on. Let,
sir, come
hold
from
on, hold on.
poverty
Yes.
and
Welcome to
don't
the
ain't used
hold
to
on,
going
hold
out to
on,
nice
hold
things.
on, hold on.
So
Tay,
don't
Tay,
tell me
hold
why.
on. Oh Lord Jesus. Okay, D clip. Everybody let him answer, then y'all can go back at me or whatever it said. Go ahead, D clip. Get in there, answer the prompt, or join in wherever you feel.
And I'm gonna get in with the prompt. So as far as this, they went amazing. Everything is great. You pay the bill. He asked you to cover the tip. Okay, cool. So first of all, just going off my perspective, if I'm taking a woman out on a date, I take her out somewhere I can afford. That's the thing. I always take a woman where I can afford. So there's no surprises of what she ever. And we just talk about dinner. I guess if dinner is all people take for dates, cool. I really hate dinner dates. We don't eat anything. Anytime we go out, we're going to eat. I think that's just a basic human need. So I really
Right.
don't like dinner dates. I really don't like dinner dates because it's basic. I'm gonna eat regardless. So as far as that goes, like if I take a woman out, I can buy anything on that menu. I'm not gonna take her to the most fanciest Francois Bourgeois restaurant, and then they got some $5,000 caviar on there. Because if she order it, then I'm like, damn, she don't order the 5,000. I can't cover it. But that is a sign. But if I took her to like Papa Do's or Ruth Chris or STK, maybe I can afford something more on the expensive end because I took her
Man,
there. Me, I'm a researcher. I'm gonna look at the menu before I offer a date. I always do that. I always look at the menu to
Smart.
cover my ass just in case. Because if she order it, somebody gonna have to pay the bill regardless, just in case. But like they're saying, if you ask a woman out, if you approach a woman, ask them out, just because she does not leave the tip does not paint her in a bad picture. But if she does, it might say a lot about her character. But if it doesn't, it still doesn't give a bad connotation on her character. If she does, it just shows like, yeah, okay, she is generous. But that doesn't take anything from her if she doesn't, because you asked her out, you approached her. So
facts.
if we taking up a woman's time, we do what we have to do during that time. But we never take a woman somewhere that we can't afford. If you can't buy everything on the menu, don't go. And I'm not saying everything on the menu as in she ordered everything on the menu. But if you're in a certain price range and you ain't reached that echelon yet, because hell, if I can't afford Ruth Chris, baby, we going to Cheddars if you
And
like
see,
Cheddar.
that goes right back to what I told y'all my father said. All women cost money, fam, when you can afford. That's it.
Exactly. You can't go to the lady who want the Birkin bags and Louis V and expect her to change. That's not her fault.
Mm-mm.
Go to the ones who don't want them. Go to the ones who want who want different things. It just don't make you better or worse. It's just when you're dating, you can't expect a woman that you pursue on the first date. Now we 10 days in and she ain't never offered to do nothing, then it might be a little bit of an issue. It might
Can I ask a
feel
question?
like
Do we
it might be a little bit. I mean,
Well, that's what the men were talking about. They were
yeah, that's
the
what I'm
prompt
saying.
says first date, but they in the conversation they were
yeah.
talking a few weeks, a couple of
If it,
days.
if it's a
right?
first date, hell no. I mean, the expectation to see if a woman gonna leave a tip is insanity. Because why pursue her and ask her to go out on a date and then try to
Right.
test her?
Expect her to
Why are
meet
we
you
testing people? Why are we testing people? This ain't school.
halfway.
We get to know each other. But that's just my opinion.
Nah, we ain't gonna do that. Everything is a test in the life, bro.
Everything is a
Cause that,
test in
yeah,
life. I be
I
testing
was just
yeah.
about to say that,
myself. I
Okay.
dog.
won't even lie.
All right.
We
All
try
right.
to make
I
things
would
petty and all that.
continue
It's
to
not
fail
petty. It's
every
just
test
you trying to
given
see
Hold
every
on,
something.
hold
race.
on, hold on,
I'm
hold
not
on.
gonna test
Wait,
you
But
on
hold
no
but
on.
but
food.
Wait, hold
but
on,
when
hold
you
on,
when you
hold on,
take
hold
those,
on, hold on, hold on, hold on. When you fill out those job applications, right, and then they switch you over to that questionnaire part and ask you how likely would you snitch on a coworker, would you do this and that? You know that's all a test to
Well,
see your
it
loyalty
is a
to
test.
them.
I thank Jesus that I'm self sufficient. I got my own business. I don't fill
So
out job
so the whole
applications.
the whole dating
Thank
process the
God.
whole dating process is a test.
Right. The whole it's literally the definition of vetting. Your vetting is your
Okay,
test.
okay,
To see if you like that
okay,
person.
Right.
okay. So why are we on the first date trying to test a woman through a tip?
Because
Well, no,
what is
I'm
that?
not
Hold
saying
on,
that.
hold
I'm
on.
not saying that. Go ahead, brother.
Let
I'm
me
not saying that. I'm saying something else.
This is
let
just
me
gonna be
answer.
funny.
Why do men ask women about exes? That's testing. You want to see what it. You want to see what the answers is.
Also a
You
stupid
ask
test.
them
That's
first. Hold
Nah,
on.
I don't
Listen.
be
I
asking
don't
that
Listen.
kind of
ask. I
Listen.
stuff.
don't
Hold
ask
I
on.
don't care
questions.
about
Hold
that kind
on.
of
Hold
stuff.
on.
Y'all,
Understand
y'all
me.
missing the
My
point,
business.
You gotta let
bro.
me finish. You asked me a question. You asked the question. Let me finish answering the question. Anytime we ask a person about their past or how they move in some way, we're asking, we're testing, we want to answer. And when you get that answer, guess what you're gonna do? You're gonna test them. If a woman tell you she can ride good, what you gonna do? You gonna want to see if that's true, right? When she get in that bedroom, what you gonna ask her? Get on top. So stop playing like it's not a goddamn test.
Wait,
But
who be asking that?
I'm not.
Wait a
The
minute.
Maybe,
tests are
maybe that's the
stupid
word. Maybe
anyway.
that.
Because look,
Maybe
the
that's the
Wait
tests
a
word.
are trying to
I'm
second.
not
test.
Maybe that's the
supposed to be
word.
People
But
asking a
can
woman
lie. Y'all know
about
people
okay,
who
can
one
she
time,
lie.
about who she
exactly,
slept with.
Somebody
exactly,
said,
bro.
"Oh well, she don't give a test, a tip, then I know where she at in life. She can give you her last and tip with her last, and you're still not going to know where she at in life.
Wait,
No,
what,
you're
man?
Tell
not.
you about her ex,
These
what
niggas,
body she got.
hey, these
They can
niggas not
lie. It's
men.
stupid
These
tests.
niggas
You're
not men.
fooling
Man,
You
yourself
want
so
to,
you can feel good
you
enough
want
to
to take,
match with that person.
I'm
you
not
want to
gonna
take a
ask
woman
no woman
time. You want to
about
take a
ain't no
woman.
way God Joseph. I'm getting ready to ask the woman about who she slept with, who she been
Yeah,
with.
that's craziness.
Ain't none of my
Good when the
business.
baby daddy
Me
good.
Yeah,
personally,
What you
me
you
equate me
want to.
to?
personally,
How
me
you gonna speak
personally,
with me? How you
I'm
gonna make me
judging.
feel?
I'm judging this woman off of what I learned about her, what I know about her by not asking her about her ex, because I don't give a damn about that. Because by the time she get with me, I'm already think you don't know now, nigga, anyway. So I ain't even tripping like that.
Well,
It's
the
But
thing
that's
just
is
that's
that
why I say
I'm gonna
you
let
you
her.
can't. That's why I say you can't
I'm a
ask
judge her
no
off of where
questions of
she's
that.
at right now, not off of where she been before. Because
Oh my god.
if she judged me off of where I've been before, guess what? She might get a bad judgment of me, and I'm totally different cat than I was back then.
We
But
talking about the first date. I mean, a tip on the first date is crazy. Asking a woman to tip on the first date is
Oh
crazy.
no, man, ain't nowhere in the world I'm gonna ask the woman to
no, I'm
tip.
not asking
For the
her that.
men,
Niggas
That's,
supposed to
that's
be
I'm not
crazy.
asking
asking
that.
that, man.
for me,
And then,
It's
and then
really
you
not.
judge, and then
for
judging
me,
her character off the date
for
is
me,
crazy.
I'm not asking about no tip. I'm not
Yeah, I
asking
ain't
for
asking
her to
about that.
pay. I'm not trying to see what she's ordering. Get what the fuck you want.
Like that's simple right there. That's a
It's
crazy way
that
to
simple
judge
for
a
me.
woman's character off a tip.
It's that simple for me. I'm never going to invite no woman out and don't pay for it and don't pay for the tip. And if she try to tip, I don't want it. I got
And the
this.
ladies can answer this. If they like you and they feeling you enough, one day they just gonna put it on. They just gonna put the car down
Right.
and pay without
But
you even asking.
I want people to pay attention. When I was talking about watching what a woman eats, what I was saying was, and I don't think people understood what I was saying. Imagine you go out to a woman to like a Cheddar's or a Pappadeaux, right?
Yes, sir.
It's a difference if she orders a glass of wine versus if she orders a bottle of wine. Like, isn't that different? Like, yeah, of course she could have it and you're gonna
Yeah,
pay
one is
for it,
bigger than the other.
Yeah, that's
right?
it. But that doesn't. What that
Hey,
mean?
Hey, say
hey,
when I
hey.
sit down with a woman that devil.
I'm saying, don't women have decorum? Like, if you go
Yeah,
out with a man on a
listen,
first
brother.
date, don't you have decorum as a woman? Like, I'm not
Yeah,
about to get all this. I'm not about to,
and
like,
I
don't
understand
women
what you're
say that to
saying.
themselves?
And yeah, and I understand what you're saying. But
No,
when I
I
take a
just
woman out on
order
a
and
date,
eat. Really, I've never.
when I take
I
when I
order
take a
and
woman
eat.
out on a date, when I take a woman out on a date and we sit down, the first thing I tell her is get what you want. Like I said, because I don't look at the menu. So if I say get what you want and she actually gets what she wants, I can't be mad at that
And if
because I
she
spent
Right.
it out my own money.
and if she
And see,
orders
it
a
depends on
if
the
she
woman
if
too,
she
because a lot of
if
women
she
got their
if
own
she
money.
if she if she orders the bottle,
Bottle. That does not make a
keep the
difference.
ice cubes cold. I'm
That's it,
not
because she's
tripping.
stressed or she had a hard day.
Drink as much as
Shit.
you
And she
want
probably
to.
would do it without you
Shit.
even giving her an opportunity to go on a date. She by herself, she still would order
She
that
said if she
bottle.
wants a bottle
Don't
and I'm not
minimize
Well,
drinking,
I'm
that's a
not.
somebody
red
else off
flag.
what you don't have.
I don't attract women who order out of. Like, I don't attract those type of women. I attract women
Exactly.
that respect you. And if a woman is doing that, guess what, brother?
She
She don't
said,
like you.
look, ordering a bottle of
That's
wine on
not
the first date is a little wild. Thank you, ma'am.
that's not
That's
no
my point.
disrespect. That's no disrespect.
That's
It
her
ain't no it ain't
opinion.
Not take
it ain't
away
look
anything away from her.
hold
It
on,
might
hold
be
on. Let me
great,
say
but that
this.
don't take
Let me
away any
say this
value of
real
her.
fast. Let me say this. It ain't no different than you going to the liquor store, getting a bottle, going to buy
No
some,
different.
go buy some damn weed, and then by the time you done did all that shit and went out to dinner, you done spent just as much or more money doing that. To
No,
sit
brother,
there
I'm talking about decorum, brother. I'm talking about decorum. I'm saying when you go out with a woman, it's just certain things you're not gonna do as a man and overstep your boundaries. Like if you're out on a date with a woman, you're not gonna be looking at the waitress' ass while y'all eating. Like it's decorum is what I'm saying. I'm saying there are women.
Decorum.
There
A
are
lot of it's kind of classy actually when you get the whole bottle. Like we and I know it's just a movie, but you see the movies all the time. They bring the bottle out, they put it down, and you pour yourself. If you get a bottle and you let her know, hey, you know, the most expensive thing on this date right now is you, anyways. That don't mean she gonna drink the whole bottle.
And I'm
No,
sorry,
she
Yeah,
miss.
drink the
And I'm
whole
sorry.
bottle. Then.
And
And
then
I'm sorry,
listen at
miss.
this perspective. Listen at this perspective also.
I know where
So
she going.
where I'm going, tell me before I get there. Because y'all
Get-
always know with women where I'm
For
going.
real though.
Oh no! I'm saying
Right.
you going. I'm saying you going to a good place. I'm not saying a bad place.
I think this is what a lot of men don't understand. I see what y'all saying. You say you have a woman go to the bar and she's by herself and she orders herself a Miller Lite. But when you offer her a drink, she ordering Heineken, right? I see what you mean. Like you ain't gonna even buy that for yourself, so why you over here trying?
Right.
But it's women out here who absolutely will buy that Heineken for herself.
Exactly.
So
Right.
if I go out, I'm not gonna be cheap on myself because I'm not cheap on myself, right?
I'm saying
So if I
I'm
would
saying
order
it
a
in the
bottle
context
of
of a
wine
first
for
date, though.
me, then I'm gonna order a bottle of wine for me wherever I go.
And a
But
woman,
if she,
and if a woman knows on your dime, she might be like, "Is this okay?" And I've never encountered a woman that haven't asked me if they gonna order something that's above whatever they think it is. They usually
Why
are
she
like, "Hey,
asking
is
you
this
if it's
okay?"
okay if you offered her out?
Hey, let me get.
No,
Let me get.
listen,
Hey,
listen,
Give him a
listen.
courtesy. I can see
No,
that.
listen what I'm saying. A woman, that's just her being courtesy. I can't control if she asks me that. I can ask a million women out, and if one of them say, "Hey, can I get that?" They just asking me. I'm not telling them to. They're
Kind
asking
of sounds like a child asking their parent.
check this out. Check this
No,
out.
that
Let me,
doesn't.
She still
If,
is.
if anything,
no.
why does that sound like a child?
Husband.
Hey,
That,
That's
check
that,
this out.
courtesy.
yeah,
Check
that is
this out.
That's
that's
courtesy.
respect. That's
Check
If
this out.
she
respect.
say no, listen, no, I want to touch on this. If she sees something that's like $100 and she like, "Hey, do you mind if she's saying if I'm able to get it? Like, do you mind?" She ain't just gonna order $100 bottle without asking because it's on my dime. And I'm gonna say if we can get it or not. If I can't afford $100 bottle, I'm gonna clearly say no. But she's asking me to see if I can do
Then
it.
maybe take her to a picnic. Maybe make some
check this out.
sandwiches.
Okay, but that's not the case. She's
Hey,
asking out of courtesy, and
check
you
this
trying to
out.
say it's a child behavior.
Hey,
How's that child behavior when
hey,
a woman is asking something out of courtesy?
hey, let me give
Just
you
like you
another.
ask anybody out of
Hey,
courtesy.
bro. Let me give you another perspective. Let me give y'all another perspective real fast. Let me just say this. Just check this out. Check this out. You with a woman. If you with this woman, you done got her number and you done took her out. You feeling this woman, okay? So y'all get out. Y'all go to this place. She order her bottle of wine. She get a steak and lobster, baked potato, all that shit. Y'all sitting up there. Y'all eating good. She drinking good. Y'all drinking good. Y'all having a nice time. You gonna leave a good impression on this woman. Like, damn, I really had a nice time with him. You know what I'm saying? She gonna be loving to get back at you, but once you get to going on cheat mode, you might as well not even took her out because you just blew your whole game up.
No, see, y'all going too black and white on
Hold
it.
on,
Y'all
hold
keep
on,
saying
hold
whether
on. Time
It's
out,
that
time out.
simple.
Hold on. I gotta point out something in the comments, right? The young lady black down there, she say, "I'm not giving wife perks during the dating phase. You will get stuck in the companion stage, right?
No,
Y'all
she
won't
won't.
cook. You won't cook. You won't clean. You won't fuck. You won't suck. You won't do nothing. And this is why our community is stuck where it is. Y'all want men to pay bills. Y'all want men to do things. If a man step up and do those things, you should be doing some wifely goddamn duties. If you asking this man to step up for you in that dating phase, step up for that man. Don't be stuck out here on a limbo because you don't want to budge off of your goddamn thing. A lot of people, women say, "I'm happy single." You gonna stay single because you ain't showing wifey goddamn thing, but you got kids. How the hell you got kids? It was fucking with those dusties you complaining about.
Well, hold
Them
on.
dusties
I
didn't
already
step
said
up
it
for
was
your
equal. I
ass.
already said that I agree that it should be. I said that.
Hey,
What I'm saying is he's giving limitations on what you can order. That's
No, it's
crazy
not.
to
No,
me.
it's not limitations. It's. I'm letting you order what you want. I'm saying that when you are dating a woman for the first time, you're getting to know her. See, this is the key part. You're getting to know this woman, and you're paying attention to how she talks to the waiter, and you're paying attention to how she orders, and you're paying attention to these things to make better judgments if you continue to date her. And I'm saying that it's a vetting process, it's decorum, it's being courteous. If a woman is courteous, you're gonna be able to tell. She's gonna, especially if I go out on a date and I'm not drinking, and she orders a whole bottle of wine. I'm like, damn, is she an alcoholic? Like, it's a bunch of things that could run through your mind on the first date, and you don't know this
Is
person.
that
Now,
is
of
that
course,
always going to be a negative thing that you think of? Because sometimes people order a bottle of wine because they know they're going to stick around longer. Oh, I want this conversation to go further than what it
I
is.
like them.
Let me
Yeah.
right,
And
right,
he
right.
drinking
No,
too.
it could go, but
drink
listen,
slow. But the way you're
right.
thinking of it, you're thinking just financial. You too stuck on the money part. You're not thinking
No,
about
not
what
the
the woman might
money.
want from you right
No,
now. Apart
I'm
from
not
that,
talking about the money. I'm talking about the
Bro, what you
gesture.
talking about?
I'm talking
The
about the
Justin?
gesture, not the money. You
again,
could have the
you
bottle,
said I
but
might
I'm
think she's an
saying
alcoholic. Well, whatever it is, you're thinking something negative. Versus she could be
if a
I
woman
just want to
drink a
spend some more
whole bottle
time.
of wine on a first date, that's crazy. I don't care
Again,
what y'all
a
say.
bottle of
That's
wine
crazy.
takes a long time to get through, especially if you're sipping. Because if you're a lady,
Unless
you're
she a
going to
drunk.
sip. So again,
Right.
the
Thank you,
bottle of
mama.
wine
Thank
can
you.
just be an excuse to stick around longer for longer conversation. It's all about your perception. But just because you believe whatever you believe does not make it reality. Because I could just be thinking, I want this man to stick around and speak to me some more. Once the food is done,
And
the
once
drink is
again,
done, technically the dinner date is kind of done. You know, we might talk a little bit at the
once
door, corridor, but it's done.
once
All right.
again, take a woman out on a date you can afford.
Hold on. We got a new person to the panel.
You can
Let
drop
her
me
jump
if you
in
want
there.
to.
No. You okay? Ain't nobody else coming up, but I just let everybody get in so she could answer the prompt and get it.
Okay.
She may have something new to bring, so go ahead answer the prompt if you want to, or you can jump in to where they at right now.
Everyone.
Hello.
Hey,
As far as the if I'm ever on a first date or any date, I always offer to pay the tip. Normally, I have never had to do it, but I always offer, especially if we're trying to get to know each other. I don't see anything wrong with paying a tip. As far as ordering, I will, in an instance, say that this is what I normally order. So if this is not, if this is going to be a problem, I will pay for it. But I'm not going to downgrade on a date to fit his finances because I'm going to get what I want. So if I had to pay for it, I would pay for it.
Thank you, Miss Taylor. That was my point, Miss Taylor. Ordering a bottle is no problem. Her drinking the whole bottle is, yes. Thank you, Miss Taylor.
but
That is a problem.
Why
On
she
the
gonna
first
order the whole
date,
bottle
on a
No,
first date
what
and you
you
don't know
said,
this woman,
Why she
that's a
gonna
what
order
you
the
problem.
whole
said
bottle
is
and not
if you
drink it?
order a whole bottle, you're going to think she's a drunk. So that means you already
Right.
think she's a drunk because she ordered it, not because she drank the whole thing. So don't even play like that's what you were trying to say because you said what you
So
said.
exactly. So if she get a bottle and drink one glass, she gonna be okay with
So
that?
wait, we're
Hell
talking
no,
about
he
we're
not.
talking about a first date.
Exactly. So you
We're
gonna spend
talking about a
$100 on a
first
bottle and
date.
only let her drink one glass out of it?
No, we're talking about it's not me letting her. We're talking about a first date and a person you don't know and making a good impression. I keep talking about gestures. When you go out with somebody, you have your best foot forward. You don't
But
do
you just
things. You don't hold on, brother. You don't do things that you normally wouldn't do when you know a person. See,
so
if I
you
know
want
you
the
and we kicking
mask to
it,
be on.
if we chilling and I know you and I know you and we kicking it, it's a different vibe. We could drink or we could get a whole bottle. But if I'm
you didn't
just
say
meeting you for
that.
the first time and I'm just dating you for the first time and I watch you drink a whole bottle of wine on the first date, that's not gonna leave a good impression. But that's just for me. That's the type
I
of nigga
mean,
I
if she
am.
get her a whole bottle of wine, what you expect her to do with it?
I drank it and I'm not going on a second date
Somebody
because
in the comments
that's out of
said
pocket.
now. Somebody in the comments said now you know she likes wine, and I like that, especially when she picks the wine. I think y'all are paying attention to too much of. Oh, let me see how
Exactly.
she gonna show up because it's something about that woman. Show up because it's something about that woman for her to go out with, right? So don't look at everything as being a problem once you choose to go out with her, right? Look at it as you really get to know
woman
her
that you
and see who and what she is about.
And first of
on top of that, a
I
woman that
ain't
you
letting her drink
don't
alone.
to take out. That's just
I ain't
that's
letting
diabolical.
Drink that whole bottle
This
while you better
woman
drink it
asked
with
her
her.
to
Y'all better have
take
a
out.
great time.
Exactly.
Stop playing.
You just gonna let her have one glass and then waste the rest. So now you're into wasting money.
Oh,
That
just
don't even make sense to me.
her. Now, like, y'all already, if you're really into this female, right?
Exactly.
You're dating for it intentionally, right? And you're really
Same
into her.
as me.
Eventually, you're gonna find different levels about her, anyways. You're gonna see her drunk if she drink at all. You're gonna find her high if she smoke. You're gonna already be a part of different lifestyles with her. I don't see why y'all want to wait till y'all get to a certain point to see a bad side about somebody or look at it as bad when you're gonna go home and drink a whole 12-pack.
I'm gonna be like, damn, little lady, let me get some. We gonna do this together.
Exactly. Let's have a good time. What kind of time you on tonight? I might can meet you there.
Because if I say if we get in the bottle, that means we both drinking it. I don't expect no woman to drink a whole bottle of wine on the first date. I don't think we can do
But
that.
what if she do, brother? And you saying you cool with that? That's fine. That's the type of nigga you
Probably
is.
drink because she
If you
already
cool with
been
that,
not
you know.
drinking. How about that? She's
But if she orders some wine, but if she order a bottle of wine, I expect it to be drink, right? Because she ordered it. What the hell? If you order food, don't you eat it all? What you
No,
mean?
he don't
If you
want
order
her to
food,
eat the
don't you
whole
eat it
thing.
all?
And she goes like she eat all day.
Hold on. I'm not trying to get personal, bro. I'm talking about a different type of woman, dog. I'm just talking about a different type of woman.
What's the difference between?
He's talking about the women that he used to. That's
Listen,
the problem.
what's the
Yes,
difference?
classy women. They don't
No,
do that.
no,
I'm
listen.
talking about classy
No,
chicks. They don't do that.
listen.
First off,
They're not gonna do that.
Hold on,
No, what's the
D-Clip.
difference?
First off, if a person order a bottle of wine, you there for the conversation anyway. If a person is going to the extent of ordering a bottle of wine, they expecting to sit there and have the wine and conversate. Like, what are we talking about?
And this is what I'm talking about. If she order a bottle of wine on the first date and drink it all, what if she order a bottle of wine on the 10th date and drink it all? What's the difference?
Hey, y'all, I want to move
The
on
difference
from
on the
that
10th
bottle
date
of
is that
wine.
you know her,
Like,
and
I don't think
I'm
we
talking.
should
The
do
difference
that.
on the first from the
Okay,
10th is that you know her.
it's still a bottle of wine going down the same way. It's still gonna leave the same effect. You ain't gonna be any drunk different on the first date than you is the 10th date. It ain't gonna show you no difference. If she can drink a bottle of wine on the first date, she can drink a bottle of wine on the 10th date.
The
If she can drink
10th
a
date.
bottle
I don't
of
think we're talking about the same thing.
Hold on.
I don't think we're talking about
If
the
she
same
get a
thing.
bottle, hold on. Y'all gotta let other people talk on the panel also. But if she getting a bottle of wine on the 10th date, I'm getting some behind after that. I ain't gonna even lie. If we ain't did nothing through the first 9 days, that 10th date she ordering a bottle of wine and I gotta pay for it. Oh yeah. We gonna.
Ladies,
Nah.
be careful of men like this. Stay clear.
Nah,
Where's
stay
the
clear
wine?
what? You
Where's
gonna
the
tell
bottle
me
of
I
wine
gotta
is
keep
cheaper
drinking
than
out
her
of you
ordering.
and
You ain't gotta stay
hell
clear.
no.
You just it's a different vibe. I'm talking about
stay
classy
clear.
women. I'm not talking
Y'all
about,
acting like y'all out if she order and do say like that's different. The percentage of wine is so different. It's such a smooth, classy,
It's crazy.
sexy drink. How can you be upset with a woman sipping on something smooth and sexy?
I didn't say upset. You added the S to it. I didn't say
Hold
upset.
on. Water smooth.
I'm talking
and
about a
sexy
first
too
impression.
now.
That's what I'm talking about.
Sometimes,
Don't act like some water is smooth and sexy.
Sometimes ordering a bottle is cheaper
A
than
nice
getting
bottle of
individual
seltzer water
glasses,
smooth and sexy.
depending on how much you drink.
Hey, y'all, do y'all know that back in the day, we just went on dates?
Right. And this is what I'm talking about. We making all these rules and shit. Just go on a date, eat, talk, laugh, play, whatever the fuck y'all gonna do.
What's this? We went on dates.
Yeah, Lee, all these rules and regulations. Just go.
I mean,
on a
I
date.
need the rule book because I don't know what's what no more. Like, just go on a date.
If
Just
I'm
go on
taking
a
a girl
date
date
and
and I ain't trying to see if she can
try to
skate
see what he's talking about, and that's just it. If you can't afford to take a woman to Morton's, why in the hell would you end up in the parking lot?
Come on now, take away you can afford what your pockets can handle. You know
I
what's in your
mean,
pocket.
and it's vice versa for women too. You know, I see absolutely nothing wrong with taking a man out. I think men
I
need
can throw, I can throw, hold on, I can throw curveballs at y'all.
Y'all keep making it about money. I'm talking about gesture and decorum.
They
I'm
talk
not
about
talking
class
about
and
money.
decorum. That's like a woman saying, I don't like that man no more.
You mad about money first, but
I saw his butt crack on his drawers.
Let me answer her question. She asked me if I approach men. I've never approached a man, no.
I'd rather for a woman.
But I'm also not.
organic
So if
man.
I haven't approached him, then that means I'm not getting ready to go walk up to him and ask him for a date. So what I'm talking about is we've been on several dates. He's spent several he spent money on me on several dates. I like him. I want to take him out this time. I don't see nothing wrong with that.
But you know, I've been married 10 years, been together for 15 years. And I just, even when me and my husband go out on date nights, like I have never had to reach for my wallet, nor do he even care about that type of
I
stuff.
don't have to. I want to. There's a difference.
I mean, that's you, but I don't understand. Like, if you even with marriage, like, how are we, what are we doing here? I mean, a woman gonna naturally spoil her man. Not saying
exactly.
I don't understand it. But dates, what he's never had me. He wouldn't even allow me to reach for my wallet.
I was just about to say that. Can I ask a question for the men?
Hold on. Tay,
They
hold
not
on,
they
hold
not
on.
living in a realistic
Tay,
world.
hold on. Time out. Tay, you up here cheating. You know that. You up here married, right?
I'm
And
on
you
a live,
speaking
sir.
of this. Hold on. Time out.
Have I not dated?
Listen.
Just because I'm
No,
married?
I need you to listen to me.
I have not said anything.
Can you please
anything inappropriate.
listen? Hello. I'm trying to tell you how you cheating, right? And I ain't talking
Okay,
about
well,
no
go
physical
ahead.
cheating.
With the
Listen, hold
nonsense.
on. Calm down. You being a married woman,
Okay.
all finances are jointly. Your money is his money. So you speaking on something like this, you've been out the dating
Right.
field for
You've been
so
out the game.
goddamn long. You cheating us out of a fair
sense.
conversation because you're
No,
not
I'm
even
not.
bringing a narrative. Hold on. You're not bringing a narrative, a dating a man, a dating in this economy right now. You're not talking about 2025 dating. You dated so long ago. You've been married, even though y'all have date nights. Y'all money and y'all lifestyle is community property right now. Y'all basically, what's yours is his, what's his is yours, and all that bullshit like that. You ain't even in the same scenery.
Okay,
Man,
well, it's the same way across the board, sir.
You cheating us, lady.
Well, the
You
thing
cheating
is,
us.
that's
It's
why I
the
was
same
talking
way
about the
across the board.
gesture because today a lot of people are junkies, drunks, alcoholics. So I'm saying when you go on that first date with that person and they show you certain, you know how we always say when they show you the red flags, you better believe them. When somebody show you who it is, you better believe them. So if you go out on that first date and she drank that whole bottle of wine, don't be surprised if later on in the relationship she's an alcoholic. That was my point, and it's not to think negative about it.
That
My
wasn't
point
the
was
point
that
you made at
It
first, brother.
wasn't. It
You was talking
wasn't.
about
no,
I get you now,
no,
though.
I
I
ain't gonna
get
continue.
you. Gotcha.
no,
Don't
the
backtrack.
conversation was going in so many different directions, and we were stuck on the money portion for so long, and that wasn't my point. My point always was gesture. My point is decorum. My point is that we in a dating scene now in 2025 to where women are using you for your money. I get it, but that ain't the problem with me, and I don't think for a lot of brothers on here, that's not the problem. It's not money. I make money. I'm a truck driver. I make good money. My point is just gesture, decorum, class. That's my point. It's a lot of chicks out here that's moving like pirates. They on different yachts and boats, and they chugging down Casamigos. I'm out here in the game. I know what I'm talking about.
Well, don't date them. Dating
I'm not.
is
I'm
big in
not.
the
That's my
box.
point.
Like I don't like he just
You
said
are
I'm
what you
married and I've been
attract.
out the dating game. Ain't nothing. It's always been the same way across the board. You got dating is not to be put in the box. You got different type of people out here. Just like when I was dating then, you had women that didn't mind going 50-50 paying for the date, and you got men that don't mind paying for the date and ain't gonna ask no crazy stuff like that.
But I believe back in the day you would have tipped.
I wouldn't have tipped nothing.
I believe you would have.
No, I wouldn't have.
I believe you saying that now. Like, so you telling me
Oh,
you never
God.
took? Hold on.
But she's
you never
also
treated
not
your
dating
husband-
in this
Hold on.
climate. She's
My-
not dating in this
Hold on.
climate. She's
My
not dating in this.
husband-
Right,
You
but
telling
y'all
us-
was in a
hold on,
different
you
climate,
telling
ma'am.
us-
Y'all was in a different time. I'm talking about today.
I hate when they say that. It was always hard. It was always hard. It was always hard.
Y'all,
Only y'all said
what
today.
gets me
Matter of
with
fact,
y'all?
today y'all have more opportunities to make more money than they did back in the day, and they still didn't let that woman touch their pockets. I'm
Gas
telling
was
you,
$1.50, ma'am. Gas was $1.50.
And
Man,
the
and they
paycheck,
was only
and the
getting,
pay.
even back in the day, they was only getting paid like 50 cents an hour. You know what I'm saying? So it never added
They
up.
rent was $500.
It did. Our parents will be rich right now. Stop.
They rent was like
Stop it.
$300. Come on,
Yeah,
man.
and how much money they was getting from work was not even meeting that. You're talking about the bills. Let's talk about the work. The work they was putting in, they was not getting paid that much to even cover that little bit of bills.
So they still had
Why
it
we
hard.
focused on money?
Otherwise, your mama
Man,
would
I
have
don't know your people. My people had
This is why we
houses,
can't
man.
get it
Why
together,
why
y'all.
we
Wait a minute,
focus on
listen.
money on the first date?
Listen, y'all.
Yeah,
This is
y'all
why we
focus
can't
on
get it
money.
together.
But do something for
Ev-
free. Go to the beach.
Everybody has their own perspective when it comes to dating. Nobody
Exactly.
is right. Nobody is wrong. Nobody is stupid. Nobody is none of that. If that's what you do and how you move through dating, then that's on you. If somebody else has a different perspective than yours, it don't mean it's wrong.
Right.
Exactly. And that's the problem is
People
now
move how they want
everybody's
to move.
trying to,
Y'all got to stop placing people in boxes like,
that's what they doing.
you ain't going to do it. That's cool. It's plenty of women out here that don't mind.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? And that's just the bottom line. Pick who is in your lane. That's it. If you know, if a man can
Hold
come
up.
to you, go ahead.
Like, cool.
Oh, if a man come to
No,
you and asking you for
I hear Tay down here ad libbing. Hold on.
I
Hold on.
most
You can
definitely
finish,
agree
please,
with her
babe.
because
But I
dating
hear
is
Tay
not
down
to be
here
put
ad
in the
libbing.
box.
But Tay been the one to telling women. Hold on, you been the one to telling women to stay away from these type of men that
And
ask you
and
for a
I
tip,
still
to
I
pay the
stand on
tip.
what I said, sir. What I said was that dating is not to be put in the box. Just like you got, I'm gonna
But
repeat it and be clear.
Bags is saying
I'm gonna be
like if.
clear. I'm gonna be clear.
But
She
Bags
basically
is
said
saying
the same
something
thing
totally
I said.
different. Bags is saying you that type of woman.
Let me be clear. Let me be clear. Let me clarify for you. Just like when I was dating then, you got people that don't mind going Dutch and you got men that's gonna pay for the date. Dating is not to be put in the box. Go date who aligns with you.
That's it.
There's not no right and wrong way. It's not a right or wrong way. If you know that woman not in your league, don't date her. Go date somebody that want to go Dutch with you. Ain't nothing
Oh,
much that
Jesus.
changed from when I was dating to
Simple as
now.
that.
Ain't that much? Y'all,
Simple as that.
it seems to me like y'all just going. Y'all want these women to lower their standards.
Yes.
That's what it
It's
seems
simple
like.
as that.
And
No,
when
So
it's
it's
not that.
if you can't afford a
when it's
tip,
plenty of women up here that it,
what type of standard you have? If
when
you can't afford a tip,
who said that I couldn't afford the tip? I don't come from poverty,
you don't
sir.
want to. You don't want
I don't.
It's
Me
not
or my
about the
Hold
husband
tip,
come from
man.
on.
It's just
poverty.
not about that.
I
Time
don't
out.
come from
See, that's
poverty.
what I hate. That's what I hate. Why y'all always say somebody wants you to lower your standards? What is your
I
standards?
don't come from
What
poverty,
is your
sir.
standards?
And what my standards is just that, my standards. Just like the next person, just
See.
like you.
Oh, okay.
Your
Thank you.
standards
They
are
don't. They
your
don't have a
standards.
standard. They don't even know what a standard is when it comes to
Who don't
my
know what a
standard is.
standard is,
Hold
sir?
on. Hold on. Hold on.
Everybody ain't got
My
the
stand.
same
Hold
standards.
on.
You sound crazy.
Man. I got to do it like this. Hold on. Your standard is if a man can't pay for it, he can't date me. That's what these motherfuckers be out here talking about. They standard is, oh, if he can't afford to pay for this for me, he can't date me.
See, I
So
think
that's your
that's for
your
Move
me. That's a
around and
lot.
don't
standard is
date
what
that type
another
of
nigga can
female.
do
You
for
already
you.
know what she's in it
That shit don't
And
for.
make
so
no
what?
sense. That's not a
And
standard.
so
That's
what? You just
bullshit.
like you got
Can
your
I say
standards.
something?
Move
Can
on
You
to
I
the
had
say
your
next
something?
one.
standards back in the day, and
I
guess
Can I
what?
say
The
agree.
men
Let's
who
something?
move
could
on.
afford those
Move
gold
on to
diggers
the
is
Can I
not
next
say
going
woman.
something?
for them.
Simple.
Can I say something? Can I say something? Y'all, I don't know about how everybody else date, but this panel is making dating sound so stressful when
I'm
it's supposed to be
telling
like
you,
a cool
man.
little fun time. It's supposed to be a cool little fun time. I really don't even be focused on small minuscule shit like that. I'm talking to, we get to know each other. I'm trying to figure out what we doing for fun, what we about to do. Like I said, dinner is not a date to me. I gotta throw something in, an activity or something in, and dinner's gonna be included because I'm gonna eat that night regardless. Like dinner is just it's food. That's just something that we do. So I'm not paying to that minuscule shit anyway. Like you gotta pay attention to the bigger shit. A person gonna tell you who they is by the way they act through their actions. You take them on a date, they farting at the table, or you take them on a date, they
Thank
saying certain
you.
things, or they talking about people a certain way, they looking about people. It's just how they treat other people around you, what they do, their actions, their body language. That's what you looking at and focused on. You're gonna notice all that through fun. This is gonna be organic. But this doesn't sound organic. This sounds very, like you said, interviewy. It's not like a damn interview. I don't want to go on a date. That's an interview. I just wanted to be. Miss Ryan, I put it on
Huh?
Showtime real quick. Go ahead.
You want me to go?
Yeah, you had a minute. It's ticking down.
Well, I'm sorry. We talking about the prank. Well, I didn't say how I felt. Like
Say what you. If you got more to say,
I
say
just
it.
feel like the same thing I've been saying. I feel like men should be celebrated too. Not any man, let's be clear. But I think if a man is taking his time, spending his money on me, treating me nice, and he's been doing this, I don't know, for months, I don't see nothing wrong for me to be like, you know what? I think this one on me. Let me do something sweet for you. I've always been like that. I mean, I spend money on my girlfriends though. You like when we go out, I'm buying drinks. I buy food. It's not that. I mean, shit.
Hey, hello. Hello.
It's your go.
Oh yeah. Hey, man. I feel like a lot of the women feel on here, man. Tripping off somebody over some food and shit, man. It just don't even get it for me. And like food and shit, man. It just don't even get it for me. And like the brother part of the date, I'm gonna be figuring out what the hell we gonna do afterwards or what we gonna do before then to be having some fun. And that's gonna tell a lot about the character. It's gonna tell a lot about the woman. Y'all gonna get a chance to talk about some different stuff, walking down the beach or something, sitting up, chopping it up. Probably done went and got another bottle from the liquor store, just sipping on the beach, talking shit. You know what I'm saying? That's the type of shit I'm on. For as a meal, I ain't tripping on no meal, no tip, no nothing. That shit's so beneath me. I don't care nothing about that, man.
Miss Butter.
Hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Especially the first date. If I don't see anything wrong with even a 50-50 because you may not be feeling that person, they may not be feeling you, and it is what it is. Like, I don't want to waste my time, and you don't have to waste your time. But it's up to, I mean, if the woman, but it has to be up to both people if they want to do 50-50. But on a first date, I don't think there's nothing wrong with 50-50 or paying a tip. That's it.
All right, let me wrap this up. I'm gonna get to everybody.
Yeah, so my whole point was not the money. That's not a problem. If you asking a woman out on a date, you got to pay for it. That was my whole point. My whole point was just decorum. We live in a different dating time. Dating is not how it was 15, 20, 30 years ago. We keep bringing up how stuff was back then. It's not how it is now. We got different women today. We got different men today. My whole point was that pay attention to the person that you are on a first date with because you don't know them and you don't want to waste your time. You do want to pay attention to the decorum. You do want to pay attention to if they have class. You do want to pay attention to, how they moving and everything like that. But that was my whole point.
You finished?
Yeah, I'm done.
God damn, y'all can't talk a minute. Y'all telling me y'all ain't got a minute of bullshit to talk to each other? Oh, god damn. Let me wrap this one up, too.
Oh, I got a mean, honey. Like I said before, me personally, common courtesy, I will offer the tip. Now, if he asks me, I am gonna look sideways for the whole asking part. Like, I don't think you should ask me because you asked me out. Secondly, I believe that if I don't offer the tip, it shouldn't make me any less valuable to his time or whatever he's looking for. Because again, you asked me out, and I'm going to give a quick conversation, story time. My first date with somebody was to the movies. Now we communicated a few times before then. And when we was at the movies, he went to the restroom and came back with a beer. I did not like that. We didn't have a conversation if both of us drink or into stuff like that at all. And I felt like that was highly disrespectful to come up there drinking. So now I do feel like you cannot do something without drinking, but it's not the same as going out to dinner because we was at the movies. I don't find nothing wrong with a woman ordering some wine.
What's funny to me is that y'all think that these type of conversations weren't going on back in the day. You can literally go on YouTube and see that they had the same conversations then that we having now. Ain't nothing in change. Y'all trying to put everybody in the box, and that's not what it is. I done heard this Miss Butter just came up here and said she don't mind going half on a date. Why won't y'all date those women? I don't just date who you align with. It's not that hard at all.
Like I really don't understand it. And that's all I got to say.
But if we can have these conversations, but how we gonna know what type of women they are if we're
A
not
person
allowed
will
to?
tell
Hold
you
on, hold
exactly
on.
who they is.
I'm trying to see. I'm trying to use the time right now. What you left over? How do we know who those women are if we never have that conversation?
A person will tell you exactly who they are. Believe me
When
the first
at
time.
dinner? At dinner?
So, so basically, man, when you're going out on dates, you got to be willing to take that L, take that loss. When I say that, since we're gonna touch on the finance real quick. You take a woman out on a date, you spend some money, it might not work out. Just be willing to take that L. You put up in an investment, but that didn't last. Okay, cool. But when we take a woman out on a date and we ask them to go out on a date, the expectations to pay is gonna be there because we sat there and asked them to go on a date. We ain't running these little silly ass tests. And the main thing is we focus on all this stuff so much. That's why we fail in the dating world. Why won't we just start courting these women to see if we want to marry these women? There's a difference between courting and dating. So I say this to say, man, just go and date with good intentions and everything will fall into place. All these tests really ain't going to show you what a person is too, because people can do what on tests? Cheat on tests. So it ain't going to give you no honest output on anything. You just got to watch how they move. I got 5, 4, 3, 2.
All right, it's finna turn off, right? Everybody spoke. Let me say this, right? Any prompt that I put up, anything that I say or do, it's to question the mindset of people and what we got going on out here in society and stuff like that. So you may read the prompt, you may see the prompt. This may not be my views, but I'm gonna question it and I'm gonna test people. Speculative about what I'm doing. Hold on, let me finish it. Everybody had their little minutes and stuff like that. It's only to see what how do you like man and you got argument with somebody and you got argument with somebody you mean
You breaking
Breaking
up.
up. Breaking up.
We can't hear you.
whatever.
Yeah, you're breaking up.
Can y'all hear me now?
Yeah.
Mic check, mic check. Can y'all hear me now? Okay, I'm just saying, if you ask that person that question in the beginning, you may get an argument. It all depends. So how do you figure out who is about going 50-50 or paying for their own meal if you ask them out?
Can I answer that question?
Ask
Right.
them.
Can I you ain't even gotta ask them. Women like that gonna let you know.
Yes,
They
no.
gonna tell
We have a lot of people.
they are going to tell you that they don't mind going 50-50. They gonna tell you they don't
All
mind
right.
paying for their own.
All
They're
right.
going to tell
The reason why I got to that mindset about paying, not minding paying half, because when I was younger, I used to take advantage of men. Like, I may not even like them, but if they asked me out to dinner, I would go because I had a mindset, well, I gotta eat. So I would just go just to get a free meal, like let them pay for it. I said, that is so wrong. Like, I came to a realization, like, that's so wrong that I know I don't like this person, but I'm just going out with them so they can buy me food. So that's how I got to the point. Well, I don't mind paying half, because if I'm really feeling this person, we'll go out again, and he'll be a continue on paying. But if it don't work out, well, he didn't really lose nothing. I didn't either. So that's how I got to that mindset.
I'm gonna speak on my behalf as well. If I really, really, really like you and really enjoyed that first date, now let me be honest. I'm gonna offer to either pay for my food, like, oh no, I got it. I really appreciate you asking me out. I mean, I'm hoping that the man be like, no, I said I got it. And okay, cool. But if I really like you, I want you to know I am a support mate that you can have by your side. If I really don't like you, and again, like I said in the comments, me offering a tip really does come from the man service as well, which means up until the time that we even sat down to eat, if you didn't hold the door for me, if you didn't greet me properly, if you're not giving me eye contact, you checking your phone consistently, not giving me undivided attention, you're paying for every last thing on that meal. Don't ask, don't look for nothing because you're here playing. You're not intentional. But if it's completely opposite and you here for a really good and long time, it's coming off as, I don't really mind going 50-50 on that end.
And I don't.
I really like
I
that.
really. I don't.
I like that answer, Taylor. I really do. That like
That was a
you
good answer.
Yeah,
you
yeah, that was
you
cool.
observed every goddamn thing he did from beginning to the end, and that's a test. You observed every goddamn thing, and he checked all the
That's what.
goddamn boxes, and you say, "Well, let me show
Right.
some gratitude."
Right. So, and that's what I was trying to say. Like, it's not a stupid test. It's not that you intentionally coming in and trying to like just get a gotcha moment with somebody. But I was saying, and she made the example with the beer situation. It's like people do drink in movies nowadays. Now, let's keep it real. But like, if he brought a beer up and they got you turned off, that's what I was saying about the bottle of wine. You didn't like that decorum. It didn't turn you on. Like, it was just something for you that you didn't like. And
Conversation about drinking or certain type of drinks that we like to drink. Now, I have a traumatic experience with people who drink beer, so that's me. But if he would have had that conversation with me, he would have known. And not only that, but he came up with a beer for himself. He didn't ask me if I wanted one. He didn't offer me an extra one.
Crazy.
Right.
Right.
I get that.
Not
Look.
necessarily just saying he's drinking the beer, right?
Right, but I get that because I would have offered you a drink and said, you want something, go and get something, right? That's me. I'm not.
Have known that I didn't like people who drink beer, right? Because you asked.
Right. But my point. But that was my point was that like you're paying attention to how somebody move, even if it's with a $7, $4 beer, even if it's with $100 bottle of wine. You're just paying attention to how they're moving. And that was my whole point. It ain't to be cheap or none of that shit. I'm not that type of nigga. You know what I'm saying? Homie down below me, he not that type of guy. He real nonchalant. I know what type of, vibe we talking about, but I just think my point got a little misconstrued and it wasn't that deep.
It's just how you presented it. At first it sound because you said the most expensive thing on the menu, and then you added in a bottle. So now everybody looked at the money aspect, and that's where it got lost. So now you talking about if a woman drank a whole bottle on the first date. That's a red flag for you. A woman just put down the whole bottle. Because some bottles, if you're drinking like double XL or some Taylor Port, you drink a whole bottle of that.
Yeah,
by
that's
yourself.
good. Yeah. Come on, bro. You know what I'm
But they
saying?
ain't got it in restaurants. They
Yeah,
ain't got
I
that in
know, brother.
restaurants.
But that's my point. It's like you paying attention to how you don't know this woman. You just paying attention to how she moving, and it's like you trying to gauge her character and how she move. Because if she a classy woman, she really just not. Classy women don't move like that, man. I don't care what nobody say. If you dealing with a classy woman,
it's a such thing as rich assholes. So just because somebody is generous to you, don't mean they're gonna be good to you.
Right. That's true too.
Exactly.
That's true too.
Yeah. When I was speaking about paying 50-50, I have never paid for. I mean, even though I offered, the men I dated have never allowed me to. But I just want to put that out there.
I've never asked a woman to pay on a tip ever in my life. I don't know if any other fellas have. I've never asked a woman, "You gonna pay? You got me on?" I've never asked that, man. I don't think. First of all, that's just not respectful. If a man asks you that is a red flag to a degree. It's like, come on, bro. Like, but I think when we get into the semantics of dating, the reason it sounds so confusing is because everyone's coming from their own personal perspective on what they look for and what they like or don't like, or what they are, what they appreciate and don't appreciate. So it gets kind of convoluted because what Taylor might like, I might not like, and what D-Clip how he might rock on a date is not how I rock on a date. You see what I'm saying? It's just different vibes. So that's my whole thing. Like, it's just different. Everybody different.
Well, to Corey, to answer your question and what you were saying, you heard what these ladies said. A person, they're gonna tell you exactly who they is. So you ain't gotta worry about asking no questions like that because they gonna let you know. Just like I would let you know. They gonna let you know they don't mind going half on that bill.
Oh no, I get mine now. I know how to reverse psychology. Go get an answer. I'm just
It,
speaking for
it,
what
it
the
has
questions I
nothing to do
asked.
with
So
reverse psychology. They gonna when that bill come, best believe they gonna be reaching in that wallet and telling you, I don't mind going half. They gonna tell you. I'm telling you.
nah,
Definitely
but
feel
see,
like it.
I would be at the table and I'd be like, man, I left my wallet, man. You might have to cover this. I
No,
left.
don't do that.
If a
Don't do
woman
that.
say, nah, you better
I'm
get
leaving
up
you
and
right
go
at the
get it.
table.
Yeah,
Hold on.
I'm
If a
not
woman
playing
say,
around
nah,
with
you
that.
better get, you better leave. You know, she say you better call
And
somebody and
that's
have
that's
them see.
probably why you don't
I'ma
get
just
second
know what
date,
type of
sir.
woman she is.
You
Exactly.
that's
You leaving
probably
your
why you're not
wallet.
getting
That's a
second
part of
date.
I be
responsibility.
like,
Leaving your
hey
wallet.
Corey,
Leaving your
hey
wallet while
Corey,
asking a woman out today is like leaving your children at school.
hey Corey. Can I ask a question to the ladies?
You can ask anything you want.
All right, ladies. This I want to ask all ladies on the panel one at a time so we can get an answer. So, can you tell what type of man he is depending on what type of date he plans for you?
Oh,
Yes.
definitely.
Absolutely.
Okay, so
Let
is
me
there a
put thought
level?
into it.
Is there a level of date, like a type of date he plans that you will not agree to?
I'ma just say this: men scope you out and they know what type of woman they dealing with. When they approach you by the way you dress, like I'll take me for example. The way I would dress, I didn't have to worry about hood dudes trying to holler at me because they wouldn't try it. They already know that it's not happening. So a man knows if they can approach you and what type of woman you is, and they gonna know how to proceed, and they gonna know how to approach you and how to plan the date as well. They gonna.
So, what type of dates won't you accept? Give me an example.
What type of dates? What I won't accept for a
Won't
first
accept.
date.
Yes, for a first date. Won't
I'm
you
not.
accept?
I'm not going to no fast food restaurants. I don't want to go on no coffee dates. I'm not going to no movies. I'm not going up for no walk in no park. None of that. You gonna plan a proper dinner date. That's what you gonna plan.
Taylor.
Like I said, when I went to the movies, we already kind of like hit it off, talked, and we did a fashion show together. But definitely not the movies because that means you really don't want to get to know me and talk to me. No fast food. I don't mind. I've not really walked in the park, but I do love the beach. So I don't mind that. But the whole park and going somewhere trying to do like the freehand thing to see if I'm really for you. No, I don't like that. You trying to do something for free because you're not really sure if you really want me or not. Past that, you got to take the risk with me. And so things, basically just things like that, things without substance and a proper thought, that can really put both of us in a comfort zone to be open.
What I won't do is fast food, go out to a club on a first date, or go to your place on a first date.
I didn't mean to take over your show, Mr. Corey. I just wanted to.
Nah, yeah, don't worry.
I got a
about it.
question too, though.
He a troll. He a troll.
Let Miss Rags respond. Miss Rags didn't say nothing. What about you, Miss Rags?
Oh, I'm sorry. What was the question? I was working back.
What type of date won't you accept on the first date?
I'm not into all of that. I mean, you can, like I said, you can pack up a couple sandwiches, baby. We can get a blanket, go and sit at the park and just, I'm trying to get to know you. I'm not, you know,
Hey,
I'm not
He's different type
picky
of
about
woman.
that kind of stuff. I just want to get to know you.
and it don't make up
Don't
less
come
than
taking me to know, you know, I can't imagine a date that I would turn down. I mean, but you don't have to.
Could I expound?
At a club is because you
why
can't
Yeah, don't
hear
take me
each
to a
other.
club. Don't take me
If
to
you're
a
at a club, you can't hear. Like,
Yeah.
the music's so loud, and you know it's just too much
I
going
just
on,
think
so you
that's
really can't get to know each other. That's
Same
why I
for the
said a
movie
club.
theaters. Movie theaters on the first date is
Great
a wild date.
Can I expound on why a proper date is important? As
Yes, ma'am.
far as you seeing how that man plan a date or whatever, and when I say dinner date and why I wouldn't accept going to a park and then like that, is because you get to see how that man interact in public, how he treat the waitresses, his character. A dinner date can show you a lot. So
A first date can show you a lot. It don't have to be a dinner date. It could be a movie date. It could be,
why would you go to the movies when you ain't getting, it's dark in there, you ain't getting to know this man or nothing?
Right. Why would you go to the movies for a day? What y'all trying to touch each other's thighs and do something under the
Exactly.
No, we
Like,
trying to watch a movie and get to see. That's what I'm saying. Y'all got all of these limitations with
To know a
dating.
man
I
is
don't
y'all
not have to.
conversation
There
is
go, there go the box.
Y'all got something
The
to talk
box.
about.
There go the box.
So
Hello.
if you
You
have
say you're not in the box, but you keep going to the box.
Ain't nobody
Let me,
going. That's a box is where you
What
try
if
to
you
put
let me,
everybody
know
dating
somebody and you're
standards
in a
in a
movie?
box.
Right, but if
um,
you're saying that you can only get to
How
know
how
somebody
how,
from a
how are
dinner
you
date.
getting to know somebody at a movie in the dark? Please tell us.
hello,
I
hello,
Yeah,
mean,
you can't have a discussion about how the movie went.
The host trying
Listen,
to speak.
hello, let the new panelists jump in here. This was the prompt I had up prior. I did change it to something else. I don't know if you've seen that. I don't know if that's what got you in here, but don't worry about that. Because we basically on this situation right here. So if you want, I don't know how long you've been listening, but if you want to jump in, answer the prompt, or you can speak where they were speaking from right now, and then we can open back up.
You talking about me, big bro?
Yeah.
Uh, quick question. Maybe the first day was a major person was a cover and exquisite service phenomenal. Oh, me personally, I ain't gonna lie. Me personally, the first date, a man shouldn't be asking for nothing. In my eyes, I don't know. Even if it is a tilt cushion, no man be asking for nothing. That first date is for that man specifically. Period. I don't care what it is. But after that, yeah. But on that first date, hell nah.
So what about the second date?
Yeah, second date, yeah. I just said second date, yeah. First date is a no. First date, the woman is there to be a woman. First date, the woman is there to be a woman. That second date, yeah, cause the second date is pretty sure probably gonna be like what, a week or two. Pretty sure y'all done linked up or something like that beforehand. Pretty sure probably gonna be like what, a week or two. Pretty sure y'all done linked up or something like that beforehand.
Let me ask you a question.
What's up?
If you ask her that, are you looking for any type of indication from her, like what type of woman she is? Like, what are you looking for when it comes to you asking her to?
All right. So if I do was to ask something like that though, and like she get the tweet out, nah, hell nah, I ain't doing this and that, whoop. Yeah, I'm gonna cut you off all the ripper. But I think I asked that for, I don't know, I think that's just my way of testing a woman to see what you would do in the situation. But I wouldn't probably be like, could you cover the tip? I make it on some point like that was my last $20 on the bill. Could you cover this type shit? I make it on the point like that to see like what it would be. But just saying it just to see, nah.
But like, yeah, but we had a lot of women and a lot of men up here tonight that basically said, if you can't, shit, nah, y'all give me that?
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
Mic check. Okay, we had a lot of men up here and a couple of women. I ain't gonna say all of them, but they basically said if you can't afford that restaurant and afford the tip at the end of the date, you should not go. How you feel about that?
Facts. Yeah. You should never try to be somebody you ain't. If you know you only got $100 in your pocket and you trying to go to Ruth Chris, you know that steak $80, you tweaking. You need to tell shorty straight up, I don't even got that to be doing that right now.
Amen, twin. Amen.
We can go do this and that, you feel me? But I ain't finna do that. And if she can't understand that, that's already red flag off the ripper. But shouldn't no man be trying to do anything to try to make a woman feel any type of way? You feel me?
Amen, twin. Good shit.
Now that might be rough right there to say man shouldn't be doing to make a woman feel. How y'all ladies feel about that last statement?
He say, can you repeat it one more
I didn't hear him either. I think I might have said something wrong. Yeah, you're right. I ain't gonna lie. I know what you said.
What did he say?
I said, shouldn't no man be trying to go out their way to make a woman feel any type of way? Yeah, I take that back.
Yeah, you tripping.
Yeah, I tell you, it came out a little wrong.
No, what he was saying, if he ain't got the money to do it,
Yeah,
that's
but yeah, that's what I
basically
was
what he was
saying.
saying. And
That's
he's
what I was
right about
saying though, but
he's
EJ
right
came out
about that.
wrong.
Hey,
And
don't
see,
try to
here's a
don't try to
perspective to
be
go
something
by.
that you're not. That's what he was trying to
We
say.
was
Yeah, well,
talking
don't go
about
out
this.
at all.
That's right. We was talking about this earlier, and it was more shifted towards mental health. If you are trying to get your life together and yourself together, you ain't got no business dating.
Facts.
If you ain't got no money, I'm not sure why you even interested in dating. I want some money. I don't, you know what I
They
mean?
want to
So,
go see that's why they need somebody to help them out.
oh, well.
They want to
I got a
They
question.
want to drive your car
I
to
got a
work.
Wait, I
question.
wanted to say this though. Because I ain't want to lose it. But it was to the point of what Miss Rags and then Miss Tate. You know, these are they expect different things. Now, I would say, Miss Tate, that the way you want to date or the way you expect a man to date you is a box. Like you expecting a dinner date is a box. I don't care what you say. That's a
Okay,
box.
but
But then
you misunderstand
no.
when I say the box. When you talking about a box, that's talking about putting everybody in the box and how they date. The way Miss Rags date and the way I date, it's okay. At the end of the day, the way you
Right.
date, it is okay. What I'm saying is date who you align with.
Because if a
Period.
man approach her, that's
My
what she
standards,
wants.
let my standards
Right.
be a box then. I'm not
That
for
was
you
my
and
that
it's
was my
okay.
point.
For you,
Right.
Tate.
That was
Because
my
you
point.
cannot ask somebody to drop their standards, right?
Exactly. So that's
If somebody
Right.
is,
That's facts.
you can't ask somebody to drop their standards. That just don't even the saying it don't even sound. You know what I
she's
mean?
just saying don't put
If
everybody in the same
if
dating
my
box.
standards is in
Right.
the box, it's gonna stay in the box then, sir. To answer your question, I'm fine with it.
Hold on, man, because
That wasn't a
I
question to
thought
you.
we had this standard thing. Like when y'all say standard, like what
No, your
defines
standards
standard?
are yours.
Yeah, your
Whether you
standards are
want
your
What
what
does
they
standards,
that
and
are
the
mean?
way
So
you
yours.
date is the way you
okay,
date.
Individual.
No, I'm saying
Time out.
because it was,
Hold
go
on,
ahead.
I got a question. Your standards are yours, okay? How do you define your standard and apply them to somebody else to uphold?
By what you
Right.
wouldn't accept.
If that man don't accept my standards, on to the next. That's how.
Simple as that, huh?
And it's okay.
That,
At the end of it's
It's the
okay. I
same for
promise you it's
men.
okay. It's okay.
Yeah,
At the
fellas, we
end of
do
the
the
day,
same
we
thing, brother.
not
We
for
on to
one
the
another.
next.
Just go find somebody who aligns with you. It's that simple. You
And
make
here's the
it
Wait.
thing,
something
So
harder
Ted.
than what it gotta be.
what
Here's the
are your
thing.
standards,
Here's the
Tate?
thing. Apparently, she does not have an issue. The men that she dates, apparently, they don't have an issue with how she feels.
Thank you.
Right? So, I don't agree with that mindset because I'm a different person. I'm not. I just am not like that. I'm not. But to ask her if it is actually men out here doing this, it is men who don't have a problem with paying rent in the first month. They do this shit. A lot of them do it because they can. A lot of them do it to try, live in. I don't really know, but it's cool. No man should be upset with a woman because she doesn't date that way.
Right.
And I just have a question to the comments. I see a lot of comments talking about she's a baby mama.
I'm not a
I
baby
don't
mama.
understand that term. What does that mean?
I'm married. Been married for 10 years. So been with them 15. So I'm not a baby mama.
No, but I'm guessing it's
I'm
some type
answering
of.
them in the comments. My kids got their dad. Sorry, and we don't come from poverty either. So
Well, what does that mean, though? She's a baby mama. I mean, a mother of a child. What does
Nah,
that
because I think she had said she want the money in a relationship or something like
I
that.
never said that, sir.
Let's bring
Oh,
this down.
I think that's what somebody was responding to when whoever the person that said they were dating for money or something like that. That's when they said baby mom, if I'm not mistaken.
So what they're saying is baby mamas date for money?
Man, the only reason y'all not baby mamas and baby daddies is because the only reason y'all not baby mamas and baby daddies is because when y'all was having unprotected smecks, y'all ain't slip up. Everybody has had unprotected smecks.
Oh no, the reason is because they decided to pay that money.
Don't take care of their kids. They went
No.
on.
Listen to y'all. Listen to what I'm saying. No, this is the point I'm trying to make. We always want to get on baby mamas and baby daddies, but everyone has had unprotected smecks, and we trying to act like we just all holy in the down and we just better. No, we just ain't slip up and have babies, so that don't make us any better than the people that did. We all have unprotected smecks, meaning we either gonna have a boy or a girl, not a dog or a cat.
I mean, my question was,
I was
when they
never,
say that, they say it like these
I was-
men
That's what I'm
didn't make
saying.
the baby.
They're using that to play down on you like they're better because
Yeah.
they didn't have the
okay.
child.
Well, I
Which
was
only meaning they was participating in trying to have that culture. They just ain't slip up in and participate in that culture. But they were
or they done
To
took the
answer-
plan B,
to
or they
answer
done got
that
it killed
question-
already.
exactly. Stop acting like y'all ain't never had unprotected
Yeah,
sex.
they
Like
had that.
everybody is a
They used to have Plan Bs on standby.
To answer the question, I have never been a baby mom. I was married when I had my first kid. I have 2 kids, 13 and 6, and they was made out of love, and we were married. So
Isn't every mother a baby's mother? What the
Yeah,
fuck?
dude.
What's going on? It's so weird, bro.
They
I don't
trying to
know.
play mind games when it
I
comes
would
to
never
that.
refer.
Jesus.
I would
Shame
never
you.
refer to my.
They're trying to
husband
shame you.
as
Don't let
being
them
a
shame you.
baby
Don't carry
daddy.
that
He's a
shame
father.
on you.
A mother of my children. And that's it.
He would
Am I-
never refer to me as
They
being
trying
a
to
baby
shame
mama.
you.
He's gonna
They
tell
I've
trying to
us
never
that
been called a baby mama, and I would never call
Let's
myself a
move
baby
on to
mama.
let's get on the
Yeah,
topic. Let's get on the topic.
I
So
mean, but the definition itself, that means the baby has a mother. So if you have children, of course you're a baby's mother. What the hell is that talk? I don't know.
married or not.
It's just the respect that your baby daddy gives you. I don't feel like a man should be calling you that, but that's what it is at the end of the day.
And that's not respect anyways if he calling you that.
Yeah, I was about to say, but should no man be like my baby mama? I just refer to you as your name, like.
Well, she's not a bed bug. She didn't impregnate
I
herself.
understand. I understand. I don't know why folks trying to make that way.
Yeah, but we online.
Yeah, y'all gotta
People
cut
don't-
that
we
shit
don't
out.
know-
Y'all look
nobody
weird as fuck
knows
with that shit.
anybody
I don't
up
even
here like
understand
that. So
We gonna
I
get
don't
on
get
baby
it.
daddies. Come on, y'all. Damn, that weird shit. Let's
Yeah, that's weird.
let's move on to the topic.
And I want to say something too as well. You got 3 other women with totally different opinions on how they date, right? And these men in the comments saying they pushing for baby mamas. Why not acknowledge these women that say they don't mind this? They don't mind it. So why not date them?
They can't mind it. They keep dating the men that leave. You leaving them with the babies. I mean, they don't mind.
They're trying to get their point validated. All right, Corey,
I
we're
don't-
gonna
I
let you
really
get
don't
your show back.
understand it.
We're gonna let you get your show back, Corey.
Weird.
That's what it was on the minimum.
Listen, whoa,
God damn, $50 for breakfast.
Hold on. Because a person don't come
You
up.
breaking up, host.
Don't mean the case may be. But, yeah. Mic check. Can y'all hear me?
You must be in the woods, huh?
Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
I hear you.
All right. Yeah, I have to turn on and off my Wi-Fi in the truck or whatever. Sometimes it go in and out or whatever, depending on where I'm at. Yeah, I just had to turn it back on because if my service ain't working in the area, then my Wi-Fi works. I don't mind y'all engaging with the comments or whatever. That don't bother me because if somebody say something, address what they say. I might find some comments slick, like I found one earlier, so I addressed it in the way I felt addressing it. But to harp on it and go on, that's when it becomes like it throws the whole topic off and go other places. I don't mind if y'all address a comment. If y'all want to actually take one that somebody say out there and talk on it, y'all can. I don't have a problem with that. I think it's like one other person that requested to come up right now. So if I rotate somebody out, that's just what it is. But yeah, otherwise, y'all is. But yeah, otherwise, y'all. I like when questions are asked from the comments up on the panel. Throw in, different narratives and things like that. I think Taylor is more. Go ahead.
No, I was just asking. I seen the term down
You hear
there.
me? Taylor is more. Go ahead.
No, I was just asking. I seen the term down
You hear
there
me now?
times of children's mothers. So I didn't know what that was about. So I was just asking a question.
Are we talking about the prompt that's on the screen right now? Are we talking about that?
I can't even see that.
It says a minimum a nigga should send for breakfast, lunch, gas, brunch, dinner, nails, makeup, outfit, wig installs, $40 is never acceptable ever in life. That's I'm glad y'all know I can read. But basically is a list. What do we think about the list?
That's her list, ain't it? I mean,
preposterous.
Ms. Bragg said
Can y'all
earlier,
hear me? Can y'all
there
hear
are
me now?
men that don't mind doing it. So if you're not that guy, move on. It's
I mean, I'm
simple.
a woman, and I wouldn't even necessarily. I just feel like certain necessities is what you're supposed to have for yourself. In order, to, you want to be that. You want to wear makeup and look nice and dress nice. You shouldn't solely depend on a random person to make that happen for you, right? You're not asking your daddy or your mama for money for them to still buy you clothes and whatnot, or get your nails and hair done. I think that should be all on you. But
Royce,
my response is a little subjective because I do nails and toes and I don't wear makeup. So, and I do my own hair. So those things are just, yeah, no. Now, gas is like a courtesy for a man to definitely do for you, especially if he needs you at the gas station. Okay, hello. But the other things like brunch and dinner, breakfast, lunch, I feel like that's okay for him to send you money on, especially if you reciprocate in other ways.
Well, it's easy to say.
know.
It's easy to say like that's her standards, but I think on a panel we're having a general consensus because these lists they've been going viral for like the last 2 years. Like these lists that people have of what they expect, and some of them do seem a little crazy, especially when you're in a different economy and stuff like that. So I guess it makes for a general sense of like, do you think this is the appropriate mindset of today on how we should date and how we should interact being single and with most people wanting to be in relationships and marriage?
Hell no.
I
ain't doing none of
But
that.
that list,
Should we date like this?
I ain't doing none of that.
you
with these
don't
standards?
need a list because the type of men you date will, like, I'll give you an example. I wanted to date. He was his security person for a president. He paid. At the time I was divorced, I had children. He paid for my babysitter. He travels all the time. So he said, yeah, if you come to where I'm at, I will give you gas money. He gave me my gas money. He paid for everything. I didn't even have to ask. So it depends on the type of men you date. They will provide.
Thank you.
You don't even have to
That's what I was ask. gonna say. You ain't even
That's
gotta
why I was
ask.
like, I don't want people to think I don't have standards. I do have standards. But the type of men I date, they're going to treat me accordingly. I don't have to ask. They know what type of woman I am, and they're going to provide accordingly.
Exactly.
Can I be heard? Like, can y'all hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay, this is the thing, right? We have women out here. They'll be like, a man will text you, like, and I know a lot of women hate this, but they'll text you what you doing. She'll be like, I'm on the way to get my nails done. She wouldn't expect that man to send her the nail money because she said that. Or I'm
The
thinking
right
about
man
going to get
will.
my nails done. So we have women out here that expect men to do things on the fly because they said it's like some type of reverse psychology almost, like he should do it because of who I am and things like this. But this is like that dating setting right here where you're dating somebody, you're in the phase of getting to know somebody, and these are the things. If you text them good morning, you're supposed to be texting them good morning with $50 in the Cash App or a Zelle for them breakfast. Or if you like, damn, babe, what you eating for lunch? Oh, you should be texting them with the Cash App or the Zelle or Apple Pay, Venmo, whatever the case may be, $80 for lunch. Who could actually spend $80 on lunch? Who spent $50 on breakfast? Does that make sense?
Well, my whole point is
That's the wrong.
right. That's my whole point.
bro.
There's men that
Right.
That's the wrong. That's the
I
wrong
think their
woman.
problem
You
is
don't
y'all
want no.
need to
You
go
don't want no
confront
woman like that, bro.
the men
If
that
you get a
do it.
woman like that, you run the hell away from her.
Right, but that's my point.
And then, like I say, Craig, so it's dudes out here to do that type of shit. And that's
Right.
that's what makes it so fucking goofy. But to be
Right.
goddamn goofy to be buying lace fronts and nails, and I ain't
These
buying you
men
shit.
Let me
make
let me
$80,000
I
for
ain't
one
buying you
show,
shit.
or
no
from
look
doing. They got the money taking care of herself, and it's
no
a form of
You
courting.
keep
And
taking
why
care of
not?
yourself,
That
then.
that that
Keep
that
taking
hundred
care of
dollars,
yourself.
that $1,000 for that wig ain't nothing to them. You know how much
right
they
no look
making?
but it's
I
a
don't give
bigger
a damn how much money
Taylor
I
I got
got.
a
I don't
Taylor,
question,
care
it's
about no
Taylor.
damn
Taylor, it's a bigger
$1,000
issue,
wig.
and what the issue is that, and I'm really just putting this out there for understanding,
Them is
for some
tricks.
understanding. Right? There's a different issue. The different issue is that there are those men that do that. That is fine. There's nothing wrong with it, and I'm sure some of you ladies are classy, and they have men that have done that for you, and maybe that was fine. It wasn't an issue, right?
They were
But
selling
the
that
issue,
coochie.
now I ain't gonna say all that, but the issue is that there is a standard of the average woman and the average man, and that if you look at this list, it's out of the realm of real life. People are not doing this in real life, like in mass. This should not be a mass mindset that should
Hey,
be accepted in mass. It should not be accepted where
So
everybody
what,
should be
basically
expected.
what
That's
you're
what we
saying
said
is
earlier.
look,
Everybody has different
look. The
standards.
ones,
Everybody has.
look, Corey, the ones that's doing that shit, bro, that's doing shit like that. Guess what? The women look at them as tricks. They call them tricks to their
Not
girlfriends.
necessarily.
They
Some
talk
men,
about.
that is
They
certainly
talk
not
about
what a
them.
trick
They
is.
they
talk
want
about
that.
them.
Some men want that for their
That
woman.
ain't.
That's why you see some women.
That is
Some men.
not what a
You
trick
know,
They,
some
is.
men will
yes,
really
it
give
is.
a woman
That's
a
No,
what.
it's
mommy
not.
That's
makeover
a trick at
because
its
they want
finest.
that
That's
woman to
not what
look
a
how
trick
she
is.
looked
Would you
before
like me
Yeah,
to
it
having
tell
her
is.
you what a
But
trick
child.
it
is?
but it sounds better
This is
to
what they want for their
One at a
woman.
time,
sounds
y'all.
better
One
to
at a
do that for your
time.
wife, not a random
Hey,
woman.
AK,
Again, a
y'all
lot
gotta
of
go
men
one at
do
a
it.
time.
Okay, she want her butt
Hold on.
done.
Y'all
I'll
gotta
pay to
go.
get her butt done because I want to see her with a BBL. Oh, she want a mommy makeover, and I got it. I'm gonna give her a mommy makeover
Oh
because she missed
man,
how she looked
y'all done
before
lost me in this
having a child.
conversation.
Hold,
I'm not saying
See?
hold
this is
on.
for me. I'm just saying
AK,
ain't nothing
you
wrong
gotta let
about
them speak.
sipping.
Hey, hold on 1 second. We got a new person to the panel. Y'all let them go, and then y'all can open it back up.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, Miss Rags kind of touched on this earlier. Socioeconomic levels are different all around the world. And although
Absolutely.
this looks a little outlandish, is what I'm gathering from some of the panelists, that this is too much what this person has and what they're requesting. I can tell you, I live in the DC area, and the average income is amongst I would say amongst government workers and some of the just the security personnel here, it's well over 100,000. And so there's just a standard where people are, and not just men but women too, this type of giving is done, and it's no one bats an eye. After work, go out for drinks, people easily spend $200. It's not a big deal. Lunch for us is a minimum of $40. So it really just depends on where you're living
I
and what
live in
you do
Los
for a
Angeles.
living.
I
And
live
I
in
was
Los Angeles.
Lee, I want to comment to that as well. I heard somebody say that it's less than 6% that make over $100,000. Everybody that I know, and even growing up, my grandfather, he was making 200 to 300,000 in the 90s.
Yeah.
He had his own logging operation. I think those numbers are skewed.
Yeah,
I
and I don't
do.
think that's correct. It has to be more than 6%.
It gotta
I'm only
be.
32. I make over six figures.
Me too.
My coworkers make over six figures. Most employees that I know who are even in the private sector in DC are making over 200,000. I'm over 150,000. So those
I'm
numbers are
retired and I
skewed.
make over six figures as
I
a retired
think those
person.
numbers are skewed. I have never believed that because everybody I know and I have been around
Well,
make
that's
that
that's
easy.
anecdotal, but 60% of Americans don't have a $500 emergency. See, I'm talking about the
And
mass.
that's because a lot of people got their priorities. You should
Look here.
always
Yeah, I have
you should
well over
always have an
500.
emergency fund with at least
I
6
make over
months in
six
there.
figures too. I make over six figures too. But I'm not doing none of that shit.
Okay, well, sir, you just
I got grandkids and everything else that I'd rather spend my money on than buying somebody
be single then, sir. Go date a woman that's gonna put
I ain't gotta be single now.
go. I'm sure you don't, because there's women out here that'll take that.
I don't have to be single.
Go
There's just
date
so
them.
many nasty women out here to where I don't want to take a chance on dying over laying up on something that because they want all this.
Okay, well,
So,
that's
yeah,
the context of you with women.
Yeah.
Hey,
The context for me was that. Go ahead.
hold on. Time out. Y'all know how funny these conversations be, right? AK, just a minute ago, you was talking about a man should always pay and tip and do all this other stuff.
Yeah,
Now
I
when it
did.
come-
We was talking about
Now,
food. We was talking about a
right.
meal.
Right.
We was talking about a meal. We wasn't talking about wigs, nails, BBLs, LBBs.
Hey, let's make it clear.
We weren't talking about all that. We wasn't talking about all that. A meal was a meal. But when you get to go with this big ass lip they got on this side over here, that's a lot of shit over there to date a motherfucker. That's a lot of shit.
See, and look,
You.
that's my point.
Shit.
It's different when you do it for your wife. See, if we was talking about this, her husband do this for her. It's more sensual. It's more commendable. But we talking about women we're not even marrying to do this. Like that's crazy.
I'm talking
That's
about
not
this.
good.
I'm talking about that list they got over there on that side. And then she gets on here talking about up in DC. I live in Los Angeles. It's one of the highest damn places in the United States. I make over 6 figures my damn self. But I be damn if I spend that kind of money on some broad I just met so we could go out to get the little Man, that shit ain't that serious. I got Susie, man, her 4 daughters. Same result come out in the end.
They doing that for a woman that wouldn't buy a bean pie for their brother. I'm telling
It's
you,
just
bro.
when. It's just when the man starts.
I had a man that I dated
Why?
that started college funds for my kids.
And I was, girl,
And I wasn't his wife.
And that's
What's crazy?
I didn't ask him to. He just wanted to.
I was,
That's
just,
crazy.
I was
That's crazy.
just in the comment section, and my husband before we got married, my husband before we got married and we had kids, he bought me a brand new Navigator, and we was not married. Just but for Christmas, I just got a brand new BMW. Like,
hold on.
What you do for him?
But Tay, you married him.
But how's that crazy?
Hold on.
What do you do
It's
for
crazy.
him?
And
you know why it's crazy? It's crazy because they can't get women like that.
What do you
Let's
do
not
for
take
him?
let's not take what she said lightly though. When a man go to buy big lavish gifts like a Navigator and stuff like that before you marry, he had plans on marrying you.
Yeah,
Don't get it twisted.
I got a question for the lady.
Every time
I got a question.
What you done about him?
every time I come to TikTok and hear conversations like this, I look at them and I thank God for them every day.
I know that's right.
So he know he
Thank
knew
you,
where
Lord.
he was going there with you, but did you know where he was going there?
Huh?
That's the whole point.
That's what I'm saying. What she bought him.
You know what, Corey? You're right.
You didn't have to buy
Because-
him. You have to buy for him to.
You know what?
I got a question for all. I got a question for all the women.
Corey, let me know when I can speak.
I answer that question for you, D3. Honestly, when I try to buy him things like I just started on him a cologne collection or whatever, he'll tell me, Shantae, I don't care about this stuff. I don't care about this stuff. You ain't got to do all that for me. He's not that type of guy, and and we both make money.
Make sure they warm it
We
all
both
up.
work. He got his own business, and I got my own business, and then we own independent homes as well. So he's just not that. I try to spoil him. I truly do.
Oh,
And he do not be caring about it at all.
But my question to the ladies is would y'all advise y'all sons to do this?
Yes,
Like, if y'all had
I'm raising
sons.
my son to be the same way, and he got a perfect
So
example.
you would be fine with your son
and
spending
you wanna
all
know
that money on a
something?
woman he not marrying?
You want to know something? I wouldn't be worried about him. I wouldn't be worried about him running into that type of woman because of the things I'm instilling in him.
I was
yes,
just
I'm
getting ready to
raising him
say
to be
that.
a gentleman. I'm not worried about him going
He's
to get
gonna know
a
which
hood
one
rat.
is worth it.
I'm not worried about him going to get a hood rat or nothing because of what
Not
I'm
tricking if you
instilling
got
in
it,
him.
LA.
Keep it tricking.
It's not tricking if
Somebody,
you got it,
somebody,
LA.
somebody, hold on.
He done
Somebody
bought
said they
you
were trying
2
to
cars.
speak.
What
And you
have
know
Who
you
was
that-
trying
bought
to
him?
speak?
Huh?
Who was trying to speak? They
Me.
I was as well.
Y'all have some decorum. Let each other speak real quick. Go ahead. I mean, I don't know. Find an order, pick an order or whatever, but just be respectful.
I'm trying to ask her what she done bought him. He done bought her 2 cars.
She already answered that for you. Now, Butter wanted to talk. Go
I
ahead, Butter.
did answer that for you, sir. He bought his
Oh,
own
my
vehicle.
server went out. I ain't know what you said.
He got his own vehicles, and he bought it himself.
So you didn't. So you haven't did nothing for him.
Yeah, when you marry, sir, it's together. Our income and stuff. What
No,
goes? We got a
sweetheart. No,
budget.
sweetheart. What have you came out of your pocket to buy
She
him?
told you. Hold on. She told you. Hold on. She told you.
I don't. That's what I'm saying. I don't need an explanation. It's a I done did something, or it's I haven't bought
She
nothing.
told you what she did. She say she bought him a cologne set, but he tell her he don't need stuff like that. He don't like some men. I'm not like that. I'm like that too. I don't need a woman to buy me nothing to validate me. I don't want nothing for Father's Day. I don't even want nothing for Christmas. I don't want nothing for my goddamn birthday. I'm not that type of person.
But I do it anyway, Corey.
Right.
Even though
She
he say
does
that,
it.
I do it anyway. When I go to the mall and I'm shopping, I always think about him.
But he made you. He
I'm
made you
not-
his wife, and that was my point. He made you his wife. It's different if you making a woman your wife, but what's messing up the game is dudes are doing this for women. They're not even marrying. That's what messes the whole mindset up of the society.
It's
It really
because
does.
these women are given too much access and not asking for the bare minimum and doing and giving everything before marriage. Why would a man want to marry you if you giving everything up first?
Right.
But I'm
Well, you
right. You're
supposed
right.
to give
But
her something now. Hold on. Whoa. Let's time out there. You supposed to give her something before marriage. You supposed to show a man you can at least cook, at least clean.
That's different.
Because I don't want no messy,
That's
dirty-ass
different.
wife.
Of course, I cooked
But
for
Tay
him
did that.
before we got together, but we wasn't
but a lot of
shacking
these-
or nothing else before then. So how you gonna come in and you gonna come into my place and see that I'm clean?
But Tay, you're a wife,
But
and
when
that's
I
my
dress,
point.
hold
It's
on.
different.
When I addressed black in the comments earlier, it was because of her saying stuff like that or not being a wife. Because of the simple fact of being single, she not gonna do wifely duties. But
Right.
what I'm hearing now is it's okay for a woman to cook if a man showing gratitude. If he being a man stepping up for you, it's okay for you to open up. That's what I'm hearing now. So what I said to her, was I wrong?
No, you not. I'm just saying you what you're saying is that like okay, a lot of women will come up and say like they have a mindset of they're not gonna do wifely duties for a man they don't know. But you fine with a man spending $12,000 on a BBL for you? Like that's crazy.
I mean, I didn't do no wife
That's
duties
crazy.
before we got married. He didn't. He,
Well,
he
no,
didn't
Tay,
have unlimited
but
access
Tay,
to me.
he before he seen you as his wife, like when he knew you as his wife, he knew it in the back of his mind. He knew it. I know he knew it. And that it's a different situation with you. You a married woman. We're talking about random guys out in the world, and I know it's not nothing to them. Yeah, they got a lot of money, but I'm telling you, it's deeper than that. They spending all that money on y'all, and they're not doing that for their mama, their brother, their cousin. I'm telling you, we know these men. They're not doing all that for their family. They not doing. They doing it for these random females, and not doing it for their little cousin that just got into college. Man, this shit crazy.
And the thing
All right,
is,
look,
in
hello.
situations like that, them men know. You know if somebody don't like you or not. Come on now. If you doing all this and you know she not reciprocating and you know that she don't like you, you know when a person don't like you. We gotta have better discernment now.
Okay, let me
Bobby,
hold on real quick. I think Butter wanted to say something. At the Butter, the young lady that just came up, you can go ahead and get in here. You can answer to what's going on here. You can jump in wherever you feel.
Okay, I just wanted to add. So
Hold on. Let Butter say what she got to say, and after Butter, then you go ahead.
Thank you, Corey. When I dated intentionally. I dated to become a wife. And when the guy did buy my kids a college fund, it gave me a different mindset because I was not exposed to that. I didn't know about set my kids up like that. And he changed my whole mindset. And he was dating intentionally as well. And he ended up making me his wife. But in the dating process, he did teach me so much, while he was trying to make me his wife. So I don't know, like, if he had to wait to marry me to do that, like, I just don't get that. Because somebody said that was wild that he did that for my kids.
All right, go ahead.
Oh, I just want to say that everyone keeps asking, well, what do you do? What do you do for your man? What do you do for your man? Like, some women actually do things for their man. It's taken a long time. Me and my husband have been married since 18. I'm 31 now. Okay. When we first got together, we were broke kids. We had a 1-bedroom apartment. I'm a nurse now. He's an engineer. We live a really great life. We have 3 kids. And just recently, I'd say within maybe the last 5 years of our relationship, my husband has actually started accepting gifts from me. I like to give gifts. That's not how my husband is. My husband wants to take care of his family. He wants to go to work. That's what my husband is about. I don't make this man. I didn't force this man to marry me. I didn't force this man to send me money. I'm sitting here right now. He just sent me $100. Hey, you and the kids go have fun today. Go to the water park. I'm literally just sitting here. I didn't text this man to ask him for money. And even if I did, who cares? That's your man. That's your husband. I think a lot of people are confused, like all these men are just doing stuff for us women and they're just not getting anything in return. And that's just not true. He gets a lot in return. I'm loyal to him. I'm kind to him. We communicate well. We get along well. I take him on dates once a month and not to go do things I want to do. I don't like golf, but my husband loves golf. So once a month, I take him to Top Golf. He likes throwing axe and hatchets. So I go take him to go do that on our date. Valentine's Day, I buy him stuff. Father's Day, I make sure he's recognized and knows that he's loved and appreciated because I do love and appreciate him. When me and my husband started to date, we dated to get married. I didn't want to date 8 or 9, 10, 15 people and have 8, 9, 10 bodies. That's not what I wanted for myself. And that's not what he wanted either. From the beginning, I told my husband what I expect from him and what I'm going to accept from him and what I'm never going to accept from him and vice versa. I feel like we as women, we need to be selective with who we give our bodies to, who we lay down with, who we allow into our safe space, if that makes sense. I just feel like we deserve everything that's given to us. And if there are men that want to go spend, that want to trick, as you guys call them, if they have the money to do it, then let them do it. It's not hurting you. It's not hurt. And I can tell you this, a man is never going to do nothing that he does not want to do. That man wanted to buy her that Navigator. That man wanted to make her his wife. No man is going to do nothing that they don't want to do, period. And that's just what I
let me say something to what you said, right? It's no problem to what your husband do for you, especially since y'all been dating since 18, y'all 31, y'all both grew together, careers together and things like that. But when you say let a man spend, you know a lot of these men out here, they will spend money on these younger women that require some of these things and use and abuse those situations. Some of these women are offering themselves up physically, and which it takes tolls on their mental just for these things. Like, it's no intricate value up here. When you speak of the intricate values of your own personal relationship as a marriage, you gain something from there. Y'all built the legacy. See, that was my first topic of the night, about building legacy. Y'all got something going on there compared to what you talking about with this here. This here is just talking about some food and a lace front and some eyelashes and toenails and stuff like that. Ain't nothing intricate about this list of value. What can a person do once this stuff goes? Y'all get hair done and toes and all this every week. This is a weekly, almost a weekly, every other week thing. So what you speaking of, if your husband buy a house, he bought a Navigator for her. That's a whole different ball game. It ain't like she was saying, oh, my husband was up here paying for my hairdo every week, my nails. No, she said he bought me a Navigator. That's how you know to take a nigga real serious. He bought you something that was worth something because you could have sold that motherfucker at that moment in time and got that goddamn money. You talking about hair, nails, toes, food, whatever the case may be. This a bullshit ass list. Let's be realistic about it.
Even before that, my husband did all that. Before we were married, even when we were just dating at 16, I mean, no, he didn't send me $300 or $400 because we didn't have it like that. But he'd send me $50 if I needed to. I mean, back then, hell, you could go to your homegirl's house, get your hair braided for what, $100, $75. He'd send me money for that. So no, maybe not in a sense of balling out on me like he does now because he can, because we have it like that. But he did do those things before we were ever married, before we ever thought about. I don't know. If you would ask me, or 16-year-old me or 18-year-old me, if I thought we'd be where we are today, probably not. I'm very proud of us, but if a man wants to, he will, because he was doing it at 16. And no, not $400, because again, we didn't have it. But yeah, he'd send me money to go get we didn't have Cash App then, so he'd give me money to go buy lunch, to go buy food, to go get my hair braided. And this was a 16-year-old kid doing this. This wasn't even a man doing this. My point is that if a man wants to, he will.
That's different. Every woman that spoke on this is a wife. She spoke on it, she's a wife. She spoke on it, she's a wife. She spoke on it, she said she married the guy. We're talking about random situations, and it's not fair to say that it doesn't affect anybody, because when if you get a group of men together, and Uncle up above me just said it does affect the market. When they got all these niggas out here that's just tricking like that. Especially, and most of these women never even had these lifestyles. Okay, they don't even live like this in real life. Y'all are different ladies. Y'all got married. Y'all a different quality of women. We're talking about a whole different mindset of
random motherfuckers.
Randoms, like, and they come out, and then when it doesn't work out with that guy, and he did take on a $20,000 trip, or he did pay for her BBL, now she expect the next guy to do it. Now she expect the next guy. It don't get nowhere.
I'm not married.
They try to make it requirements. A man that's doing it without you asking
I'm not
a whole
married. This is
different
somebody
thing.
who's not married.
These women try to make it like that man have to come in doing this, or they not dating. That's the difference.
Listen,
I was saying most of the women up there said
I want to say this.
they
A
got
lot of
married.
men will actually go out and do something as such because they really just want to see you win. That's it. They can see what kind of person you are. They can see, and sometimes they feel like they're not even adequate enough to have you, but they want to be a part of your life somehow, some way, or contribute to it because they see the greatness you can do. Have you, but they want to be a part of your life somehow, some way, or contribute to it because they see the greatness you can do in this world. To school, I had somebody put school. When we're not married, we're not even together. I'm pretty sure if I come right now, he probably look out for me, whatever the case may be, if I need it. But no, that's neither here nor there. But his words is always, I can really see you going far. It's a light in you that I feel like can shine on a lot of people. And he is a man of God. So I saw somebody in the comments that was speaking on like, how much of y'all men in on the panel give y'all tithes and offering, right? And I made a little slight remark and I said, none of them, because they're complaining about helping or giving a lending hand to somebody to make them better or let them be as bright as they are.
Can I just interject and say I think everybody is getting.
Well, how you gonna speak for us?
As such,
I'm
assuming, like I said, it was a slide remark. So I'm not saying that's really what y'all doing, but based off the behaviors and the response I'm getting, I can tell that maybe even if you do, it's sometimes, right? It's not consistent.
No, I'm saying do it for a woman that's going to be your wife. Do it for a woman you see value in. If sometimes women take up for tricks, and they'll take up for tricks, and they'll talk about all these men who don't let their feet touch the ground, but y'all don't marry them, and y'all don't see a relationship or something serious with them, and then y'all go out in the world, and then y'all are still dating and expecting another random man to do what that man did, and it's crazy kind of.
Dating is not guaranteed though.
Exactly.
You taking this woman on a date don't mean that's
why you
guaranteed to
don't
be
go
your
to
wife.
spending. That's why you don't go to spending 15, 20 bands.
20,000. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I don't care if I got it, man.
Men are logical. Men can look at a woman's lifestyle and say, "Hey, this is not logical for me to invest in her lifestyle."
If you begging for
Y'all
them,
choose to do that because y'all want to be picked. Y'all forcefully do it.
No, it just sound like y'all are women that constantly get stuff given to y'all, handed out to y'all, and y'all feel like the man is actually doing something. But in reality, y'all haven't did nothing to that man to make him go up to the next level in life. Like you just said, he put you in school.
Leah just said that she be there for her husband. Well, of course,
she was
She
different
said the
person,
bare,
that she was married,
not gonna
but
lie,
she
not
was
gonna
there
lie, not
emotionally.
gonna
A lot
lie.
of times,
She
I
said
feel
the
like
bare minimum. She said she be loyal to him. She said she take him on a monthly
that's
date.
the bare
Woo, woo,
minimum to
woo.
you because you don't
Whoa,
have no
whoa,
So
whoa,
foundation
that's
whoa,
of
whoa.
what
looking
she
for
said,
for
though.
that
That's
Hold
has
on, in the
strong
bare
Hey,
feelings.
hey,
minimum, you this
That's not the
generation,
bare
people
minimum.
are
Y'all
not
want a
loyal,
woman to be
honey.
on
People
y'all
are
level. If
not
I buy you this,
loyal.
buy me that. Women are not supposed to be providers. So for you to look for her to be on the same level as you, which you're giving her financially, it shows that you're not really looking for a support man.
No,
You're not
like
really
y'all
looking
My
for
said,
a
thing,
date
are
man
y'all
somebody in your
are
that you
same
are there
tax
for.
bracket.
Talking about what
Date
they
somebody in your
said.
same tax bracket. If that man can go buy you $100,000 car, why are you not able to go buy him the same
Because
$100,000
he
car?
don't want it, even if she's able to. A man that's
Thank you.
really being a
No,
man that he is,
sweetheart.
he
No,
don't want
sweetheart. No,
$100,000
Okay, I
sweetheart.
just want to
You
say
No,
have
I'm
to
an
be
sweetheart.
RN.
loyal.
I'm a
Y'all,
full
we
nurse.
getting out
I
of
make
control
very, very
again.
good
It's
money.
getting a little
I could
loud.
go buy this man a Porsche. I could go buy this. The most
Sweetheart,
expensive thing
sweetheart,
I've ever
sweetheart.
bought my husband has
That
been
wasn't even
18.
to
He
you.
don't
That
need
wasn't even
that
to
shit.
you,
I have the
sweetheart.
money. I'm definitely
Your
not
man
broke,
didn't even buy
baby.
you no truck. That wasn't even about you, sweetheart. I'm talking about the women that's constantly saying what a man that done did for them, leveled them up in life. They haven't said not one thing that done leveled that man up in
You
life.
leveled each other,
I
but
leveled
you
him up.
leveled
Why
each
you think he
other up.
wanted to do it? Don't
but
play with it.
see,
Hey,
but
everybody in
see,
Hey, hold
conversation
on,
is
hold on, hold on.
listening
Hey,
and speaking.
let me say something. Hold on, hold
I
on. Let me
think a
say
lot, I
something.
think a
Hey,
lot of this is cap.
hold on. Time out. Let me say something. D3 TV, right?
Well,
She
going.
said all she gave him was the bare minimum of loyalty. That's not true. She gave that man kids. She gave that man that loyalty right there alone. I would trade that for anything from a woman.
For
I would
sure.
trade that. Like, if I know I got a woman by my
Never.
side and truthful, hold on. If I got a woman by my side, truthful, faithful, and loyal to me,
For
bro, I would trade that for
18.
anything right there,
That's the
She's
bro.
same thing as the
18.
man, though.
She's
He was loyal
18.
to her, was he not? So
There's
that
not a
equal out
man
that
with $1 million
transaction right
that could
there.
get me to
He
look
was
at
loyal
somebody
to
that
her
ain't my
just how she
husband.
was loyal to him. That
Period.
equal out that transaction right there.
Taylor, let me ask you a question. That man that put you through school, did you meet his mama?
Or he even was a teenager. Next question. I met his
So
grandmother
you
that
know,
raised him.
What have my question is to you is what have you done
Next
that big
question.
for him to level him up in the next level in life?
nothing, sir. She didn't do. Listen, I think that
I don't. If a
it's
y'all
okay
believe
for
that
it's okay
a
that y'all.
real man would invest in a woman and she doesn't give nothing that he feels is good enough. Now, if your good enough is I need you to buy me a car, and his good enough is I just want you to be there, then that's good enough for him to want to be there the way that he feels is best for me, or I feel is
I
best
see
for
what you're
myself.
saying.
That's y'all
I
problem.
Facts.
Y'all
no,
think
I
he's
see
on
what
your
you're
level.
saying.
He's not on your level. He is able to put me through school. You're not.
Well, I
That's
was
why you're
already
looking
an
for me to give
RN.
you exactly what you gave me. It's not realistic for another man.
That's right. I
Yeah.
see what you're saying, Taylor. But also you can't. That's sponsor culture. You're advocating for a sponsor culture, and that's what that is. If he's not going to be your husband and he's not going to be your man like forever, that's sponsor culture, and that's all I'm saying. That is.
I
That's
have
what
a
That
it
man
is.
question. Can
wanted
I
to
ask
do it.
y'all a
I
That
got a
man
question?
wanted
question.
to do
Okay, I got a question.
it.
Let me say,
Y'all
If
like
you invest in
sponsors. That's
somebody you
fine.
always want to be your wife,
hold
and you
on.
say,
Y'all.
that makes you a
I
sponsor.
got another response to something that was said, right?
Let
I'm
me
gonna
go
tell
after
you
you,
as
bit,
this, and
bro.
I know y'all younger than me. I know y'all younger than me for how y'all talking, but it's only one other older person on this panel. Don't no woman like a woman can elevate a man, but a man has to be self-rising on his
Thank
own.
you.
He don't look for a woman to raise him up,
Talk to
like,
him.
bruh. So
Yeah.
I don't see when y'all say that. It's hard for me to agree with
Come
it
on,
and
talk to
go
him.
along because I'm not gonna listen. If I can't put on my pants by my goddamn self and get out here in these streets and do it
He
on
get
my
it.
own, I
You
can't
ain't gonna
expect
do
no
it if a
woman to do
woman
it for me first.
that's gonna help you
Thank
do it. You
Right.
gonna fumble it.
You gotta that elevation part. That's me first. She got my back. She poured into me like that. That's the whole thing. A woman's supposed to pour into that man for the elevation part, but I gotta start elevating for myself first. She
Exactly.
pours into me
Right.
to keep me motivated. That's the elevation that a woman brings to that situation. That's it, bro. I can't like some of these things that be said by men. You got to realize you got to be the man first. That's why you're the man. If
I
you
do
want to be
have
the
a
head,
question. Can I
you got
say
to
something
go
real
first.
quick?
Go ahead.
Corey has been nice enough to let us on his panel. Can we please please at least get his live girl. It's at
I don't be
326.
worrying about
It's at 500.
Well, I got a question. Do you with the men on the panel? Do y'all
Thank you,
not
D Cook.
think that men supposed to pursue, like the basically with this? I would think that it's pursuing a woman. So are y'all not pursue? Are y'all? Like, I'm not understanding the tit for tat, and that's what it's given. Like you do this for me and I do this for you. Like that's not how that works.
So no, it's not. It's not about the pursuit. When we were talking about the date earlier, that's the pursuit. When you ask a woman out on a date, that's the pursuit. We're talking about a date, food, having a good time. We got over that conversation, cool. But when we go into another level of sponsor culture and men that just spending 20,000, 10,000, putting women through school, paying for college, and you ain't marrying that man ain't your husband. It's a different lane. That's
Who hold the
sponsor
keys
culture.
to marriage? Who
And some
asked
people
who's
don't
married?
want to be married. My best friend and her man, they've been
No,
together
that is,
they're
but
not married.
that's fine. But let's call it what it is. That's just sponsor culture, and y'all are advocating for sponsor, and that's fine. That's all I'm saying. It is. That's tricking. It is what it is. I don't care what y'all say. Y'all advocating for tricking. That's all that is.
Can I ask a question? And I want everybody on the panel to give me their percent. What exactly is a trick?
It's a man who spends money on a woman without exchanging for any value or anything. That it's a sucker nigga. He just spending money on a woman just because he like her.
No real
Okay,
definition.
thanks, Key. Wait a minute,
And
hold on, y'all. Hold on.
that they
Thanks,
translate to, oh, he just like me and he want to see me win.
Corey, what's a trick?
Somebody that's paying for a service. I don't care if it's quality time. I don't care if it's specs. Like, you're paying for a service.
Okay, D3.
About the same way. You can't tell like that nothing else to it.
I didn't hear you.
I said about the same thing. You can't add too much to it.
Well, what if the man actually has it and doesn't have a problem with spending money in the company of a woman? I mean, I'm not with none of that, but I just really want to know why everybody has a problem with if that man is doing that.
Because it was fine. Because
hold on. I'm gonna break it down.
Please, because I'm trying to figure out what the problem is.
I'm gonna break it down, and I hate to use this scenario, but when you got money, you act like a P Diddy. Look at all the women that have been affected in this whole situation.
Right.
I think that's a little hard.
Right.
No,
they don't,
no, it's not.
No, he owning something. He owning something. I'm telling you, bro.
Let him talk.
Hold on.
Let him get his
Listen, you can manipulate the situation. You can manipulate the situation. These women wanted to be taken care of. They wanted to be spoiled in an instant. Hold on, you asking me a question. I'm trying.
But Rags is right. They didn't ask.
They accepted the abuse because he was doing what he was doing. They knew the money was gonna come in regardless. They was on the payroll. They were willing to let him abuse them and put other men in their bed just for the comfort of what he was doing. Think about what they've been saying through this trial. He didn't buy me this type of purse, but he bought her that. He gave this one so much money. I wanted this amount of money. Like,
that's how you
let's
get
be
that.
realistic. And the beatings and all that other stuff, come on, man. That's because he had that type of money. What's wrong with it if he got it? Because he gonna treat you like a piece of shit.
But that's not a trick, though.
Not true, and that's not true for every man.
And that's not a trick. I wouldn't consider P Diddy to be a trick. That's not a trick.
But my problem isn't.
Let everybody answer the question. What's the trick to you, Tay?
A trick to me is somebody that's giving you money and knowing that ain't nothing gonna happen in the process.
Okay, how about you, Leah?
I feel like a trick is somebody who they're giving you money and they know they're not going to get nothing in return from you. But I feel like if nobody's forcing, these women aren't forcing these men to give them no money. Nobody's putting a gun to your head and saying,
hold on. Sorry. I got to cut you off. How can women tell men what a trick is and women don't trick?
Because we women, so we ain't got tricked on. Duh.
No, how y'all saying that's what a trick is? That's literally what Taylor described. That's literally what Taylor said. She said it's a nigga that didn't expect nothing from her. He just wanted to see her win. That's literally what y'all just described. A nigga that's giving her money and putting her through school and spending money on her and not expecting anything from her.
Okay,
From her.
but
That's literally a trick. That's
believe.
literally a trick, bro.
Just believe they know they're
say that
trick.
he didn't expect anything
How
from
the
me.
hell they don't know what a trick
I did not say
is?
that.
Like, I'm lost.
Putting words
How
in my
y'all
mouth.
remember
We just told you what a trick
No,
was.
listen. Hold on. A trick expects something in return.
No, they don't.
What the hell?
No,
Yes,
they
they
don't.
do.
No, they
Yes,
don't.
they do.
Yes, they do.
No, they do
Yes,
it
they
in
do.
hopes.
Hold on. Listen. If you giving up your quality time, I'm not finna send you money and you go about your business and go fuck and suck the next nigga.
When I
You got me
say
fucked
when
up.
I do
That
when I
don't make
say
no
expect
goddamn
nothing
sense.
in return, they know they know ain't no sex there. There's not gonna be a relationship. None of this.
Hold on. Why y'all think P Diddy was mad at Cassie? Because she
Diddy
slept
is
with
not
the
a
trainer.
trick.
Hold on. She slept with the trainer that he was paying.
That's
Come
not a
on,
trick,
let's be
sir.
real. He's not doing for her. He wasn't doing for her and letting her go off and sleep with who she wants.
Corey,
He
that's
was mad because.
Go ahead, Corey.
Y'all better pay attention to the signs.
That's
Corey,
Y'all better know
no,
what a
that's
trick
not
is.
Corey, that's not what it was. Taylor already proved it. Notice when she said a guy put me through school. She didn't say my boyfriend. She didn't say my fiance. She said a guy put me through school. If you saying a guy, like
Honey, and I
He
said no.
expected
So if you wanted
something.
context and details, you could have just asked. Next.
you didn't have, you
No,
could have
why is
said
the
it. You didn't
respect
say
not
it.
already up
Why
and
you ain't
given
just
if
say
that's the
it?
case?
Heard that said pay for me to go to school.
What do you mean?
Taylor didn't. Please, this man paid for school because that's what he
He
wanted to do.
And
expected
that's a trick.
something.
Yeah, bottom
That's not.
line, and even again, he even put me through school after I told him no about proposing. So he probably was trying to get
He
me to switch.
Oh
Did he
my
get
God.
did he
Oh my
get did he get
God.
time?
But even
Did he
me,
get time?
She just said it.
Did he get time out of you?
of course, we dated. How you think he proposed?
Okay, did he get sex out of you?
Okay, TMI. TMI.
Yes, it's
Right.
obvious.
He
It's
wants
obvious,
something in
bro. Come on,
return.
man.
He
They playing
wants
semantics.
something in return.
They playing semantics, man. Come on, man.
Like for real.
No, I
Y'all
did
know what
not
they
better
say
talking about.
yes. I said
understand.
TMI.
They playing semantics.
Yeah,
Man.
too much
I ain't gonna
information.
lie.
We get
I
it.
ain't gonna lie,
We
Taylor.
get
If
it.
I
We
was a
get it.
man
Man, we grown
and
as
I
hell,
sent
bro.
somebody to college, I want something.
Right. Thank you,
I ain't
love.
gonna lie.
Because at the end of the day, you could say it how you want. You didn't say my boyfriend, my husband. I ain't trying to get on you. I'm just saying in the situation of
It's not
like this,
affecting me anymore.
it's just that's what we're saying. It's like
She
we
actually met a guy
And do
she was
you
dating.
have the money
that's
to put him
It
in
was
school if you wanted to?
exchange.
If you
It
wanted to
was
put
an
him in school, do you got the money to do
it's an
that?
exchange. Thank you,
I
Unc.
would never.
You
For
get an
I wouldn't even
exchange.
think of that.
For
I wouldn't even think of that.
smacks.
Sorry, DP.
I don't care how
Stop
you
it.
slice it.
Y'all
It's an
be
exchange,
respectful. Be
man.
I'm
respectful.
not listen. I'm not
See,
putting
this is
nobody
why I
through.
don't accept
Hold on.
money from men that I date. Right
I
there,
get you.
because I don't
I
want
get
So
them
you.
to.
that's the thing. He never regretted it. So for the men in the panel saying, "Oh, CC," he never regretted it. Like I said, I can call him right now,
We
and
didn't
I'm
say
pretty
he
sure he'll
did,
be there
Oh,
Taylor.
I
for
He
me.
believe you.
See,
expected
I
and
know
the
some
problem
men
something.
that
We
is
didn't
would.
say he
y'all
did,
feel
Taylor.
that y'all
Hold
regret
on one
it
second. Hold
because
on.
y'all looking
I got
for
a question.
something more than
He
I got a
liked
y'all don't
what
question.
he was
deserve.
I got a
getting.
question.
All
I got
y'all
a
selling
question.
pussy, y'all just
Hold
don't
on.
put
Hold
it
on.
like
I
that
have
no
a
more.
question for her.
Not me.
Taylor, you say, hold on. I got a question.
Facts.
Hold on. I got a question for Taylor, and I want to ask her this. And once I ask her this, let the next two
Let me
panelists
go
go.
next. Let me go next.
Hold on. No,
Leave
I have to.
Captain.
Hold
That's
on.
why.
I have to let the next two panelists go. They just
For
came
sure.
up. Taylor, you say you could call him, right? And he doesn't regret it. But you could call him and ask him for anything. Can he call you and ask you for anything?
Thank you. Preach, boy.
Now that's a fair question, now Taylor.
Yeah, and I don't mind answering it. Depending on what he needs. Like if it's
Oh
financial,
my God.
No, can you
No,
put him
what
in the
he
same
did
group
do.
he
the
put
only
you
my
in?
She
answer.
said
Listen, let me
depending.
answer. Let me answer.
Hold on. Y'all got to let
What
her
he
answer.
did get.
I'm muting up, man. I'm muting
My
up.
reasoning, just like if I was to go all the way back before when we was talking about the whole tipping thing, it's really because of his other services that was given to me that was not adequate. A lot of men try to buy your way of their apology, right? So no, I'm not. What he did to me in order for me to say no to the whole proposing to me, no. So his reason, I would not even call him and ask him for anything. But his reasoning
Baby, that wasn't even answering the
something.
question.
I
That
did
wasn't a
answer the question. I said no, but it depends. If he need me spiritually,
he needs somebody to talk to. Somebody, yes. But it's above
Maybe we got God for that.
above
Man,
that in a way that I wouldn't even ask you to give it to a man
Oh my
if I was in
God.
love with. No,
Cap.
I'm
Fellas,
not.
hold on. Listen, she's saying based off of what happened and that called off the proposal and things. Well, he did something that created a divide between them. She cannot be there for him in certain ways. She only could be there for him in other ways because she shows her gratitude for what he did for her. That's what she said. I ain't gonna
Right.
add more
I
to
can
it
respect
like
that.
that. All right, let the next two
And
panelists
don't be in this
go
comment
as y'all
calling me
came
no
up in order.
hoe. Stay in your lane. You a man. Be
Did
respectful.
somebody in here say they had a BBL, or am I tripping?
No, nobody said that.
Okay. Yeah, never mind.
All right, go ahead, panelists, as y'all came up in that order. Sorry, I'm not calling y'all name, but I'm driving right now.
So,
Go ahead.
so what I gathered from the conversation, I heard someone say that if you've been with someone for a long time, that's just you tricking if y'all aren't married. Or was I'm not sure.
No, what we're saying is if a man is giving you money, he's going to expect something in return. That is a trick. A trick gonna pay for what he wants. I don't care if it's time or smecks. That's what a trick is to men. Women are saying a man just giving you anything he don't respect, he don't ask for anything or want. That's a trick. Nah, they want something in return. You're going to give up something. I don't care if it's time or it's that ass. You're gonna give up something. That's all
You
we
said all that ass.
I mean, that's absolutely true, but that's just being a sugar baby or being a sugar daddy. That's what
No,
that is.
no, a sugar. No, when you giving up that ass, like trust me, y'all may not have no. I get what y'all saying with that sugar baby shit, but the sugar daddy, he does more. He pays rent and all that stuff. A trick ain't doing all that. He ain't doing all that. She might have
Nah,
had
I
a sugar.
can't
I ain't
lie.
gonna lie. Taylor might have had a sugar daddy because he paid for college tuition or school tuition.
Right.
That I could consider that more of a sugar daddy. But no, a trick. No, he gonna pay for them services or whatever the case may be. He may keep you on the line, but I guarantee you, at points in time, he not paying and he getting that ass or he getting some time from your ass, and it ain't gonna cost him $1. That's the whole thing
I'm
about
gonna
it.
let the other panelists go. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. I mean, I guess either of those can be looked at like that because there's some sugar babies who actually give out sugar, and then there's some who don't.
But Miss,
So, I
what's your
mean,
name? Miss Perk. Miss Perk. Miss
Shira,
Perk.
you can just say Shira.
Okay,
See,
Sherry.
y'all like
But
to sugarcoat it with that sugar baby
right,
shit.
look, hey,
No, I'm
look,
not.
look, Corey,
I'm not sugarcoating. I'm just
that's
saying.
my
I'm just
point.
saying because you were saying some sugar babies don't be sleeping with. Yes, they do. They be sleeping with them.
Right, but
A
look,
sugar baby could be from afar though. She don't
but
do nothing but sit on the phone with him and hold conversations.
Yes,
So it's
right,
a
and
difference
you see,
between a sugar
All
baby
the
and a
That's
sugar
same.
not
daddy.
a
Corey,
sugar daddy.
but
That's a
Corey,
sugar
this
but
the
it's
daddy.
thing.
different
We
levels.
live in
But
a
it's different.
All the
But it's different
same.
right.
levels
Thank
to
It's a
you,
being a
Unc.
trick.
sugar baby. What I'm saying
But
is technically the same thing. That's what I'm saying.
right.
Yeah,
It's
So
it's
technically
the
the
all the
same
thing is, we
thing.
live
same.
in a day and time today where a lot of women sugarcoat what a trick really is, and they'll make
Exactly.
it seem like, oh, that was my boyfriend, or oh, I just dated this guy.
Exactly.
No, that was
Most
your
women
sugar
cover it up.
daddy. That was your
Yeah.
sugar daddy, and that's what that was. He did this
Exactly.
and did that for you. He paid
He
for this and
was a
paid that for
trick.
you. Because niggas,
Yeah.
regular men that you're dating are not doing this, and that was
No,
my
they're not.
point. Regular
No, they're
men are
not.
not
Now
spending twenty
let me
thousand
just
dollars
say
on a
this.
random female.
Not unless you
Not
done been with that
happening.
man for years and
All
you
right,
done
all right,
had
y'all gotta
Come
hold
on,
on,
man.
like
y'all gotta let the panelists go now, and once they get in, we can open it back up.
yeah.
So
But I
let
get
them
what y'all
finish up.
saying, but what I'm saying is the same thing. It's just women use the word sugar baby to cover it up because you still make it, it's an even exchange either way, whether it's time, like you said, a trick, whether it's time, affection, smacks, whatever it is, it's still the same thing. It's just a better way to put it.
And she keep it 100.
They call it. They say we're saying it. We know it's a trick, but they call it a provider. Oh, he's providing. No, he was a trick. That's not
I
a
feel like
provider.
if that man is not invested in you, meaning i.e. y'all building a family and
Hey,
being a
thank you.
family, whether you're
Thank
married
you.
or not,
I just said that.
then
Yup.
yeah, it can be. Because me and my significant other, we don't believe in marriage. We don't believe in like the traditional marriage because of the government and stuff. But we've been together almost 8 years and we got 2 kids together. So we don't ever plan on getting married. So,
But y'all
we're
got a
invested in
family.
each other's lives. So he's not my trick. That's my man. And I have you tell me, oh, he just tricking on you. No, we got 2 children together. Ain't no
Sherry 100. Sherry is 100.
Thank you, Sherry. Thank you, Sherry.
Yeah, no problem.
All right, can we let the other panelists go, and then we can open it back up? Because I do want to say something to Sherry or whatever. I can't see your name because I'm moving right now. Because I want to say something to you about that whole little thing. But go ahead, let the other panelists go.
I was gonna just comment on what Keith said earlier. I feel like sometimes guys, they want to just give us their money to do stupid shit, and then when we do stupid shit, and then they say, "Oh, you want pussy?" we not giving up the box. Then they start acting stupid. Then they be like, "Oh, it's tricking because of this and this and that." I get that part, but some men are just nice people, and some women are nice people. Some women don't want shit from the man, but they see that he got a lot of potential. They want to help him grow. In my opinion, I'm not letting nobody grow with me if we're not gonna stay together intentionally.
So if a woman is just giving a man the box, right? Don't y'all say that if she's just giving a man the box, right, and not getting anything from him? Don't y'all say that that woman is, kind of not smart?
Yeah.
Slow.
Don't y'all say that?
Yeah.
So if y'all say that, it's the same thing for the men. If niggas are out here just spending bread on chicks because hey, they just like them, and that's what that is, and it's just not fair to say that they don't
I
want
agree.
something. They
It's
want
not fair
time.
to take anything from a guy that you don't have no intentions with. Some
Y'all
guys,
ain't never had sex off a nigga vibe before?
no offense, some guys are a little bit slow, so they think if they give you their money, that's like equal. That's gonna be equaling, but it's not.
Right, it's not.
It's
Right,
not.
right.
Y'all fucking
Right.
y'all fucking for
So
money,
we have
basically.
to tell them like, yo, this money ain't gonna do shit for us. I hope you know that. Keep that shit in your pocket. It's
Right,
up
right,
to them
right.
to
I just
decide
think
or
that's a
not.
dangerous
That's to turn them
game.
into a
It is a
trick.
dangerous game, but it's all about intention.
That's a dangerous game.
I grew up
Really
with a father
is.
in my house. They
And
always
I'm gonna
said to
I'm gonna
me,
explain
"Oh,
why that's a dangerous game. First of all, it's just not right to do to somebody. And again, I'm just a fair person. All of that shit just sounds nuts to me. But
using a
women,
motherfucker
and
for
I'm
money
not talking
is crazy."
specifically about anybody on the panel. I'm just saying in general. There has been actual cases where women have did men like this, and men have turned around and unalived these women for playing with them.
Yeah.
It's a lot of people that's running around here mentally unstable, right? And here they come to you, and you like, oh yeah, I got this trick because according to y'all, a trick is somebody who just gives money who don't expect anything back. Well, that's crazy. But anyway, if this man is tricking and all of this time you just dissing him, like that could flip something in his that could flip a
Yeah.
switch for him. That's just not right to do somebody like
Because
that.
majority of the time they are expecting something back. They're not gonna
Right.
Yeah,
they're
like
not
they work
working
for
their
that
ass
money. They
off for
ain't just
30
about to be
fucking
giving you shit with all of they shit.
I don't know if y'all believe in God, but I really believe when we make certain arguments for certain things, like we make arguments for men spending absorbent amounts of money on random women they don't have any intentions on marrying. I have a belief that you have to be careful what door you open up, because when you open up that door, you cannot be mad what comes behind it, and that's what Corey was saying. You can't be mad when you get the Diddies. You can't be mad when you get the Futures. You can't be mad when you get these men that'll spend $20,000 on you but wouldn't buy a house for their mama. Wouldn't
Yeah,
put their
because their
brother through
nose is
college.
wide open. As soon as the guy trying to take his wallet out,
So
your nose is wide open.
So when you advocating for tricks and men that just spend exorbitant amount of money and you make it fine, what you're not advocating for is their character. What if you saying what these men done for you? Have you met their mama, their brother, their sister? Like what? Like that's what we're saying. Like it needs to be more substance than, oh, he spent money on me and he didn't want nothing from me. That make him a provider. No, he's a trick. That's what that is. I don't care what y'all said. I don't care how y'all slice it. That's a freaking trick.
And for me,
Come on,
if I
man.
don't like you, I don't want your money. I don't want to be bothered with.
Hey, you're gonna my situation. You're gonna consider him a trick, even though he proposed and everything. I made his
I don't
friend
consider him a trick because you was smashing with him.
all those things.
Well, Taylor, respectfully, and I'm not even talking about you. I'm gonna take it away from you because it's not personal. I don't know you, and I don't know y'all situation because you didn't give out all the details. But I will say there are tricks that try to propose to their sugar babies. There are tricks that try to wife up they little shit dig. You know what I'm saying? They got tricks that do fall in love with they. You know what I'm saying? And they got females that fall in love with their tricks. They got sugar babies that fall in love with their sugar daddy, and they marry him, and they start a family. Come on, man,
Don't
this
you
real
know
life.
that
We gotta
type
stop.
of sugar daddy?
Hold on. Let
Don't
me
you know?
say something.
Isn't that a
Hold on.
conversation y'all have between each other? That okay, I'm your sugar daddy, you my sugar baby. Isn't that something that they already know beforehand, though?
No, Taylor, it's how you
Yes, but you
introduced
can't
it, Taylor.
account
You
for
said this,
feelings.
Taylor, you said, oh, a guy. You didn't say my boyfriend. You didn't say my husband. You didn't say my fiance. It's how you introduced it. You said a guy put me through school. If you would
I
have said
said
my boyfriend
somebody.
put me through school, that would have been a
It would have
different.
sounded
It
different.
would have
Yeah.
sounded way different. You said a guy. When you said a guy, you kind of put red flags up in my mind. I'm like, oh, that guy, he was just, you know what I'm saying? You said a
Yeah, I
guy.
get
It's
that.
how
Hey,
you introduced him.
let me say this to the young lady that don't believe in marriage and you got to understand, right? And the way that the United States is, I hope you protect it. I hope you got some paperwork
For sure.
because, like, even not to have his last name, your kids see that. They see you as mama and daddy shacking up. They see y'all in the house, but it's like that's the simplest thing to do for a man. Just to get, I don't believe in the traditional marriage the way it is in America that you have to have that paper. I believe in having that bond, but that piece of paper covers you to some extent. It covers you to get them benefits if anything happened to him. So you can't claim his Social Security benefits if anything happened, because guess what? You're not a spouse. See, that's the whole thing. If he paying into a system, only way to collect those benefits is by that government. See, y'all got to also take that into account. And I'm not telling you that's something you have to do, but if you think about it, it's just a piece of paper. You can get that piece of paper, file it, put it on record, and throw that shit in the closet and never think about it ever again. But
Signed the
it's there.
prenup.
Well,
It's there.
no. Well, we have other contracts in place. Like we have a trust, and
Yes, but
y'all
if he's paying into a system, you won't be credited nothing because you're not a spouse. That's the whole thing.
That's not
No, it
necessary.
don't matter. They got a
That's not-
trust.
that's-
All that is out
That's
the
not
window.
necessary. That's not
They
necessary.
can have
No, you
paperwork
have a
for that.
trust.
That's not necessarily
No,
They
you
got
have
a trust. Everything is out the window.
Y'all can speak for myself. When you have a trust and a will, and also there is a such thing as a marital contract that you can go down to a magistrate's office
Hell yeah.
and get signed. That's technically not legal. It's legal, but it's not legal through the government. It's legal through him and I. They have to honor that. Any court system, they have to honor that. We've already.
No, they don't.
We're going. Yes, they do. We've gone.
They don't honor common law no more.
Yeah. I'm not talking about common law. I'm talking about a legal contract that me and him have drawn up, that we have went and got signed by a magistrate, stating what our relationship is, as well as him having a will, as well as him and I having a will,
partnership.
as well as a trust. Meaning, for now, me and the children are the beneficiaries on that trust. So if anything happens and all his money does not go to the government, he saves money and put it in that trust because we aren't.
I'm not disputing that part, but
Yeah.
I'm talking about the beneficiary. If you had to collect Social Security as a spouse, they will not recognize
he's
what
an
you
independent
have.
contractor. He works for.
They don't have to because they got a trust. Everything is canceled at that point.
If he paid taxes, he paying into a system. So if anything was to ever happen to him, your kids could collect because he's the father. He's listed probably on their birth certificate as the father. So they could collect, but you as a spouse, just somebody
I wouldn't need that.
I gotta get out of here, y'all. Appreciate the
I
conversation.
wouldn't need that because, like I said, the trust will cover me and the kids.
I understand, but I
And
want to collect
and
all
like you
mine.
said, if-
I don't want to leave nothing. I don't want to leave nothing
Give
to
the
no
government
system.
nothing.
No,
to keep
I
my
wouldn't
family.
be leaving it to the system. The kids would get it. Like you said, the kids would collect it, not me.
Yeah, but you
So-
can also get yours too.
True, but I'm good. That's what I'm saying. I'm good through the trust. I am.
Exactly.
The government has a little piece of your
And
man
also,
body.
we're trying
And know that
also-
and know that's not true because if he got in his trust what he want after when he passed away, everything can go to her if
exactly
it's in
an
the trust.
irrevocable trust.
They
the government
can't
will
argue
cover.
with that trust.
They don't worry
Whatever
about
in that trust is what they got to go by.
Yeah.
No, they don't worry like that, bro.
No, that's what
That's what the whole. That's why everybody should go get a trust because the government cannot do a damn thing
not
in
a
that
regular
trust.
trust. No, not a regular trust. An irrevocable trust, meaning the
It don't
government
come.
cannot
It don't
touch
become a.
anything that goes
It
into that
don't
trust.
come an irrevocable trust until he passes or something, like that's when it becomes irrevocable. Y'all
No,
got
no,
it's
no, 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 no.
revocable right now because
Irrevocable
that means
trust is different
hold
from a
on.
regular trust. It's a difference.
Yes, but listen, no, because I went through that already and I learned from a lawyer. It has to be, it's set up as a revocable trust as it is right now. While it's revocable, right? That means he can make physical changes to it. He like otherwise it's no like it don't come irrevocable until he passes away. That's the whole thing about it.
Oh
That's
Y'all
God,
understand?
bro, I
He
gotta do a
Either
little
changes
way,
once
I'm
research on
something
covered.
that.
That's what I'm
happens to
saying.
him.
I
I
get what
gotta
you're
do a
saying.
little
Make sure I'm
research.
protected. Trust and believe me. I'm making sure I'm protected, and we're also in the process of becoming sovereign citizens. So we're not even part. So we're not even part of the government. So we're covered. I get what you're saying. Make sure I'm covered by any means
Question:
necessary.
Hold on, I got
Trust
you.
me,
when
I
you say
am.
that, do you mean like going to get your name in all capital letters
Oh
type
well,
shit?
there's several
Like,
different ways you can do it. You can get your name. You can do it if
yeah,
you
owning your
make your
own
name an
name and stuff like
LLC.
that.
You can also do it by certifying your birth certificate. You gotta, it's a bunch of paperwork you gotta do to, and it's a process to go through it.
Yeah, but
So
so
it's not,
you is talking about that though,
yeah,
right?
it's not an
Okay.
easy process. It's a lot and it takes time. So we're in the process of doing all that, which is why we went ahead and set up our wills and our trust and everything else. So as we do all this, everything can go under the trust. Even our businesses will go under the trust, so everything can be
Yeah, I
protected.
like you, shorty. Where you from?
I'm from North Carolina, from Charlotte, North Carolina, but my family's originally from down south.
Yeah, you smart as hell, shorty.
Yeah, so that's stuff that we're working on because we're trying to build something for our children that we can pass down. So, yeah.
I have a question for you. When you were talking about the trust, I know a couple that never married. They were together over 20 years, and they had a trust, and one passed away, and their family fought, like, took that person to court, and the person had to move out the house. And so how did that work?
So what we're trying to do, we're trying to create the trust, and the only people that are listed on the trust are, if I'm not mistaken, me and all of his biological children. And then also any house or property that we obtain, we also put that under the trust. So and also we put certain things under our business names. So we don't own anything. Our business does. And
That's smart.
exactly. So since we're the owners and operators of our businesses, no one can take that from us unless they're a part of that business. And
I did that with my
I have
house.
an LLC,
I
and
did
he
that with
has
my
the
houses
LLC.
in case something happened to me. They couldn't
Yeah,
get
what
snatch it from
y'all?
my kids, so both of my houses are under trust too. That was very
Exactly.
smart. How old
What
are
you need
you?
to start doing is paying your
I will
kids
be
too.
30
Put
this
your kids
year.
as employees under you and start paying
Yeah,
your
we do.
kids.
We do.
Absolutely.
We're going to definitely use our children as
Yeah.
employees because I have a catering business.
You said you're
I
30
have
years
a,
old?
yeah, I'll be 30 this year. I have a catering business that I've ran on and off. So like when my daughter was younger, she used to help me with my business. So I used to pay her. And even now with getting stuff started, like I do my children as my mascot because I have a lot of merch. So they wear the merch and stuff and you can write that off. So yeah,
Yeah.
all of that stuff I do.
Good shit.
I like you,
Yeah.
shorty.
Yeah, so trust me, we covered. We covered. We doing
Yeah,
everything.
you and your
Yeah,
man
that's good
G
shit
for
there.
sure.
And
Yeah, y'all
at
definitely
such young
straight.
age, that's impressive.
Yeah, yeah. Man, how y'all day going though, man? Everybody G's, everybody blessed. Man, how y'all day going though, man? Everybody.
Not bad.
I'm having a great day.
Yeah.
Corey, you ain't tired yet? You've been at this
Uh,
thing for huh?
listen, I've been working since midnight. I'm in the middle of nowhere. I'm in some cornfields, and they want me to make a delivery. I don't even know what the hell. Like this shit, weird as shit.
Well, I hope it ain't no sundown town.
I don't care if it's sundown or not. I bust their ass and they shit. Like I'm never afraid of these people, bro. That's one thing about me. I am never afraid of these people.
Where you from?
I don't get the attitudes that a lot of people get from certain people. I just don't go and I don't bother them. Leave me alone. Don't bother me. I won't bother you. I don't care what town it is, what's going on. But I'm way in Missouri in the middle of nowhere, and where it want me to go, I don't trust it because I'm in a truck.
Yeah.
And it want me to go down like this dirt little path to this road, and I'm not finna take this truck down that road, because if I do, shit, and I get stuck, then they gotta call somebody out here for me. I ain't, man, that's bullshit. I don't know what the hell going on here. I might have
What
to end
company
right
you
now.
drive for?
It's a little company out of Orlando or whatever.
Good talk shit.
Yeah.
I had an echo. Corey, you a truck driver?
Yeah.
Oh, you're independent or you work for a company?
No, I switched back to working for somebody because the way the market is and all this overhead costs, I ain't about that life. I ain't trying to have, when you break down, you have issues and stuff like that. I
Yeah,
ain't
that's what my
doing that.
significant other does. He's a truck driver. He's trying to, he has his own business now. And he's trying to become a contractor.
I would tell them, like, it all depends. If you ain't ready to save most of the money, then don't do it. Because you can make good money, but you're gonna be saving a lot of it in case you break down. Besides gas and breakdown, you might as well find you a job that pay you at least anywhere $2,000 to $2,500 a week and call it a day.
Yeah, he's been saving lately, and he recently had a meeting with a bank to get some I guess investment money on the business. So I don't know how soon he's looking, but he said he might wait a little bit. That's probably why.
Yeah. It's wild. It's wild out here. Man, I might have to God damn, I hate this shit.
I was just about to say, be careful going down them roads.
Yeah, be real careful.
I thought I was delivering to a factory or something. Man, this junk got me on the middle of nowhere.
Hey, my folks, the dispatcher, they can get y'all some loads.
He done had to deliver to farms before and go down like dirt roads and stuff and not knowing where he at.
I would be scared to death to do that.
Yeah, them roads be treacherous.
What butter doing? What that is?
For my nonprofit fireworks.
Get me some.
I hope y'all don't celebrate the 4th of July as black individuals.
Man.
I don't celebrate it. I just sell it to make money.
Celebrate no pagan holidays, none of them.
None of
Yeah, I
them.
don't need it. That's crazy that they try to put Black History Month in a month. That's crazy.
Nah, definitely don't hear.
Set them holidays up so you can just get them your money. That's it.
Y'all ever pay attention to the holidays being the 7 deadly sins?
Yeah, I've heard. Yeah,
I heard something like
I didn't see
that.
that. But if you look at all of them, it makes sense though.
Yeah, because they actually don't mean what they tell you they do.
They don't, not at all.
Even happy birthday, that ain't nothing but you think that's a seance.
No,
I heard
talk
that
to me.
too.
What about happy birthday?
Like anything, anytime you sing the song
Your
and
baby.
repetitive, anytime
Yeah.
you have to repeat things 3 times or more, it's a seance. Like when they
No.
do those sacrifices and shit.
Like chants and stuff. Like it's like a curse basically.
It's a
Basically
curse.
saying things to get older.
And we be around here, happy birthday, come on, man.
Let me add my part here.
And it ages you.
Have you ever heard of like,
Hey, that's
if you
all.
repeating something? Wait, what y'all just said?
And it ages you.
It ages you quicker.
No, I know that. They was
Y'all ever notice how in the Bible they was living thousands of years and all of a sudden we die at 80 or
Well, they
they
didn't tell their body. Food, them folks is some real sick folks, man.
Yeah, but the authentic and healthy way of us living is still out there. It's not like impossible. People
Almost. They done bought up all the farm. I mean, it's getting pretty bad. And if you buy an organic, you got to spend so much money for it. It's crazy.
Hey, that's what you.
Or grow it yourself, like I do. I grow my own vegetables.
And the whole eating 3 times a day, that's not necessary.
It's not true either. Yeah.
And we're not supposed to be
Our bodies is meant
we're
to
not supposed to
fast.
be meat eaters either. That's their thing.
Yeah.
Our
Actually,
bodies don't digest it the
yeah.
way they're
Well, biblically, we can.
well, that's if you go by
Yeah,
Well,
but
we
by
ain't supposed to be eating pork
I don't
because pig is considered unclean, even in the Bible, Christianity,
Yeah.
Bible,
And
and the
certain
Muslim
fish
Bible.
and
certain
certain
things
fish.
you're not supposed like you only supposed to eat fish with scales and fins. Like certain things you're not supposed to eat, but you definitely can eat meat. I don't know where in the Bible y'all overlook that.
No, that's not a Bible thing. We're talking about biologically. Like our bodies aren't meant to break down red meat. Like if you think about it,
teeth are not
Not
built to
red meat.
I heard that was the Old
It's
Testament
all the
with
way
all that
through. Not
stuff.
red meat, but you still can eat meat. It just shouldn't be blood. You're not supposed to eat on blood.
No, what I'm saying
That was
is
the
that you can
Old
eat it, but if you
Testament.
think
God
about it,
came
your
back
body takes
and re-said all that and say we
He
can't
came
eat
back
that
in the New
stuff
Testament.
Shut up.
in the
He
New
got-
can remain in your
Testament.
it remain in your
I
stomach
don't know
for
where y'all
7
get that
days.
whole changing. He didn't change nothing. He fulfilled the law. So everything still is what it is.
From the Old Testament.
You say he came as the New Testament. The New Testament came to fulfill, not to change anything. He didn't change anything from the Old Testament in the Old Testament to the New Testament.
I think
At
he was
all.
teasing.
He said he gonna find it for me real quick. I don't know. That just what I heard real quick.
I mean, it's scriptures missing from the Bible anyway. I'm
joking.
Oh, it's plenty of them missing.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Plenty of
And what's it called? The Apocrypha? I don't know if I said that right. The Apocrypha.
I think it's
That's the whole
called
book.
the Codis is something. I forgot what it's how you say it.
But it's out there though. It is out there though.
Yeah, it's out there, but like human eyes can't see it.
Yeah.
It's like locked away.
Well, I actually know somebody who let me not give up my juice, but somebody who really, like family wise, was a part of that whole time. They left something behind for them to read on their own. It's very rare, but they got it. It's out there. Don't ever think it's locked away. But it's out there. And I have some pictures and everything. I'm talking about even the real maps of like Africa, Israel, all that, because they changed the whole dynamic of even that as well.
Yeah, they turned the map
Oh yeah, they
upside
turned it
down.
around.
Yeah, so I got the real deal.
I forgot what the book is called. The original Bible. It's like I need to look.
That's
at
the
it.
book that I would rather.
If y'all sit with a lot of, and I'm not trying to like move anybody to do anything or change their beliefs, but a lot of Israelites have deeper, like they have proof of things that we're talking about. Israelites specifically.
I wouldn't consider myself an Israelite, but my religion is definitely different from.
Y'all, I got a little something. This says the New Testament doesn't explicitly say eat what you want. However, several passages indicate that Jesus declared all foods clean, meaning Christians are free to eat what they choose. Specifically, Mark 7:19 states that nothing entering a person can make them unclean as it goes into the stomach, not heart. Additionally, 1 Corinthians 10:25-27 says that believers can eat anything sold in the market without questioning their what is
Are
that?
you on Google?
Y'all reading about? I'm finna read.
Yeah, no, Google. Let me tell you what Google is. Google is like a cognitive dissonance. Whatever you're speaking on or thinking of, Google will just put it right in your face. You really got to read your word. Get in the Bible. You don't take the cheat code. Literally get in your Bible and read yourself. That's cognitive dissonance. You got to learn that. Anything you think or speak on, Google probably right for you. You say, yeah, I believe in the devil. Now it's going to have scriptures on why you should believe in the devil.
Yeah,
Hey,
you
listen,
gotta,
listen. I'm gonna tell y'all like this, right?
you gotta read the book. Read books.
Who say you can't eat unclean meats? Everything is not meant to be eaten.
No,
You
it's
can
not.
eat meat, but everything ain't meant to be eaten.
Mm-hmm.
You can feel when you even eat red meat, it weighs heavy on your body.
It
It makes
does.
you sluggish.
We're not supposed to be eating it.
Right.
Our body was
Yeah,
meant to be fasted.
And also,
years and years ago, hundreds and thousands of years ago, before the others came along, we were plant eaters. We didn't eat meat.
that's true. And also
But
the way people the people slaughter meat, you can tell the way they slaughter the meat. That cow had to endure a lot, so you're gonna be eating the energy of that animal.
Absolutely.
People didn't eat like we had. It was ox back in the days. It wasn't cows how we thinking and looking
Oh
at it.
yeah,
Like
that's
you had your dairy cows and all that, but it was ox back in the days or whatever, and they used those animals to plow the fields and the donkeys and stuff. They use those animals for labor. They use now they may have took the milk from cows and stuff like this, but I don't believe they did it like how they did it. They grazed the fields. That's to keep the shrubs and all that low. So they did have animals and stuff, the sheeps and stuff, and they used the sheeps to get the wool and things. Now you sacrifice them. Y'all know about the sacrifices. They cooked the sacrifices and ate them. That mean they ate meat and things like this at a certain point in time of year, but they didn't eat it all the time. And that's the
exactly.
thing a
And
lot
they
of people
prayed.
don't understand about it.
Yeah,
And they prayed over it.
prayed over
Right.
it
Mm-hmm.
It
and
was a
thank the
sacrifice.
animal for its sacrifice.
That's right.
They don't do that nowadays.
No, they don't.
Because
And
when
they
I
listen.
Well, if you
I'm gonna
buy
tell you
meat halal.
the best thing that they
yeah, you
did was
can.
the best thing they did was fast. Because fast is what cleans the body.
I
It
still
eats up all
fast.
that back. We don't do that no more in life.
Oh,
That's
I
the problem
fast.
we have. That's why we have obesity the way
Yeah, the
we
mass
have it and stuff
majority
like that.
don't. Like the
Fasting
master.
actually helps the mind. That's what people don't understand. To do a fast, it cleanses the body. It helps the mind. It shocks you and rejuvenates your organs and stuff like that. So fast is very important. I do
That
fast, and
is
I've been
that is
fasting.
very true. I even have my children fast. So basically, if they wake up, if they wake up early, they can't eat anything until the sun is up. And then when the sun goes down, they don't eat nothing.
The
The
Bible.
weight down and everything.
That's the same
Yeah,
with New Year's as well. That's exactly how you're supposed to.
yeah. So that's what I do. That's what me and my children do. And even before having them, I used to fast for like 30 days. The longest I've ever went is
Whoa.
like maybe like 60 with no food, no water. But
What?
yeah, no food, no water. 60 days is the
Oh,
longest
that's
I've ever.
dangerous. Yeah.
I did it for a spiritual reason. I was fine. Like I was totally fine. Like my doctor, I was going to the doctor just to make sure I was good, but my blood level, everything was fine because
You weren't dehydrated?
no, I wasn't
No.
dehydrated. No, I made sure I went to the doctor because it was more for a spiritual thing, something that we do, and my great grandmother that we used to do together is like a spiritual cleanse. It was part of it, but no, I was perfectly fine.
Wow.
And also, when I was younger, I didn't eat meat. I didn't eat meat. My great grandmother, I was raised by my great grandmother. She was born out of slavery, so we didn't eat meat. She used to grow every fruit and vegetable I used to eat. She grew it, so I wasn't eating nothing artificial. And then she used to make her own butter from like different stuff. Like we ate vegan cheese. Like it was just a bunch of stuff that was just real raw and natural that I ate. So
Nah, it's just women
I
over
got
here
used
that
to fasting with
I
her.
don't
It
know.
was like a normal thing for me.
You know that's why your brain works the way
Yeah,
that
so
it
your mind
does.
expands.
Yes.
Exactly. I was just about to say that.
That's why you're so smart and intelligent like that, because you're doing what you need to be doing for your body.
Your body is a temple.
And
Yep.
I'm even a holistic mom. Like my children, they don't eat a lot of meat. And like my oldest two, they did for a little bit, but even now my daughter prefers salad over any other food, and my son, he'll eat fruit all day.
Perhaps a
And
salad.
then my
Listen to
youngest,
a
he'll
testament
eat
that's
both.
not even in right now. That was before sin. That was even before we could see that you was naked and stuff like that. It literally says on Mark 7:19. You just got to go read.
So like that's the way I used to eat, and I used to be a complete vegan after I had my first child. So like even now I don't eat meat a lot. I mean I have cravings of course because I'm currently carrying right now, but I do my best to stay away from a lot of meat. I just try to stay.
But you need the protein right now, so this not the time. You need the protein.
That's the only time I eat meat every now and then because I am pregnant. So
Yeah.
it'd be hard sometimes just because I'm not used to it.
And don't be doing no 60-day fast with that baby in there.
No, not when I'm pregnant. No,
Yeah,
never that. No, but it's just hard to eat meat sometimes as I get nauseous because I'm not used to eating it. So it'd be hard to eat meat sometimes.
Yeah. You have a great energy. Everybody on the panel does. Y'all some dope folks.
Thank you. I do my best.
Yeah, you.
It's really refreshing to hear other people who have like-minded stuff because hearing somebody else talk about they did a 60-day fast and hearing somebody talk about how they did on a spiritual journey, and me being on my fast wasn't supposed to be a spiritual journey. It was for a health reason. And then it ended up becoming a spiritual journey. So,
But that's why you fast though, because it
Why
gives
you
you
fast?
a vision to get you to that point to where you know, you're more
I feel like
spiritual.
God broke me down.
Yeah.
So he was like,
He'll
yeah,
do that to build you up, baby.
yeah, 100%.
I want to say that somebody said like going to 2 days fasting medically is not good for the brain or immune system, and I just
Not
want to say that that's not necessarily true. Imagine if you didn't eat half of the things that you eat today, or the things considered quote unquote protein through the doctor's eyes you didn't eat, but you still was completely fine. Your body is just regulated and used to eating the way that you've been taught, and that's why you will believe that that's not healthy for you, but that's not necessarily true.
Oh my God.
Dick Gregory. I don't know if you not guys know who Dick Gregory is. If not, I suggest you definitely go look into him.
And not only that, as someone who has worked in the healthcare field, who reads up on it, who went to school to become a holistic nutrition, hopefully I'll be going back after this baby. But as someone who's been a medical assistant and stuff like that, and also in the culinary field, that's not true. Like it is like, and the doctor
For some people, it can't be.
Yeah, for some people it can be, but I've met most doctors that tell me, like literally, because I wanted to become a nurse practitioner. Doctors, I have literally met doctors that tell me, hey, the stuff that they teach us the holistic route, but they would rather prescribe medicine to you to keep you coming back to us,
Right.
than us telling you just us telling you to eat an apple a day, potassium, or eat or putting magnesium in your diet to help solve certain things.
They were like,
I've had doctors with PhDs tell me that.
They were like ADHD and things as such. Like the medicine that's another thing, but naturally you can actually. It's sometimes it's not even a bad thing for your child to have ADHD. They just hyper because they don't want to sit and be bored. And just
Gotta give them
a
something
quick
to
little
do.
example, if you in a meeting, right, and you're not interested, and you go sit down and do something that you like, you come up with the best ideas for a business prospect, right? Because you're not sitting down trying to regulate yourself like everybody else. Doesn't necessarily mean it's ADHD. You're just different. But I just want to say that too.
And most kids who are diagnosed with ADHD are boys, and that's only because they need to be outdoors, active. I have 3 of them. I'm not gonna lie. I thought my daughter gave me a run for my money, and that's probably because of the way I ate and stuff. I thought my daughter gave me a run for my money when she was younger. Oh no, my boys be taking me through the ringer.
Yes, people on their toes for sure. But I just want to say it's other doctors, because the girl who actually made that statement, she said she's in the healthcare field, and I just want to say that I'm not gonna say real doctors, but you have people like Dr. CB Yaki, Billy Carson.
Yep.
Those are they are considered doctors as well, but they're not the doctors that you're used to. You know, the doctors you're used to are doctors
They're holistic
everywhere. They are doctors that want the best for Black people, because we only know us. Now, the white people know us too. You know what I'm saying? Because they're trying to control the narrative. But we know what our body can take. And I'm just going to say this real quick, then I'm going to hand it off. I just saw a post, a lot of people talking about Black people don't need sunscreen. And there's a lot of arguments about, oh, yes, they do. Yes, we can burn. We thrive out of sunlight. So necessarily not really. If somebody said, well, you can get rashes and sunburn, yes, you can, if you're not eating a certain way. Now, I just let it.
No, my daughter, she is the only person that I know in life who burns, but she's extremely light complected. And yeah, she burns. It's crazy.
Yeah, you want to know why it is? Because she does, like the dark. It's been proven the darker you are, the more melanin you have. So when you're lighter, you don't have as much melanin.
Yeah,
so fair-skinned people can burn in the sun because they don't have as much melanin as dark-skinned people.
Yeah,
this is why YT people burn all the time, because they have absolutely no melanin in their skin, so they need sunscreen.
Nobody's saying you'll have more health because you're fasting. I'm just saying fasting can actually repair yourself. I repaired it.
Fasting
does great things to the body.
It breaks down the old cells so new ones can be created. That's been scientifically proven.
The doctors is giving me medication like steroids for this, steroids for that, medication for pain. I'm not pain free, but I'm medication free. The way the doctors was trying to make me, like they were trying to fuck up my joints.
Yeah.
If I'm complaining about pain, they didn't see like a real thing. They're like, oh, You just complaining, you just want medication. You think I want medication? I didn't want no medication.
You know what? They do us like that. I'm going to tell you something.
It's horrible.
They stopped. Do you remember? Well, I don't know how old you guys are, but they don't believe this and they'll never admit to it. Black women, and I'm not sure about men because I don't think black men visit doctors as often as black women, but black women are not treated fairly in the medical field at all. We never have been.
Right.
If we say we're in pain, we're exaggerating. And so listen, so what they do when we were on crack, they wasn't worried about us, right? When they put that shit in the streets, they didn't give a damn about how what was going on with us. You know when they started to care? When them white folks started, huh? When they started to, unalive themselves because of the, that's when it started to become a whole concern. Now, if you're in pain, you can't even get medication for it because I'm telling you, this is.
Yeah,
we've never been treated fairly in the medical
field. And that's why I pride myself.
Never will be.
Yeah, that's why I pride myself whenever I go in, like having 4 children now, and this being my 4th one. Like my first 2, no one can tell me that fasting or anything doesn't help. Because with my daughter, I had so many complications just due to the fact that I didn't know how her father lived his life. And that messed me up because it got our child got half my DNA, half of his. But I had a lot of complications with her. After that, I made sure, and I didn't have no epidural with her. My hard pregnancy, easy labor. My second son, same thing. I could barely keep anything down, but water occasionally. But hard pregnancy, easy labor. My third son, and don't get me wrong, I had no issues, no problem with pushing out or anything. No problem within the medical field. But as soon as I had my third child, with the father being in the room with me and being present, they thought he was doing something to me and was like, "Oh, if you need help, let us know." And I'm just like, "Huh? What do you mean need help? Let you know I'm perfectly fine." And then they were trying to give me all sorts of medication. I'm steady telling them I don't need it. I don't need it. I don't need it. They're steady trying to push stuff onto me. I'm like, I don't need it. I don't need it. So you're absolutely right. They don't even listen to you when you tell you don't need it.
No, they don't.
They don't listen to you at all. The lady gonna try to tell me it's your choice. No one has to force you to do anything because I was
bullshit. It's never our choice.
Exactly.
It's never our choice. That's crazy.
And I was crying because it was becoming hard to do it naturally. So I finally asked for the epidural and I was crying to him. And they made it, and because of that, they made it seem like he was abusive to me. And I'm just
because he's a black man. Of course,
exactly. And I'm like, no. I was crying because he knew how bad I wanted to do it for a third time. But at that time, my body had been through a lot carrying his seed, so it's like I couldn't do it. So they was just assuming. And then luckily, it was a lady I knew from church. She would be my nurse at night. So when I told her what the morning nurse did, she went and told her, "Don't ever go in that room again." And they was like, and she told them, "Y'all need to assign a new nurse because she made my church member feel uncomfortable." And she was like, "I don't appreciate that her voice wasn't heard because she has a pregnancy plan. She's told me about the pregnancy plan and she's told her doctor about it and y'all did not follow it." So she was highly pissed and they got me a new morning nurse.
That's what's up.
It's
some fucked up shit.
Yeah, it is. And the crazy thing is, the nurse that goes to my church, she was a YT lady. And the other nurse who mistreated me was YT. So she was highly upset.
I was 33 and I got diagnosed when I was 32. By 33, they talking about they want to give me surgery in my knee. Are you kidding me? I didn't want to lose my knee. I was scared. I was talking shit because I'm like, how I get a disease I never heard of? Nobody in my family got this. They talking about, oh, it's just your environment. You live in fight or flight, and sometimes you catch shit like that, right?
Yeah.
I'm thinking it's from having COVID because it didn't make sense. I had COVID for 2 months. I keep going to the doctor. They trying to do brain studies on me. They doing mass studies. They're like, you have a lot of inflammation all over my body. I'm like, what the fuck is happening to me? I'm thinking I'm dying of COVID. They're like, no, you have an autoimmune disease. You have lupus. So everything was shutting down.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, all this kind of medication. I just got on my knees. I was like, God, you have to guide me because I don't know what's happening here. I don't want to lose my leg. I have a daughter. I was freaking out. And then
Yeah.
I don't know what happened. I just started like doing my own thing. I realized after I started healing myself, I was able to walk. I went back to go get my second opinions, and she's like, "Oh, maybe it's the other knee." No, bitch, this is the knee. This is the knee. Yeah, the one that said, "Yeah, I needed surgery." They're like, "Oh no, this doesn't look right." Yeah, I know it don't look right, motherfucker, because y'all fucking lied.
Exactly. When you disprove anytime you disprove the medical field, they be like, "Oh, it's a medical phenomenon." No, it's not.
No, it's not.
No, it's not.
They
It's because
just
you live
lie.
yourself holistically and through the grace of God. Because God intended for us to live off the earth. So it's
Well,
like,
y'all
what do
done
you
let the
do?
devil
We have
sun in the
herbs
pot.
that could heal us. We have so many things that could heal us, but they don't want to give it to us. They want to give
Yeah.
us this really bobo shit.
When I mean to tell y'all that's part of my religion, like I know people have I probably have heard this and it's like a misconception like hoodoo. My great grandmother, because of the culture she was from, her being born out of slavery, like her mother and her great grandmother, her mother, her grandmother, her great grandmother, they practice it. And basically that's what my great grandmother practiced to me. She was like, you know, when you have a spiritual connection with your ancestors, she was like, I want you to understand, like they protect you, they guide you, you live off the land, you eat off the land. That's how we were raised.
It's
So
true.
yeah, so that's literally what she taught me, like how to heal myself. And she even told me one day you're gonna have kids and you're not gonna want to take them to the doctor or stuff like that. You can heal them yourself, and that's exactly what I do. I make
That's what I think we need to start doing. I think we need to. I think the world will be a better place. One, if we pull our children out of these schools because they ain't
Baby
teaching them
Naya.
shit. They not teaching them nothing but lies.
To the doctors a lot.
Kidnapping our I think we need to teach our own children, get our own hospitals, banks, and all of that like we used to have. That's what we need to be focusing on
That's how
instead
it
of
was
sitting
back
up
in the
arguing with
days.
one another.
That's how it was back in the days.
I don't know
Everybody
about
wanted to save each other. We
I
had
think we need to
ladies who
get back
actually
to that.
cared.
Like I'm
Most
on the
most parents
verge.
can't even teach themselves. How they gonna teach their children?
They can go educate
But that's why
themselves and
you
get
have
off
to
their
That's
ass.
true.
that's why you
Then
have
that
to
requires a high
educate
school
people.
diploma. That requires.
A high school diploma don't make you smart.
It
I'm
really
just
does.
saying, it still requires.
It doesn't.
To
Yeah.
homeschool a
I
child,
mean,
you
it
don't have to
depends
have
on
a
what
high school
you are
diploma.
teaching your children.
No, she's right. When it comes to homeschool, you still gotta follow the guidelines of the state, and then report your
Not
grades to the
necessarily.
state.
Not
You can't just take
necessarily
them out of
because
school.
every state is different. Like here in North Carolina, you can create your own school and you get to choose what curriculum you go by. There's
Yeah,
a bunch of
but
different curriculums you can choose
that's what I'm
from.
saying. You're saying the
That's
same
a
thing I'm
blessing.
saying.
But
You
not all
still
of them
have to
not all
report
of
it
them are
to the state. Whatever
Not,
your curriculums are, whatever school that you build, you still have to give it to the state, and the state will approve on it. And then you'll give all the work that your child did, you'll give it to the state, and the state will tell you if it's approvable or not. That's the sad part. A lot of people don't understand the process of that. Homeschooling your children is harder than actual sending them to school.
actually,
It's
it's
very
not.
much harder, but
Actually, it's not. It's a lot easier than what people think because there's a lot of people at my church. My whole congregation, all of the women there homeschool their children, and it's even people who have their own schools that they take their children to because they have their own school. It's not that hard. It's really
That's
not.
the easy part, is what I'm telling you. I'm telling you the hard part is.
Well, we're not saying
being
this.
approved.
Nothing in life is
No,
going
no,
to
no, no.
come.
What I'm telling you is from listening to them, even when they send stuff to the government, it's not hard. They tell me all the time, Q, you need to go ahead and do it. I'm the only one at my congregation who doesn't homeschool my children. They tell me all the time, it's not hard to do it. We will help you do it. It's not hard. The whole process is not that hard.
I homeschooled my kid until ACS would have gotten involved, which is like first grade. Then I sent her to school because I'm not playing with the government, but I know that I could teach my daughter better than school.
Yeah, I don't believe our kids
I
should be
think-
in their schools, period.
I don't think it's a school fault. I think some children just need one-to-one help.
Right, and that's true. And
Yeah,
I feel like
most
sometimes
That's true, too.
Most children do, but you got to understand these classrooms are like 20 plus, sometimes 30 plus. Depending
Way too many kids.
and they're not teaching you real life shit.
Exactly.
Yeah, you're not using any. That's what he's like. Yeah, well, you need a high school diploma. Well, let's keep it real. What are you using in the work field other than reading and maybe a little bit of math? In the work field, you know what I mean? Half that stuff you don't even use it.
Comprehension,
Yes,
really.
yes, you
Reading,
do.
writing, math, and
You don't use you don't use half the stuff in high school if you're working at McDonald's, picking up a mop, a janitor, or stuff like that. But if you want to be actually something like a scientist or you want to have an actual career, yes, a lot of diagrams will be put in, a lot of math, a lot of science, a lot of almost everything. That's the reason why they send you to
Do
college.
you know we built a whole civilization without any of that?
Without school. Do you know how many?
I mean, do you
What
understand
civilization
that?
you talking about?
You don't. We built a whole civilization with no schooling.
And what time? What time are we talking about?
I mean, it doesn't matter what time. I'm just saying, if it was able to be done, then there's no different now to me.
Like, okay, so if we're going back before college even started, would you say today's learning?
Wait, the host is talking.
Okay, Sean.
Oh, what up, Corey?
Hold on a second. Hold on. Hey, ladies, Sean is a dick.
Oh, what up, Corey?
Hold on a second. Hold on. Hey, ladies, Sean is a dick. I'm just gonna say things then talk about y'all.
Yeah, he came in the door with the bullshit.
No, I don't mind it.
I can have a dialogue with anybody.
Me too.
Yeah, it don't bother me at all.
Because he's not. I mean, we built a whole civilization with none of that, and he's on here saying we need it. No, we don't.
I know
We don't
first
need that
generation
shit.
black people who just finished school for the first time, and none of their generations before them was able to do that.
Okay, so
Not even go to
let's
high
compare,
school.
let's compare before college, right? Would you say the information today is a lot more stable than the information back then before it was taught?
No, it's not more stable, but it's more information out there.
More stable.
Yes, because back then they used to use trees and branches and certain types of elements.
The trees are still there.
But you gotta understand
The elements are still there.
That's
Back
still
then,
part.
nah.
That's still part of teaching a child. We don't even teach geography since the direction no more. We don't teach home economics. We don't teach agriculture.
Nope.
All that stuff.
We're not teaching our kids about mental health and how to take care of themselves and how when they eat
But I'm
something.
gonna tell you what those Jewish schools are teaching. They teaching about IRAs. They teaching about Roth investments. How to manage money. They don't teach our kids that
Our
shit.
schools don't teach that unless your child gets into a really good school in elementary and middle school. And let's be real, it ain't even that many.
I said, hold on. I said that yesterday on the panel.
What?
My live yesterday was about something else, and it was about like what these schools teaches us. Because I've seen a video of a black woman speaking on that our kids go to school for math and all that other stuff, but then in the YT schools, they're being educated on how to keep
How to actually function in society.
Create generational.
Listen at the check
Yeah.
this out. A friend of mine's cousin's son comes home from school, right? Listen at this shit. He comes home from school and he's excited, him and his little sister excited about Valentine's Day. He like, my dad, we got to go to Five Below. We got to go get some stuff for Valentine's Day, right? So he was like, oh yeah, you got your, the father was pumped, because he thinking, his son like a little girl or something, right? So they go and get the gifts or whatever. They come back and they getting it, putting everything together. And the father asked the son, so, what's the little girl's name? And he said, what little girl? And he said, the little girl that you bought the Valentine's Day stuff for. He said, I didn't pick a girl. I picked a boy.
Oh,
baby.
Oh, let's talk about it.
He went up to that school and cut a whole fool. And took the gifts back.
But see, that's what they're teaching in
That's
school.
what they're teaching our
That
kids,
is.
Mr. Sean.
I've been saying that for years.
You want your kids to learn that?
Like, I don't know if y'all seen the video. I don't know if y'all seen the video where they actually had a black queen come and perform
I saw
at
it.
a school.
It's ugly.
Now, I'm not against the LGBTQ, whatever community. I'm not against.
I'm not either.
But
I'm
I
not
do
against
feel,
nobody.
I do feel like there is certain things children should not be introduced to at such a young age because they are impressionable.
I mean, but they're forcing it. Let's keep it real.
Because I feel like
it's an agenda.
It's an agenda because I feel like being with a woman or being with a guy,
I'll hold
that's a
on to
sexual
it because
thing.
it look like
Why is it in school? Oh, because they don't
Exactly.
feel like
And
themselves.
most
No,
kids'
that's a
brains
mental health
aren't
thing.
developed to even decide what their sexuality is. So it's like y'all are already trying to y'all are
Implanted.
conditioning to think that this is
We're sending them
okay.
there for
You don't even
education,
go
not to sit there and find out, explore their sexuality. We didn't
See,
ask
that's
them
what I'm
that.
talking about. We sending our kids to these schools. We don't even know what's going on in these schools.
And
That
that's why the
man
parents
didn't
need to
know
be more
that.
involved.
Exactly.
That's
That
the
man
thing.
did not know that. Y'all didn't ask the parents. Y'all just doing whatever y'all want to with our kids in these schools.
They don't even need permission no more to do stuff like
Nope.
that. It's,
No.
it's infiltrating state by state. I don't know if they're in North Carolina that's past it, but from what my daughter tell me, that what they're learning in school, they don't implement anything like that here in where I live in. But I know it's being done state by state, so ain't no telling how soon it's gonna get to each state.
Yeah.
I'm from New
I think
York.
y'all should just allow it. Like, I'm telling
Allow
you,
it.
even if you don't
Hey, Sean,
allow
He
it,
likes
you
people
go
to
allow
do
your
it, but I
children,
think so.
okay? Because I don't
That's
even.
let me finish. Let me finish. I think you should allow it because no matter what, they're gonna walk up and down the street and question all these people who's doing these things.
But that's
Being an
something we gotta
But they will
teach
build up their
So,
sexuality on their own,
exactly.
just like we
all right,
did
and
growing up.
when they see it, that's them building.
Okay, and as the parent,
Like,
if my child
I ain't
sees
gonna lie.
of
Like,
that community,
when
it's
I went
my
to one of
job.
the lectures of them teaching children identity, the pride thing, I was like, oh, it ain't what I thought it was gonna be. But actually, it was actually a good lecture that I would let my son sit into, which he
Well,
has.
that's your business. I
That's
don't want my
really
son sitting in
that's
there.
Yeah,
you
I'm
as a
not
father.
telling my
That's you as a
business. I'm
parent.
just telling you, like, I thought that they was going to teach him, hey, it's okay to be the opposite gender. That's what I thought they were
Oh,
going to
the
do, but
opposite
that
gender.
wasn't
That's
it.
what you thought. No, that's
Yeah,
not what they're teaching.
That's
No,
not what they're teaching.
I'm just saying, like,
Gay,
I get what
married
you're
a
about
saying.
man,
myself.
and
I get
he
what you're
understands
saying.
and he respects my decision. I feel like it should not be in fucking school systems. He says that.
No.
As a gay man, he says that. That
Yeah,
shit.
A lot of gay men say
a
that.
lot of them
It was
agree.
one or two gay guys in school growing
Yeah,
up.
a lot
Girls.
of them do agree with it though, because they're like, and some of them are parents, and some of their kids don't know about their, their sexual preference. So it's just like if they are understanding that it's not okay, then what is wrong with
That's what you
our
think?
school system is corrupted. Like something is seriously wrong.
Yeah.
Because why are we getting these little preschool books teaching people, grown up men and young kids in the same book talking
It's
about, oh,
sick.
it's okay for a grown man to touch you. It's
No, it's
okay.
not.
But this is stuff that's in school. And it's right in my alley. Like, I'm from New York. So I saw when they started coming up with the flags and all that stuff. My daughter was in like third grade or something. I'm like, what is happening here? Flag here, flag there. Oh, bully free zone. What you mean? Bullying, you is cut each other eyes. Nobody was ever saying that, yo, you this, you that, or you like it in the booty hole. Nobody was asking nobody that in fourth grade.
Yeah, that's
Why is that happening
crazy.
now? And
That
it's
is
happening
so
because
cringy.
4 kids are being raped at home, right?
Yeah.
They're being raped. No, I'm not trying to be funny because it's true. They get raped at home.
Say grape or something like that. Get the,
They get rapes at home or at the church, and then they go to school, and then they share that out with other kids.
Yeah, I got it. He gave me another address. That's why I messaged you the address. It's a dirt, all of them dirt roads to get here. But I'm. Yeah.
In my
Yeah, I
opinion,
got to the right
all that
place.
abuse stuff that's happening now is worse than before.
I just think
Why is
they
this
need to
topic
keep
trying to
their
sneak
children
black
out of
man?
it.
Yeah, it's
Y'all trying
good.
to
I'm
sneak
good.
this the black man?
No, no one's
No, Sean up
No,
there is.
y'all sneak dissing, man.
Wait, who sneaked this in? What happened?
Oh y'all, man. What's this legacy? Black man create anything? What's
He
able to
just
They ain't
lead?
got nothing to do with us.
He just changed the
He
prompt.
just changed that. That's over.
That's not what we were talking about. We wanted to.
Y'all better not agree with that prompt, man. That's sneak dissing.
We were never speaking on the prompt.
Okay.
No, we love black
Hold on
men here,
now.
okay?
Nah, Sean.
Don't sneak this, ladies.
No, we love black men here.
He was not speaking. We wasn't even talking about the topic because I didn't even see you change it.
I didn't see he changed it either. I don't think he realized he changing it. He's working.
No, I changed. I know
No,
I changed it.
Oh, you did? Oh, okay.
I saw when his screen was green. I just didn't pay attention when it popped back up.
I heard him talking, and then when I looked, it had changed. So I thought maybe he had changed it by accident. I thought it was a pretty good conversation. I didn't agree with a lot of the ladies, but I still thought it was a great conversation.
Last part.
I don't agree with too many people either, but that's just my personal opinion.
What'd you say?
I said I didn't agree with a lot of people earlier too because that's my personal opinion.
Yeah, it was a lot of.
I don't want to give it to somebody for monetary reasons.
And I don't want to use somebody for their money. It's just sick. That's some mean shit to do to somebody, man.
I know.
But that's what it I'm gonna say something actually. So it's like it's not the black man's legacy. It's like so when you think about the black man, you think about the black woman. So it's like they go hand in hand. So it's like it's not by yourself. Like there's no situation where you're by yourself. So it's like if you're a man, like you still have a woman by your side. Like if you're a woman, you still got a man by your side, and people contributed to that. It's like sometimes it's like you gotta think about like what led to like whatever the outcome is. Mm-hmm. Like did you have a good partner? Did you have a bad partner? Or did you have like a good wife? Did you have a bad wife? Did you have a good husband? Did you have a bad husband? And people are gonna look at it like that. It's not, and it does end up being color. In the black community, it's color. Like it's like.
So, are you saying a black man's legacy is dependent upon a black woman?
I'm saying a black man's legacy is dependent on what he does, and sometimes it's a benefactor or it could be a negator.
I agree with you.
Like whether you have a black wife or a white wife, like people.
I agree with him.
I think it's more supportive because
people gonna look at you different whether you have a black wife or you have a white wife. Like if I have a black wife and I'm
a lot of these women want their man to go out and work their damn self to death. I'm talking about to death,
and they
right? And they won't even help them.
And they don't know how to hear this.
Calm down. Why you reading my mind? Listen. This is what I'm doing. I'm probably gonna do this tomorrow morning if I'm working. I know a lot of y'all probably won't be here, but I'm doing this one tomorrow morning. And what you just said, I got that one. And why? I'm finna show you. I got a lot of those in my repertoire. Like, cause this come along my Facebook feeds and all that all the time. Y'all just don't know. I see all this and it's topic of conversation. But I don't want y'all to. This was the next one.
Young lady says, I don't want my husband. Just work. I'm telling you, I see it all the time. These men have to actually go out here and, oh man, the way that I come across some of these panels and these men are so nasty towards women. But sitting listening to some of the women today, bro, I would not date none of y'all. I'd be by myself. You hear me?
And more men are waking up to that.
They
tired of that shit.
I'll tell you like that. I'll keep it a buck.
You said women are soft?
Nah, I'm saying the dudes that be mad disrespectful to the ladies that don't have no respect, bro. Like they soft.
They are soft, but they got a point. Like y'all just
because they incels, bro, and they don't. You know what I'm saying? But it's like that's not an excuse.
I gotta disagree. I meet.
That's not an excuse to be like.
I gotta disagree with that, right? Because I'm a person that meet disrespect with disrespect.
Me too.
If you disrespect me,
but the women don't like that, bro. That's the point.
I'm sorry.
You can't be a disrespectful ass dude and then expect.
Then she shouldn't be disrespectful towards him.
As women, we're telling you, we disrespect y'all.
Nah. It depends what you can
I've
handle.
seen
like
it.
some men know how to walk
you
away.
earn. We are telling you, you earn disrespect. That's what we're saying. What is?
No. Some people greet you with disrespect, and that's the difference.
Some people do, but not all. Some people.
I've been disrespected tonight on my own channel.
If you greet me with disrespect, you'll never talk to me again. We'll never have a conversation again. Bro.
Exactly. And that's exactly how it's supposed to be.
That's how it's supposed to be. But let's be real. some men don't tolerate disrespect.
But that's what I'm saying from
and
women.
that doesn't make them. Hold on,
When
let
you
me.
deal with women, you gotta have that same type of
I
energy.
understand that, but women
He's
don't.
not
ask
listening.
for it.
You can't
Bro,
accept
you're being
that.
disrespectful. Right?
You
She's
can't
trying to
cross that
speak,
line,
but
bro.
you're speaking over
What
her.
I'm trying to say is, a woman is just. I'm gonna just use this analogy. You can't hit a man.
Unless you got something over your head.
You can't put your hands on a man and expect not to get hit back. It's the same thing with disrespect. Not every man is the same. That doesn't make them less of a man, but I can understand if a man is constantly being berated, called out of his
Explain that a little bit.
by a man,
Explain
he
what you're
has
talking
every
about.
right to say something. And even if he doesn't want to, that's what he has, a wife or a girl.
So you disrespect your man?
No, that's not what I'm saying. When I'm saying me, if a man disrespects me, I tell any man, I ain't arguing with you, but I can call my man.
What are you talking about? If that's your man and he disrespect you, you could call your man.
I'm not talking
that
about
makes
my
no
man.
sense.
I'm saying any other
What are
man.
you
I
talking
never
about?
disrespect my man. That's the thing. I never disrespect my man. And when my man tells me I'm being disrespectful,
So when you
I shut up and I listen and I reevaluate and I fix my tone and I fix myself.
Absolutely.
That's what
and
you
that's
should do.
exactly what you're supposed to do.
Exactly. That's the difference between women and females. It's two different things.
Nah, females and women are the same thing, but not every female knows how to do that.
That's not the
You know what I'm
same.
saying?
Female.
They don't want to do it. They don't want to do it.
Women, some females is different. When I refer to a woman as a female, you are I guess a better way to put it, like you're an immature person. You're immature. You're combative. You're not. You know what I'm saying? You're just not. You're not acting like a woman. It's a mindset thing. You can have a female mindset. Not every female has a woman's
I want to get
mindset.
that. No matter what, it's on your state ID, it's on your birth certificate, it's on your
No,
social.
that's not what I mean. That's not what I mean.
I know what you mean. I heard what you said. Trust me. I know it's how you referring it, but I'm just saying every woman has that female. So y'all should grab another word, is what I'm saying.
No, I'm not gonna. To me, I'm not gonna grab another word. That's just how I look at it.
You say girl is more
Because
understandable.
sometimes I use female
That's
as
me
a
though.
regular thing.
I just said that's me though. That's me. You're not. You can't change how I choose to categorize women. That's my
Nigga,
truth.
female is like in the words, bro.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie, right? And this is where I think you can change that terminology and what you say, right? A woman is an adult female, so those two correlate with each other. But to me, a lady carries herself with grace, elegance, and style. She separates herself from anything else. So I look at it different when we speaking on things like this. I look at if you carrying yourself with class,
Bro,
you a
there's
lady.
males and females. It's a separate class, bro. What the fuck
I
is
get
you
what you're
talking
saying.
about?
Why are you so disrespectful? What's wrong with you? You don't know how to have a dialogue without all of that aggression?
You
What's
heard
your
me, Ho?
fucking problem,
Nah,
bro?
cause it's like it's being
you
disrespectful
being
to the
too much.
category.
I mean, you can. That's your opinion. How you feel about how I
There's males
see
and
it.
females. What the fuck is we talking about?
I understand that. That's how you feel about it. Did I not just agree with the host and I said, okay, I get that.
You argumentative. You just want to come up
And
here
I
and
listened
argue. You
to him.
sound
I'm actually really
crazy.
shocked because he said he's very respectful.
And then he turned around and took it. Listen, look at crazy. He just crashed out, sliding down the goddamn wall. Jesus.
Look, host, I get
Bro.
what you're saying. Like I said,
Ugh.
that's how you're choosing to see it, and I'm choosing to see it a different way. I get what you're saying. You're giving me advice that I should look at it differently. Understood. So, Chief, for you to sit here and say that I'm just being combative, I'm not.
I didn't call you combative. That wasn't me.
I call him combative.
Technically, you were. You were trying to be combative with me. I mean,
In what point? Though?
Everybody
Like,
has
I'm
their
saying
different
there's males and females. That's all I said.
But Chief, you know women don't like to be called female. For
No,
you to
that's
sit
not
here-
true. Don't bother me.
Hold on.
If you a military man,
I get what Hope
But for
saying.
you to keep sitting here saying
if you
males
serve
and
your country,
females,
bro, it's different.
you know you don't even call men. You don't call men males.
Yeah, that's
So that's the whole thing. That's why women
yes,
say
I
that.
do.
Oh, he
Because-
being
no,
funny.
No, you don't. No,
I'm
you
not
don't.
being
No, you
funny
don't.
at all.
Men don't listen. I ain't running around here saying.
I ain't
male.
never heard nobody say male either.
just sound funny to me to say.
If serving
I'm
your
gonna call
country,
you a
bro,
man.
I serve my country, bro. So you
Well,
said
you don't talk like
everything.
it. You talk real disrespectful, like you don't have
No, I
control of
talk.
yourself.
Yeah, no, I talk
Like,
like
And the
I've
only
been
reason I
working for a
use the
long
term
time.
female to
okay.
describe the uncombative female because
I
other
don't even like
females,
arguing with y'all.
I've seen other
I ain't
females,
trying to argue. I'm just
other
saying you
women,
coming
females
across
How
real
you
say,
ain't trying to
negative.
argue? How
Yeah,
you ain't
you
trying to
good, you
argue,
good.
but you
Not
still here
even
going
I
back
ain't
and
even finna
forth
argue
about it?
with you.
That shit don't make no sense, bruh. How you gonna say one thing and contradict yourself in the
It's
next
crazy,
phrase?
bro. I don't know what's going
Like,
on.
like if you ain't gonna argue about
Oh
it, if a
shit.
woman say
I
don't
don't
call me a
understand.
female, then guess what?
It is
you
what it
can't
is,
call her
bro.
a female.
You could
But you don't
call
like
He
women.
will because
arguing,
he's
and
You
disrespectful.
could call women females. That's what they are.
Yes, but if a woman tells you she doesn't want to be called
Fuck
that,
are you
then you're
talking
not
about?
disrespecting her.
So what do you want me to call you? A fucking male? What do you,
I don't know. It depends on that female.
don't
Too.
so don't disrespect me.
I
Don't
wasn't
insult my intelligence.
disrespecting you. I wasn't. Don't
You know
insult my
your
intelligence.
mother used to say, don't insult my intelligence.
I'm not insulting your
Don't
intelligence, and if your intelligence feel
don't
insulted,
worry, don't worry about it. You insulting my intelligence because you sitting up here double talking right now, and that shit is crazy.
nah,
You
I'm
but
don't want
telling you,
nobody
it
to
be a
insult
lot
your
of
goddamn
unchecked
intelligence.
mental issues, man. I'm
I'm
telling you,
telling
people
you.
be
Like,
unhinged.
how the hell you want to be right on your stance, but don't want nobody
Corey,
else
you
to
call
speak
me a
in?
Come
man.
look in these comments.
Sound
exactly.
crazy.
Sean, yeah, I think you did this, Sean. You brought him here with you to create turmoil.
Nah, I do
Because you
bring
don't know how to
fun.
Like,
talk, bro. Don't nobody
Bring
want to
up
sit up here
Neymar.
and we had a great convo.
Sean, though, hey, listen, I
Bring
let
up
Sean up
Neymar.
here to,
Well, at
I
least
let
Sean
Sean,
ain't
I'm the
disrespectful.
Moor.
Yeah,
no, I let
Shit. At
Sean,
least he know how to
I
talk to
told
people.
y'all what Sean was gonna do, right?
Yeah, you
I say
did.
Sean to be that. I figured Sean would have been doing that to y'all this morning. He been doing it the last
No, he
like
came in
2
real
days.
smooth. He was like, I don't be
yeah.
disrespecting women. I don't be doing this, boy. And then flick the damn light switch.
All because he
I'm
didn't
telling
like
you,
all
mental health
categorize.
issues.
Exactly.
I
They
know
be
what I'm gonna,
they
I
be
know,
He
traumatized,
categorized
man.
me.
I know what I'm gonna get out
PTSD.
of
Exactly.
Sean. I know what I'm gonna get out of Sean. So I don't even I know what I'm gonna get out of him. He know how far to take it.
And
But
you
this
know
dude
what?
keeps saying the same goddamn thing, and he don't want to listen to nobody else, but he want everybody else to listen to him. That
Exactly.
shit
Clown.
And
crazy.
Straight
then
clown.
he tried to tell me that I wasn't listening to you. No, I heard what you said. No, I heard
There's
you.
some real weirdos out
Yeah,
here, bro.
you
I
came
don't
back
know
and
what's
said
going
that
on.
you tried to explain to him why
Plus,
I call women females and he still didn't want to listen.
He don't care. He don't respect women enough to give a damn about what they,
Like
so he
at
came in here with that on some
all of us
bullshit
are
he fake.
open enough to hear each other's opinions and understand why we view it that way or why we look at things that way.
Corey, we've been on this live since like 2:33. I've been on this live since like 2:33 o'clock this morning. That
oh,
level of
dude.
disrespect has not hit this live.
Right.
We have been able to dialogue like
Exactly.
adults.
And ever since
Okay? I mean, it'll get a little,
and ever since I
but it
came in,
never got disrespectful and all that. Go on with your corny ass.
It was getting real froggy in my
Weirdo.
line.
was, but I was gonna remain a lady. I ain't about to argue with him. I can have a conversation.
Nah, I don't like men like that because we wasn't giving you that, so we ain't deserve that. Fuck you. Like Corey said, I match energy. Kiss my ass, nigga.
Nah, I understand, but it's just like
Who cussing like that?
I'm
Hold on,
sorry.
listen.
He took me there. I'm sorry.
Oh, nah, I ain't heard. Listen, I haven't heard that all morning, like out of the ladies.
Yeah, because you ain't had
Stuff
no
like that.
assholes up here.
I don't know about that.
Well,
It's
not that deep of one. Let's say
not that
Asshole
deep,
last
right?
night. Oh my god. When
I
I
can
tell
admit
you
it been
this,
some assholes in here.
Man.
It's how deep they go with being an asshole.
y'all know
I
what
don't
a
like to
passport
switch
bro
up.
is?
Don't be on one side and then flip the coin and act like we ain't right here looking at you, you silly
Right.
nigga.
And I had that yesterday. A dude, he was like, well, we could do this, that, and the third. Like, cause I like to talk about community a lot. And he was like, we could do this, that, and the third. As soon as he said we could do this, that, and the third, he switched right up.
Yep. Fake.
It's like he started
Phony
speaking
ass
against
niggas.
what he was saying. And I was like, God damn. They think I don't recognize that shit, but sometimes I don't have the time to argue with them because I be working. I ain't gonna lie.
He said he was in the army, so that, or Navy or, I don't know. Sometimes they be
That
coming
shit,
on with
man, listen.
PTSD and shit, they
If
don't
he
be
would have
right.
called y'all civilians, come on, I would have understood.
Oh, man, I would have died.
Y'all know what a passport bro is?
Oh, my God, I can't stand them.
I just had the biggest. That's why my throat is so hoarse. I just had the biggest argument with some.
Was it Passport himself?
I don't know his name was, but no, his name is. Oh my god, I forgot that shit.
When you walking on the street, don't look down. They're gonna think you weak. Right? Look them in the eye. They got a problem, tell them ask your parents.
That man over there, he training kids right now.
Good for him. Good for him.
Exactly.
Oh, my friend, I heard that.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Ain't nothing wrong. Look him in the you ain't wrong.
You
right.
Look in the eye.
That's
how
right.
to be a stand in a square. That's exactly what you're doing.
Shit, look him in their eyes. Mm-hmm. You ain't gotta go on mute about that one now, cause I mean, shit, if they being bullied, nah, show them motherfuckers you ain't afraid. Never bow down to your
You better,
oppressor.
cause if you
Shit.
don't, they gonna keep on coming.
I'm gonna lie, I don't condone violence, but my daughter's a sweetheart. And her first time getting into, a physical altercation, I wasn't out there, but I was proud. Because my neighbor saw it all. And my neighbor was like, these 3 girls was bullying her. Next thing you know, they touched her and pulled her hair and she went to wailing on them. I was so proud of that moment.
As you should. As you should.
I was so proud. Because she's
I'm always with the shits.
passive. And
Always.
she's been getting picked on ever since we moved down here to Greensboro. Ever since she's been in the school system, she's been getting picked on. I used to all the time.
Nah, we ain't going through that.
Like,
Mm-mm.
She been getting picked on. I used to all the time.
Nah, we ain't going through that.
Like,
Mm-mm. He asked if you were you arguing with Charles Cat?
Who's Charles?
Who was that said they was speaking with the passport bureaus? Was that you?
It was me, yeah. But his name was like 26 something. G.
Oh, okay. I don't know. I
And
don't know him.
he looked 50, but he was in his 30s. And he looked like he had so much deep-rooted pain from somebody in... And I knew he had to be from New York because he sounded like some New York bitch turned him out, licked him out, and then threw him away. Because when he got his passport, that nigga took himself all the way to Asia. Talking about, oh, you see all this money? I could get anything I want.
Cat, I'm from New York.
Me too. That's what I'm saying.
I don't know.
I know.
Yeah, y'all a
somebody
little
hurt him.
rough around the edges.
Somebody hurt him so bad, I felt bad.
No, I don't feel bad for him. He a grown man. Go get some damn help and get your mental that stuff together. Nobody want to get that.
Women are useless. They're only good for one thing. No, the women you ran across are not good.
You know what? A gay man told me one time that before he came out the closet. Oh, sorry. Rainbow man told me one time that before he came out the closet. I didn't know that. I don't. Is that bad? I mean, is that a derogatory? Because I don't want to offend nobody. But anyway, he said that he used to date women, just because his family was so heavily into religion and all of this stuff, right? So he said that he would date women, but he hated them. So men like that. That's what that reminds me of. You really want to date a man, but you ain't strong enough to just go ahead on and live in your skin.
I really
You know what I'm
believe in
saying?
that.
I really believe it because ain't no way you hate women like that and you want to be with them. Like, come on, that don't even make no sense.
And you can see he doesn't have anybody to listen to him because why are you on live for 3 hours arguing with women? And then we mute you because I have control. I mute you because you keep coming back. I mute you, and then the first thing you do is show your passport. You walking around Asia showing women. They say hi to you. You know why? Because you look.
But you know what
weird.
they're going over there getting? Smex workers.
Exactly.
The women are poor. They don't care about who you are. They
This
just
is what
want
I'm
to
talking about.
be
He's talking
free.
so much shit about Black American women, and you go over there to go fuck a flat-chested man, because that's what the fuck they look like. Men with coochie. Let's be real.
Some of them are actually really beautiful, though. Those Ethiopian women, some of them are actually very, very beautiful. But they're Smex workers. It's what they are.
Their boobs is like a size B. What you grabbing? A nipple?
Well, be nice to the little ladies. I'm a size B.
I'm sorry.
Be nice. Settle down.
It's the Asian thing. You know what? He burned my
passport away.
He was showing on his camera.
Take it away.
He was showing his live, and he was showing the women, and they smiling his face. These women look like they need dental procedures, and you over here in their face waving money for coochie. What is your problem? And then the nerve of you to sit there and be like, oh, I made beats for Jim Jones. I made beats for this person. Girl, you didn't fix your teeth. Listen to that. You over here.
They don't go to the doctor.
He's so hard to look at. I
Oh
sort of told his
gosh.
dad. I said, bro, turn your camera off. Why? Nobody wanted to see him. And then he's like, why? Why? Because you drunk? You acting a fool. And you talking about Asian women. Go get your passport, bros. F these American women. You just got your passport.
We don't care. If you don't want us, you're not for us. Bye.
We didn't want him in the first place. Why you think you over there for over a year?
And let me answer the question down there, because I hate this too. He says, y'all got to stop trying to say that men are rainbow because y'all dislike what he says. That's not cool. I was given an example of what an actual rainbow man told me. He hated women because he couldn't fulfill what he wanted. And it came out like that. So I'm not saying that they are, but I can't imagine hating a man and still wanting to date him. It's weird. Like, what are we talking about? If you hate women, then date who else is left to date?
The thing is, you came out of a black woman. Why are you going to sit there and say you hate black women?
They don't care nothing about that.
Hold on.
That was his whole complaint.
Let me say this, right?
Asian women are better.
Hold on.
Travel with your passport.
Hold on. They hate black women, right? Because they hate their first black women that broke their heart.
Exactly.
Their mother.
They were hurt.
That's what y'all gotta
Their
know.
mother.
You gotta know who the hurt came from. Their mother hurt them. Their mother disappointed them. Most of them, I'm not gonna lie, most of them are Army vets. They was in the military. They was in some type of service, and most of them have mommy and daddy issues.
He definitely rode the short bus.
Mommy cheated. She didn't know who real daddy was. Somebody else stepped up as stepdaddy. That's why when you hit a talking point, all of them will say they ain't gonna be no stepdaddy to another nigga kids, but all of them got kids out here from women that they done married, got kids, the marriages ain't last, and first thing they do is run overseas because they say black women are not submissive in America.
We are though, but we just not just you just can't come in the door and we gonna submit to you. You know that doesn't work like that.
Listen, black women ain't submissive in a way. Black women still have to attain some of their power. They're not going to be submissive as these other cultures.
I don't want the man's power. I don't want his power. It belongs to him and only him. I don't want it.
Listen, I'm talking about your power as a woman.
Oh, okay. Well, I still don't understand that.
You're not gonna relinquish everything and just okay. You seen Coming to America, right?
Yeah, I have.
You remember when he said hop on one foot?
Well, yeah,
right? He said bark like I want you to follow along. Hop on one foot, bark like a dog. That's not black America.
Yeah, nah.
But you could go to these other countries and they'll do it. Why? Because these women are impoverished. They can't make a life like y'all over here.
But
they can't do what y'all
differently
do.
Too. If you raise your daughter to be a proud, strong woman, she's not gonna want to submit to a man until he makes her comfortable to submit. Some women are grown to be their own strength. They don't have no guy or father to make them strong. So they have to do that for themselves. And then when they meet that man who makes them soft, they're going to feel that. They're going to become submissive and they're going to be calm. Some men don't find that. Some men already got their heart broken. And then they think every woman is like that. And the same thing with women. They got their heart broken from one guy. They think all the guys are the same. Sometimes you got to use your own discernment to know when.
I don't want my daughter to be soft though. And I want her to make her own money. You know, if a man say, okay, come in or whatever, I'll take care of you. I still want her to be strong in her own way, because if there's any sign of abuse, you need the strength to tell us. Because I guarantee you, if he put his hands on him, I'm going to light his ass up. And I ain't talking about it in a nice way. I'm going to light his ass up. I'm going to make sure the bitch got a shit bag and can't walk ever again or ain't on this goddamn earth. It depends on the level that he touch her. But straight up and down, I need her to be strong so she can come and say, hey, look, I'm leaving this situation. I ain't going back. And if that motherfucker come near me again, You know what time it is. See, that's the whole thing. You gotta know what type of script you gotta have. And a lot of people don't know what type of strength they have. A lot of people will stay in certain situations that just ain't good for them. And that's my whole thing about it. You got to know your script. You got to know where you stand or whatever the case may be with it.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's one thing that ain't taught. She could be soft in her own way, but I need her to be strong mentally, not to let nobody physically and mentally abuse her.
And she has to be strong enough to come to you too. Sometimes when they get older, they're like, I don't want to go to dad. Sometimes
Yeah.
it's okay.
But no, he's going to set that foundation as a little girl, especially a girl dad.
Corey, how many
They don't
kids
play
you
with
got?
their girls. They don't play with them little girls.
I got 3. She
Yeah.
19 and the other one 16.
I have an 18, almost about to be 18. Look. And you got all
She
3
about to be
girls?
20 in September, huh?
3 girls?
Nah, a boy and 2 girls.
What day in September? A Virgo?
One of them is the 12th and one of them is the 30th.
Libra gang.
Yeah, Virgo. That's what's up.
It's a Virgo and
A
I guess
Libra.
I don't know.
Libra is the 30th for sure.
They probably eat their heads off together, right?
No, we actually get along with Virgos very well.
No, but sometimes the Libras, they like to be more in charge.
We do like to be. We do. You know, I lost some good men behind that. I lost some good men trying to be in control, which is why I stopped dating, because I had to get that together. Because that just, but you know what? What happens is, and this is just the truth, when somebody is by themselves for a certain amount of time and then you start to date again, you kind of lose that. I don't know. It's kind of like you don't want people to step into your space kind of thing.
Yeah.
And that was the absolute wrong thing to do.
You lose
And
the
I did
interest
that
of
a
having
couple of
company.
times in my life with men. Huh?
You lose the interest of having company next to you. You start
Yeah.
to love being alone.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's like an invasion. And so sometimes you pop out with these. And Libras are kind of different anyway. But yeah. But I refuse to go out and date, and I'm not in a position to date. Like, if my mental health all over the place. I'm sad. I ain't got no money. I'm broke. You know what I mean?
Once.
Huh?
You only live once.
This is true.
I don't want to live broke though.
Me either.
I'm gonna save a little.
Broke is a thing today. Everybody still get what they need and want. Being broke. You live your life. Don't stop dating.
It's more like you start seeing people the way they are. You're like, wait a minute, I don't want that. You're gonna disturb my peace. I have so much peace right here.
Yeah, and that's another thing. It's the peace of mind, you know? And I'm sure it's like that for men too.
Yeah.
I said this the
I
other
mean,
day
they
on
really
the
have a lot to deal with. I wouldn't want to deal with no woman.
I said this the other day on the panel. It is not a man's job to keep you happy. That is the job of yourself.
Oh Jesus.
That's,
So who's supposed to make you happy?
They supposed
Because
to
you could be happy on your own, but I still want to look for happiness for my man.
Yeah, they supposed to give you good memories. That's what's
memories.
supposed to.
Man.
Yeah, good memories. Yes.
I can get that with my wallet and some trips.
All right, so stop tripping and make yourself happy. Ain't nobody know what your happiness is, and nobody's gonna want to be consistent with your whatever that makes you happy.
you can't speak for everybody. You saying nobody as if you know the billions of people that walk this earth. You can speak for yourself.
So, tell me one thing that makes you happy consistently out of a man.
Him showing up.
Protection.
Hold on. Okay, so let's use that. Let's say when he's not around you, can he protect you?
No.
Oh, exactly. So what if you get into something with another man and he's not there?
Hold on. Time out. You lying. Hold on.
Wait a minute. I can't protect myself.
Hold on. If he not around you, but he can talk to you and contact you, he can. His protection don't limit to just the physical aspect, because he could have taught you how to navigate a situation ahead of time. So his protection has always been there. And when he come to mind, that's the protection right there. So he can protect you when he's awake. See, y'all got to
I
stop
like that
thinking one way.
perception. I like that.
So you can teach a person, doesn't mean that they're going to actually learn it or have practice it. So I'm just talking of a situation. I'm not talking in general. I'm just talking about a specific situation. What if somebody came stronger and know much more than your man, and they try something with you? You're going to come home. Yes, you're not going to be fully mad at him, but you're still going to go through that emotions of what happened to you today. That is going to be part of your sadness. He can't make you happy. All he can do is let you know that he's there for
I
you.
said protection. I didn't say happy. I make myself happy. I don't require a man to make me happy.
But that's what I just said.
No, but you're saying
That's what
I
I
said
just said.
protection, and you're like, well, he can't protect you if he's not there.
Earlier,
That's
I
his
said
whole
it is
point.
not a man's job to make you happy.
You're
And
in
I
charge of your
said,
own happiness.
oh,
You just said that.
I'm
You're in
sorry, I
charge of
didn't
your
hear
own
that.
happiness.
And
That's his
still
whole
want a
point.
man to make you happy. That doesn't mean he's in control of your happiness.
No,
You're already
You're
happy.
in, char-
that
He
you're in
can
doesn't.
charge
add
of
to
your
that
own happiness.
happiness.
You're in charge of your own happiness.
Yeah.
You're in
Right, you
charge
can
of
be
your
in
own
charge of it, but you
happiness.
still want a man to make you happy too, just like you want to make him happy.
No, you want
Nobody
happy
is making
moments.
you happy. That is yourself. That is a self emotion. You make yourself happy.
Oh my God.
If everybody doesn't like a car ain't gonna make somebody happy because that's their emotion. But if you buy a certain car, it's gonna make them happy because they love cars. You don't. A man is not making you happy. A woman is not making you happy. That is a self emotion.
So, Kat, I'm going to give you happy moments as if we go to the movie. I say words of affirmation or affection. Those are things that we are responsible for, not our job, but we are responsible to give you happy memories. It's what you do with those happy memories. Whether that emotion sit there and say, hey, this is enough. You know what? I'm self-happy. Well, we're not in charge of that. And everybody keep thinking that men is in charge.
I have
Well, I can
seen
see
men
that.
break their. Listen at this, Cat. I've watched men do everything that they can to make somebody happy, and the things that he thought, because nobody knows your happiness. Nobody can. You know what I mean? Nobody can fulfill that. So I watched this man do everything he can to make this woman happy, and she just wasn't happy within. She wasn't a happy person. So he could have did everything he could. He couldn't change that. That's not his responsibility to change that. Happiness comes from within.
I agree. Happiness comes from within, but I'm saying if
He can make you
I
comfortable.
want it to be make me happy too, because let's say hypothetically speaking, I'm not happy because I just found some news out from the hospital saying I got cancer. Now I'm sad. It's not up to him to sit there and try to make me feel better because I got cancer.
Yeah, he can comfort you. He's supposed to comfort you through that.
It makes me feel better. It makes me happy. That's what I'm trying to say. I can be happy all I want.
Okay.
That
You're
doesn't
not
mean
gonna
I
be-
want my
But
man
the
to be happy.
happiness is coming from the comfortness, right?
Yeah.
It's not the comfortness that's making the happiness.
Okay, tell me what he's going to do or say to really make you be okay with having cancer.
He could say a bunch of shit. I don't know what the fuck
Like
he could
what?
say because I'm not in that
Exactly.
position.
If you don't know, how you expect me to know?
That's the whole point, Kat. That happiness has to come from what he can't. No one ever will know what really makes you happy. As far as the cancer thing, that's a little. That's
extreme.
I
That-
agree. We are supposed to make ourselves happy, but I still want happiness from the man I'm with.
Okay, so let me ask you this. Let me ask you a question, Kat. Let's say you. How can I put this?
Y'all finished?
No, she looking up example that's probably on the phone.
Huh?
Nah, we just waiting on you to answer actual questions.
I don't know how I can give an example because I think she's
He's married.
taking it the wrong way.
No, I understand where I was coming from. I'm just saying that I want her
Okay.
to come in too.
Okay.
She listen. What she wants from her man is like, let's say she feel down or whatever. She wants him to come to her and cheer her up and make her laugh. She
Yeah.
wants the
Because I'm gonna do
little
the same for
parts of
him.
him
Yeah.
Men
that
come home
could
from a
create.
12-hour shift, their back is hurting, they complaining about this, they complaining about that, they worrying about all their bills. When they come home, they want peace.
Yeah, they do.
They want comfort. That's my job right there. So if I come to him like, hey, baby, I'm kind of stressed about this or I'm sad about this, it's his mind that's going to be like, you know what? My baby's stressed about this. My baby's stressed about that. Let me see what I can do about that.
Yeah.
You know,
I
like
can
that.
understand that too. I mean,
That's
that's
still
what a
comforting.
man's supposed. It is comforting.
It's still comforting because you can hide your smell. It's easy to laugh and still be sad at the same time. You got cancer, girl. There ain't nothing to laugh about, nothing to hear. That's unalive in your face, and you're meeting unalive soon or hopes. So he can't make that happy unless he can sit there and take the man off his horse and say, "Hey, you ain't taking this one." I can see that's making you happy.
Yeah.
But it's like being married. Like, are you going to say yes because he make you happy, or are you going to say yes because he has done things so you can articulate it in a happy way? Which one?
But
sounds
then
better?
you know you giving the extreme cases, and I
No, she
don't
the one
think
who
that's
gave it, not
what
I
me.
like it.
She the one who gave it, not me.
yo.
I fucks with it.
You use the
Yeah, I
fact
like
of
that perspective too.
Yeah.
you use the fact of like cancer.
No,
A
she
lot of
used
people
it,
don't.
not
Because
me.
that's sad. That's
Oh,
why.
okay. I didn't hear her use it.
She
I used
used
it
it.
because it was sad. That's why.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's hard. Like cancer is a whole different beast. Because if you got a the
Yeah.
chemo and all that, like to come home
The only thing he can
after
do is
2 months,
comfort.
yeah, all he can do is comfort you.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing is, that's really sad. When you have a illness and you sad, you
All right,
can
so
have
let's
a
change it
happy
to
right then and there.
let's
And
just say a loss. Let's say a family loss. Let's use that.
yeah,
How
that's
can he
Yeah,
good.
make
because
you happy?
that's a
Family
little
loss.
yeah. Do you feel the same way with a family loss?
Yeah,
Kat? Yeah. Okay.
keeps it come for me.
Mm-hmm.
Make me feel better because I'm gonna do that for him. This is my partner.
Yeah.
It's a comfort, but I understand the happiness part about it that she may be touching on.
I do too.
Okay, you see how we supposed to stand behind a man? Let's say he's the breadwinner, right? And we live
Mm-hmm.
that traditional life where we don't have a job, we raising the kids in the house, right?
Mm-hmm.
Something happens to him, right? And he needs us to step up, right?
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna say no because he just fell on hard times. No, we gotta
No.
step up. It's like that. Same thing
Mm-mm.
with our happiness and our fulfillment. We could buy our own flowers, but it's cuter when a guy does it for us, right? The same
Yeah.
thing with him. He could make his own food, but it feels different when it comes from your wife,
Yeah.
from your woman.
Yeah. And I love a man that can cook, but I like to be the cook in my house.
I like to serve, and I
Me
like to
too.
be served, you know? I love acts of service because I don't know how to explain it. I grew up like that. I watched
Yeah,
my
me
mom show
too.
love. And I have a dad. And my dad told me this.
But it's not even in relationships for me. Like when we have our family reunions, all the women in the family make the men's plate
Yeah.
and serve them. You know what I mean? And that's just been something that has been in my life all my life. I don't know nothing outside of that. So when I go to barbecues and I see a woman get up and make her plate and then tell her man, well, the food right there, I'd be like, wow,
Exactly.
that's crazy.
And then these are the women screaming, there's no good men. You
Or
have
give me some
one,
money,
and
give me
he's
some
good.
money. And you
Yeah.
don't even treat them nice.
Like, I had his baby. I'm going to get all his money. Like, why are you like this?
I don't know what happened with that, honey.
Man,
That's
I
just
promise y'all ain't seen nothing. I done had that discussion. I done had a lot of them goddamn discussions that y'all are talking about right now. And women, the way y'all speak, a lot of women don't feel that way.
I know.
My best friends, my best friends be like, you crazy. Ain't no way I'm doing nothing for no. And I'm like, hey man, y'all ridiculous. But they get them men. They get those men who come right in and take care of them. And all they do is disrespect them, talk about them behind their back, laugh, take their money and go on about their business. It's sickening.
It is.
That shit is sickening.
I'm in another
I don't
panel.
like that.
I'm in another podcast, right? And my lives are always like that. It's always women talking about, oh, give
I
up
can't take
for
that.
this, give up the money, or he don't have no munyon. What the fuck is a munyon? And where you
What is it?
And then I had to
Munyon.
Google 304 today. Why I gotta Google shit like this?
Oh, well,
You
no,
don't know what
304 is
304
old
is?
school, baby. That's back in the 90s.
Yeah.
Really?
That's 304 comes from pagers. Back when
Yeah.
men had pagers, and
I actually have a pager. That's how old I am.
yeah,
Never
that's
heard
old
nobody
school. That's
304
nothing. That's
when-
nothing
Hold
new.
on. You don't know about a pager?
No, I do. I grew up in the
That's
peacetime.
No, she's talking about the
okay.
code. She didn't understand the
A
code.
code 304.
Yeah.
No, because we use 911 or 999.
No, when a woman was mad back in the days and the man wouldn't answer that beeper, boy, she would go in there, you 304, and then when he's looking at it, 304 spells HOE.
Turn it upside down. You gotta turn it upside down.
But it is upside down because remember it used to be clipped on the jeans. Oh God, that was so corny. Lord. Oh my God.
Remember when the ringers started changing? Jesus.
I miss the ringers.
I miss Nextel.
Oh my God, Nextel. I ain't heard that in
Yeah.
years.
I miss my
You used to be able to do it with your regular phone though. The Nextel chirp.
Yeah.
Did you? Oh, I didn't know
Yeah.
that. Hack.
No, because Nextel was right after the beepers. Like everybody who had the beeper time, they wanted the Nextels. They wanted that little chirp chirp. That was like a business thing. I think Sprint had it first. I'm not sure. But that was like a
Nah, it was
business thing.
Nextel by itself first, then Sprint.
Yeah.
Then Sprint bought them. Yeah.
But you can still like
I appreciate the old school conversation.
you have to look it up. I ain't gonna lie. You have to Google it. But I think you can still do it. But it's just direct, like it's walkie-talkie wise. It's walkie-talkie ways.
Yeah. There's some jobs that still use that black and yellow phone. That old Nextel that used to fall.
Yeah.
That had the rubber on it.
Because it's like a walkie-talkie.
Yeah.
I don't care. The ones that grew up without social media and all that, we are the most fireest folks ever.
Yeah, we are.
We had to make it happen. We didn't have Google, we couldn't cheat in school. We actually had
We
to
have
read.
pay phones. We have
Yes.
MapQuest.
Yes. Baby, you better take that map with you too if you're going on a trip or you gonna get lost.
If you ain't got no ink in this printer, you better
Baby,
write that down.
you better write it on down, baby.
You take that wrong train, you might as well not even say you coming home
Just
tonight.
forget it.
Yeah. I actually
You gotta
listen to
remember,
old
but
school,
it
a lot of
wasn't
old school
MapQuest.
shit.
It wasn't no MapQuest before MapQuest. We had to use atlases and shit.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Compass.
Dial up. You know, a lot of kids don't know about dial up.
no,
They laugh at that.
if you take
Yeah.
a trip out of town, you have to stop at payphones and get directions.
Yep.
You get to the next
Yep. That 3-hour trip that took you 6 hours because you
Because sometimes you don't know you're going the wrong way for a long
time. Because sometimes you can't even. There isn't even an exit for like 3 or 4 miles.
And then you mad at everybody in the car.
Oh, it's hot. Wasn't no air like that.
Windows open only.
Those were the good old days.
I miss all that.
This trash is this stuff today. Men hate women. Don't nobody date. It's rules to dating. I don't know the rules. I mean, it's just it's a lot.
I don't like how people don't have respect for elderly the way they used to before. And then I noticed how
that came with the crack pandemic.
crack parents too, because parents.
Yeah, them parents wasn't there raising them kids. Them kids.
My daughter says, "Ma'am, Miss, Sir." She's very respectful with all her vernacular. Why the fuck? There's other kids her age, a little bit older than her, they'll be like, "Oh, don't say ma'am. Ew, she's not even that old."
And you better not dare try to check them. You might not make it home.
Do you know there's some older people out there that don't like being called ma'am or miss or being respected? She was like, "Oh, don't call me that. I'm not that old." Miss, how are you not that old?
Well, then you can't even blame the kids for doing it.
Exactly, because this kid is like 13 years old. You in your 30s. You sound like a dumbass. If a kid comes to me and say, "Ma'am," and he's 13, I'm like, "Wow, that's a great parenting." You over here talking about, "Don't say that to me." Do I look old to you? Yes, bitch, you look very old. Why are you doing that to this kid like that?
That's
That's
crazy.
wrong.
Like we don't have enough going on with the community.
Yeah. This kid in Dollar Tree asking for $1. He said, hey man, I need $1 for this. Get out, don't call me man. You look really disgusting. He dead ass just wants something to eat. Just give it to him and go about the fucking business. This is somebody's son. And
You know, this is off topic, but I remember one time I was going on my way to work in the morning to get me, and I stopped at McDonald's to grab a coffee, right?